Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are glad you are watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us on Mtembei TV. This is Open Forum Political Discussion Show, the show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. A lot is happening, and we are now 35 days to go. The general election is beckoning, and things are happening. Well, the courts throws IBC into a crisis one more time by ordering that all presidential candidates to be put on the ballot. Well, this is another setback that the courts has constituted, and we don't know how far this will go. But in my opinion, it's coming too late in the day. So probably, I don't know what you feel and think, but at times, some of the rulings that come from those courts, they leave a lot to be desired. Well, let's move on. Baba roars in Nyeri. They say they can never climb the mountain. It's dangerous to build your relationship on the hate of another, because when that hatred is over, you may have nothing to sustain your relationship. It's a lesson that Deputy President and his followers are learning from the change of hearts by the Nyerians and the majority of the Mount Kenya people. Change of heart towards one Raila Odinga. Well, he's at home in Nyeri. What was unthought of now is a reality. Politics, its signs and wonders. Well, William RUTO has crossed over from Meru to ISIOLO with his message. He's the defender of the least in the community. No, this is very interesting, but let's weigh on it. I don't want to preempt the show, but I want to appreciate all of you that are joining us wherever you are around the world. Please keep it at Mtembei TV and ensure that you watch with somebody. So make sure that you share this with everybody in your life. Invite your family, invite your friends, invite your world into Mtembei TV that they may partake into the discussion tonight. Well, this is one place where everybody can be part of the show and air what they feel and think about our politics. The only thing you must bring along are facts, not propaganda, not hearsay, not stories. It has to be factual, because we believe that Kenyans need to be rightly informed in order for them to make an informed decision come 9th August 2022. So wherever you're joining us from, karibu sana. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it, allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, and you will be in this space for us to get talking. Welcome, everybody. Welcome the entire world in this place. Anywhere you can connect on the net, you will be able to join into the discourse. So don't delay. Don't wait for the studio to fill up and then you say you have been blocked. Nobody is blocking you. First come, first served. The earliest bird catches the worm. So it is said. So karibu sana. Salome Mbone. Karibu sana. Tunashukuru Tatu Juma, karibu kwa show. Kuna Honorable Engineer Josmos Bwangwata. You're welcome. Thank you so much. Kuna Jackson Ogutu, you're welcome. Sarah Serange, welcome. Hello to you. Kuna huyu anaitwa Guy kama Dominiki, karibu kwa show. Nashukuru sana. Kuna Dick Okelo, you're welcome. Pamela Kageni, you're welcome. Belindo Gueno, asante sana. Achi Nyamigori, karibu kwa show. Kuna Charles Papa Obukol. Hey, this is serious. Karibu sana. Kuna Abla Rahiman Ahmed, majina magumu leo. Kuna Joseph Opanda, karibu kwa show. Linet wa Bomba, asante sana, karibu kwa show. Gladys Mora, karibu. Isaac E. Say, you're welcome. Esther Anindo, karibu sana. Mark Lumatete, asante sana. Kuna nani huyu? Michael Ngige, you're welcome. Kuna Odili Samalu, you're welcome. Simba Omari Zaid, karibu kwa show. Vincent Murimi, you're welcome. Thank you, all of you that are coming in. Please make use of the link. Let me share it again on the comment section. All you need to do is click on it, allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio. Then come into this space. Let us get talking. Kuna Silas Okum, Akengo Mwangu, asante sana. Chalo, karibu kwa show. Kuna nani? Morris Mwakoyo, you're welcome. Kuna Dangerman Karandi, I tell you. Join Joki, karibu kwa show, asante sana. Nyeri was fire, I agree with you. Thank you so much. We are looking at the courts and the IEBC. Now, the ballot paper, we were ready to go and face 4 people. The choice seems to be multiplied by one ruling by the court. Are you in agreement with the court, or the court are kind of a setback to the progress of this country? Look at the way they treated the BBI, and now they are up again with IEBC and the aspirants for the presidential position in the general elections. Are we going to have a novel for a presidential ballot? What's going to happen? Let's get talking. Are these courts serious? I don't think they are. You are free to differ, but I welcome your opinion on the same. And of course, Baba's performance in Nyeri was fire. We would love to hear what you feel and think. And of course, the DP was in ISIOLO. In my opinion, he's carrying on with his incitement program of setting the people against those he feels should not be leaders. Well, if that is his campaign style, he's entitled to the same. Tuendelee mbele. Of course, Mwangi KIUNJURI says he's not at home in Kenya Kwanza. He feels isolated. And he seems to be on his way out. Well, mambo ni kama hayo. Naomba kila mmoja tumakinike mahala popote ulipo. Karibu, inaitwa Mtembei TV. Show kali ambayo inakupatia nafasi ya wewe kunena yale unayohisi na unayofikiria kuhusu siasa zetu na mkondo ambao tunachukua ili kuhakikisha kwamba nchi inafanya nini? Inaimarika na inasonga mbele. Kwa hivyo, uongozi bora, maisha bora. Uongozi mbaya, maisha mabaya. Uchaguzi huu na kupatia nafasi ya wewe kuchagua maisha utakaishi hizi miaka 5 zinafuata. Ukicheza na hii kura, basi ndio hivyo hivyo, usitulilie. Sisi tuko hapa kuhamasisha na kuhakikisha kwamba unapata mbivu na mbichi ya masuala haya. Karibuni sana kila mmoja, na usitazame kipindi peke yako, karibisha kila mmoja. Hakikisha kwamba kila mtu anasikiliza ama anatazama Mtembei TV ili amakinike katika siasa zetu. Thank you all of you that are on board. I see all of you. Hamisi, kuna Samuel, kuna Danger, kuna Miriam, kuna Esther, kuna Godfrey, kuna Ngige Peter. Wote karibu sana. Tunawashukuru kila mmoja. Naomba tuende tu mbio. Tuanze moja kwa moja. Tutaanza na Romians kwanza, alafu turudi hapo juu.
Bernard, habari zenu?
Salama, vipi huko?
Huku tuko sawa kupambana tu na hali ya Kenya.
Ehe.
Okay, so kwa panelist ambao mko, wacha niwasalimie. Hope mko sawa. Bernard, I think I have to start with the courts. Hizi courts za Kenya, if there is the institution that inafaa ifanyiwe uchunguzi ni courts za Kenya. Now Kenyan's courts are operating with a very low level of integrity, and it's a very big shame where we are expecting to be saved from this prison from this prison where people do not obey laws, at the same place that we cannot get that freedom, at the same place that are making us cry more. So I'm wondering if the courts knows the constitution, because I believe these are the people who understand what constitution talks about. They know the requirement for a person to qualify as a presidential candidate. So it is a very big surprise. In fact, they are putting Kenya into a very big shame. For me, I must say, these courts and those people in charge, especially the Chief Justice, she should intervene and come and educate our judges on importance of obeying the rule of law. This one is putting Kenya into a very big shame. Let me go to about now the campaigns that are happening in Kenya. Currently, we are seeing how the candidates are running over the country. Today, I was very happy to see how Nyeri welcomed the other side. They were very excited, and a crowd that is excited is just seen. It's not just read within a very single place, but you can see all over the crowd was welcoming. And I want to assure those people who are still doubting that the mountain is not with the Karua. Those people are losing it. So they better board this vehicle and travel together with the many people who are traveling using this vehicle. So Mount Kenya, now you are speaking about 30%. Those opinion poll, I doubt them so much. Another thing, Bena, that I'm worried about is, hii Kenya imejaa makasiriko sana. Mimi nashangaa when viongozi wa Kenya, you are looking for a position. Instead of selling manifesto, you are going to talk about somebody who is not going to vie for any position. Who is not going to vie for a position? Why would you start telling us about how Uhuru wanted to not to take part in the 2017 election? That one implies that Uhuru is a person with a heart who cares about the importance of peace. Those other people who are dying, who are die hard of impunities, they die hard of bloodshed. They do not they don't see any sense in that. And for me, I want to concur. I want to concur with Uhuru. Uhuru is right. Those people think that Uhuru is bad for them. Itafika siku Bernard, they will come here and they will say, watakuja kutuambia siku moja walikuwa wamepotea. So watu wanafaa wajue kwamba Rais Uhuru Kenyatta is not in competition. It is only Raila, Ruto, Wajakoya and the other one. So they should not involve Uhuru in their crisis. Some people are using Uhuru name to campaign. Now there's a person who need to make himself a president because he's claiming that he made Uhuru the president. So we want to see him making himself president. Otherwise we are going to make him the opposition leader, the way Sifuna said today in the morning. And I was happy about that. When it comes to KIUNJURI claim, these people in Kenya Kwanza, I'm wondering, and I'm worried about their consciousness, because we don't have anything like Kenya Kwanza. Kenya Kwanza is just a shadow name. We don't have anything like that. When you go even to register a political party, there's no coalition like that, coalition party like that. UDA is taking a larger percentage of everything, and people are still sticking there. For example, look at ANC. Look at other party like Ford Kenya, and I'm wondering currently they are not even taking part in campaign. They are going slow. And people, if people are not carefully, kabla siku 15 ifike, Bernard, unaenda kuona watu wakibadilisha mawazo yao. Kuna watu wataanza kubeg hii side ingine wakitaka kuingia. Otherwise, I want to complete, then itakuja baadaye. Nataka niambie Wakenya, hizi stories za kura ni kitu ambacho kinafanyika, itapita, lakini tuchague vizuri vile Bernard umesema. Wewe sisi tunasaidia kuhamasisha watu umuhimu wa kuwa na viongozi wazuri. Kwa hivyo wasipozingatia hayo na kutilia maanani, watakuja kulia baadaye. Na sioni kama ile Mungu anaweza kubali tukawa na viongozi ambao hawafai. Kwa hivyo Wakenya, tufanye kura kwa amani na tuchague with integrity. Tuwe na akili, tuwe na hekima nzuri, tujue ni kiongozi yupi ambaye anatufaidi, tusome historia ya kiongozi. Yule kiongozi ambaye ana historia kupigania demokrasia Kenya, tusijaribu kumweka katika uongozi. Asante sana.
Okay, asante Bwana Romians, tunashukuru kwa utangulizi huo, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako. Naomba tusonge mbele. Na wahimiza kila mmoja tafadhali hakikisha kwamba heshima inadumu, haswa uko kwa comment section, na kama unataka kuingia studio bado tuko na nafasi kama watu ngapi, 1, 2 hivi, watu kama 5. Kwa hivyo usichelewe, tutakufungia nje, lakini tunahimiza kama unatupata, tuambie unatazama ukiwa wapi. Naona Nasimiyo anasema ako Saudi Arabia. Ningependa kujua kwa comment section unatazama ukiwa wapi, na kama unatupata kwa njia safi ama kuna mushkili katika matangazo yetu, tungependa kusikia na kujua vivyo hivyo. Na kama hujasubscribe Mtembei TV, tafadhali fanya hivyo ili usipitwe na lolote ambalo linafanyika katika station hii na katika matangazo yetu. Follow us on Facebook, both on the profile as well as on the page. But if you're on Facebook, make sure you share in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Facebook groups where you belong, so that many people can join into the discourse and be able to follow the broadcast and learn 1 or 2 things relating on the elections. We are wondering what the courts are all about in ordering that we have a ballot with over 50 people, all of them gunning for presidents in this country. What is happening? Why change the law simply because a ruling has to go a particular direction? We want to weigh on that, because there seems to be something sinister about the courts, and not necessarily in trying to say that there are politics being played, but what's happening is beginning to smell bad. The courts, the way they handle the BBI and the way they are handling this, is making something suspicious, in my opinion. But you are free and entitled to whatever you think and feel. Bwana Ngui, vipi? Ngui, upo?
Hello.
Hello, namna gani?
Iko sawa?
Wewe ulisema uko Nyeri.
Niko Nyeri, tumeshinda na Mbamba huku, hata niko na kobe yake hapa.
Naona sasa wewe tupatie mbivu na
naomba niwasalimie nyinyi nyote, tuko katika hii kipindi. Nafurahianga sana kuja hapa kusikiza maoni ya watu, kusikia vile watu wanafikiria na vile mambo inaendelea. Na so far mahali tumefika, Mbamba tumeshinda na Nyeri, tumezunguka Nyeri yote, Mlima Kenya yote imeamua ni Mbamba. Leo hatujashuhudia furungu yoyote ama umbaya wowote katika siasa ya Mbamba Nyeri. Tuna hiyo imani, ndio tunataka watu mahali wameenda waruhusiwe wauze sera sawa kwa imani. Mtu akienda pale asikize kwa imani, au usikize na masikio. Matendo itakuwa mwezi wa 8, kwenda kuweka kura yako na ni siri yako wewe mwenyewe, mtu ndiye anajua mahali ataweka kura yake. Kwa hivyo Mimi naona hivyo tunaendelea mzuri katika siasa, na tunaweza, mimi kwa maombi yangu na vile naweza himiza watu na vijana kama mimi waweze kuzingatia, tuweze kuzingatia imani na mtu asijaribu kupewa pesa yoyote, maana kwa maana ukienda kutoa furungu uumizwe ama ukufe, mwenye alikuwa amekulipa hakuna mahali mtapatana na yeye, ama ushungu, ama ukiumizwa uende hospitali, hakuna wakati utamwambia leo mheshimiwa, leo ni siku yako ya kusikia ushungu. Amutasaidiana ushungu, wewe ndio utapambana na ushungu yako peke yako. Kwa hivyo watu tuzingatie imani, siasa ya imani. Sasa niko na furaha sana kwa maana sisi ndiye tulikuwa tumekaribisha mheshimiwa Raila kwa nyumbani kwa mheshimiwa, niko nyumbani kwa mheshimiwa ngama incoming governor Engineer Ephraim Maina. Sisi Mbamba alianza nyumbani kwetu, tukamkaribisha, tukakunywa kashai pamoja. So hiyo ndiye ile kitu imeweza kutufurahisha sana, na tunaomba mambo yote itaenda sawa, na mambo mengine hata sisi tunaomba pande hii mheshimiwa wetu aweze kupata kiti ya ungavana, aondoe hao wengine wapo watu wa makasiriko na matusi, ndio tuweze kuendelea vizuri. Hii watu wanashinda wakirudishanisha na President Uhuru. Mimi kwa maoni yangu naona pia ni mzuri washinde kumrudishia na kumuongelesha na yeye mheshimiwa Uhuru hakuna kiti anaitisha. Kwa hivyo ni mzuri hata wamrudishie wakati potee, ile wakati wangejiongelesha maneno yao bila na kupigana na yule wanashindana na yeye, wakati wao ipotee, wakirudisha wakiongea na yule mtu wako kwa ushanguzi, wakati yao ikipotea, mbamba yake inaendelea na mbele, atakuja kama amefita. Hii ingine ni mambo ya naona hii sasa hii koti, hii makoti yetu ya Kenya sijui mwisho itakuwa na namna gani. Mambo inaenda hivi, inaenda baada hii, hata mtu ajuangi ukweli iko wapi, na hata mtu hawezi elewa vile mambo inaendeleanga. Lakini pia hao mapresident wote hao wote walikuwa wanataka hata wote wakioko kwa Ballot, hiyo sioni shida yake, kwa maana kama ni Mbamba ako na watu wake na ni watu wake wa kitambo, wale hawawezi mbadilisha, na wale watu hawezi hamia kwa mtu mwingine. Kwa hivyo hata wote wakiwekwa, Mbamba atashindi kwa wale watu yule mtu vile mtu ameamua kuchangua kwa Mbamba atachangua kwa Mbamba, yule ameamua kuchangua kwa yule mwingine atachangua kwa yule mwingine, na hao wengine hata ni watu hata hawajulikani, na hata ni watu ambao hata hawatajulikana juu hao watu ni mtu tu anataka tu sifa ya aliwania kiti ya president, na hakuna kitu yote ako nayo. Hata ile sifa iko na hao watu wengine, mtu atakaa sana hata kuipata. Kwa hivyo watu wasingatie sana siasa ya imani, wasingatie sana siasa ya imani. Hata mheshimiwa wetu naonanga hata anatuadvise sana kuhusu, hata ukienda mkutano mahali kwenye mkutano ya mtu mwingine usijindanie, ama wewe enda sikiza na upite, ama kama utaki kusikiza wewe pita, usiende huko juu hata yeye akirudisha wabisani wake awarudishange na matusi ama kushinda akisema mtu fulani, yeye anarudisha tu chini ya maji. Wewe ndio unajijasia yeye alikuwa anasema nani, na hiyo ndio heshima ile tunataka katika siasa, na heshima ya mdomo, vile watu wanaongea. Juu watu wengine wanaongea maneno mengine unashindwa, huyu mtu anasahau hata maneno mengine, unashindwa hata anaongea isaidie nini, na badala ya kuongea na lugha mzuri ya kuitisha watu kura zao, na kila mtu anajua mahali atachangua. Hata hawa watu mimi hata Mbamba hata Kambula akuje ground, hata Kambula amue kuitisha kiti ya president, mimi hata kitabu ninajua kura yangu ni ya Mbamba, na yule mwingine anajua kura yake. Sasa hata huku anakuja tu kutuongelesha, kila mtu akiwa ameamua kura yake ni ya wapi. Kwa hivyo huku Mount Kenya sisi tumeamua ni Mbamba, tuko pamoja na yeye na tutahakikisha ameweza kuingia kwa hiyo kiti. Hiyo juzi tu nilikuwa nyumbani Kitui Mwingi, hata huko Mwingi nimeacha huko watu wanasema ni Mbamba, hata mimi nikawaambia sisi Nyeri tunasema Mbamba. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Ngui, tunashukuru kwa huo utangulizi na habari njema kutoka Nyeri, na tunashukuru kwamba mambo yanabadilika yakiboreka. Tunaendelea kuwahimiza kila mmoja. Kuna watu hapa wa Saudi Arabia. Dorothy anasema is watching from Saudi. Karis official anasema these judges are against Uhuru. Remember he decided not to appoint the Court of Appeal judges. There is that bitterness in them. They should not hold the country hostage because of a few people who are questionable character. The courts are not supposed to hold brief for people. They are supposed to arbitrate over conflicts and give an amicable solution to the problem, not compound the problem. Every time there is arbitration, it's supposed for the betterment of the whole situation. It's not just to cater for somebody's interest and somebody's whatever ego and aspiration. So I don't understand how that having 54 people on the ballot is helping Kenya. It's not helping Kenya. We can save money by printing less papers, other than us going to print a whole book for people to go and get 3 votes. For what purpose? These judges need to get serious. Well, I mean, what happened to being Kenyans and being Kenyans at heart, whereby you look at the thing holistically? To be a judge means you are able to look at the matter from all angles, not from one side. These people are making me angry. I think hatutaki kubeba wajinga. We may not be judges, but that doesn't mean that we don't understand what happens. You don't judge a matter from one side without looking at it from all angles and look for what is best for the country, not just even what is the law. There is the law, there is the spirit of the law, there is the balancing of the situation, there is the time factor. The ballots are supposed to be being printed right now, and now the IBC will have to appeal, and then the appeal will have to go to another, wasting time, creating a crisis. And you know that after August 9th, we need to have a new government in place. So how do you begin to create a crisis when there is no time for all this to play? There is something questionable about those rulings we are receiving from the court of law. I don't know what you think and feel. Please, thank you for those of you that are joining. Please keep joining and invite as many as you can to join. And don't watch alone. Make sure that you share in all your WhatsApp groups, all your Facebook groups. Let the whole world tune to Mtembei TV and learn 1 or 2 things that will help them make an informed decision come August 9th, 2022. We are happy that you are watching. And if you want to be part of the panel, I'm sharing the link in the comment section. Click on it. Allow StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio, and you will be in this space to air what you feel and think about the whole situation. Wilson Achanga. Wilson, how are you? Bwana Wilson, you unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen. Bwana Wilson, bado.
Mr. Bernard, I'm good. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Kwanza nashukuru sana Mtembei TV na pia nashukuru sana maoni ya wale wote wanaotoa maoni. Ningependa kusema hivi, ni jambo nzuri sana kusikia kwamba mahali imefika, campaign mahali imefika, the TP is campaigning for Azimio. If you hear someone telling people vile ako arrogant na vile hakutaka amani kuwepo, vile nilienda nikafanya, this man is campaigning for us. So I have no problem, nataka aendelee hivyo, na kama kuna clip nyingine naomba Junet Mohamed yaitoe, at least tumchokore kabisa, akose ile nafasi ya kuuza ile manifesto ambaye amelaunch juzi, kwa sababu hiyo manifesto hatutaki exist mahali popote. Tunataka atupe nafasi ya kufanya kazi, na njia moja ya kutupa nafasi ya kufanya kazi ni kuhakikisha kwamba hiyo manifesto yake tuko za kutosha, kwa sababu yeye ni mtu wa kuropokwa, ni mtu wa kuongea, yani akiguswa kidogo anapiga kelele mpaka anasema kile kilitokea juzi na jana na kile kimemuuma. Kwa hivyo nataka tutumie hiyo. Number 2, mimi najua hivi Mr. Ballot, hakuna kitu inaitwa Kenya Kwanza. We are going kwa ballot na kitu inaitwa Kenya Kwanza. Kwa ballot kuna chama inaitwa UDA, na mwenyewe confess akasema kwamba akiwa kule Daraka Nithi, UDA number 1 ni yeye, number 2 ni Gachagua, number 3 ni nani? Ni Kindiki. So if you mean that number 1 ni Gachagua, number 2 ni number 1 ni yeye, number 2 ni Gachagua, number 3 ni Kindiki, there's no Kenya Kwanza. Musalia Mudavadi, you are fooling yourself. Mimi kama Mluya naibika sana kuunganishwa na Mluya kwa moja ya Waluya ambao Musalia Mudavadi yako. Atuambie ukweli, yeye alienda soko kununuliwa ama alienda kufanya kazi ya siasa? Sababu vile ninaona Musalia alienda for sale. He was for sale na alijiuza, na mwenye alimuuza Malala. Malala ndiye aliuza Mudavadi, na Malala anajua vizuri, ameshaweka pesa kwa mfuko kwa ajili ya Mudavadi. So nashukuru sana, naomba kama kuna mtu ako na kaklipu kengine kazuri ili huyu jamaa aendelee kutupatia bonga points, aangushe tena kesho ili tupate kaklipu kengine, huyu jamaa tupe bonga points. Asante.
Asante sana Bwana Wilson, nashukuru kwa mchango wako, utangulizi mzuri. Kila Mkenya anajua ukweli. Basi clip ziko zinatokea, wewe tegea tu, tunapokwenda towards the end things will get murky and smoky and messy, but those who have shock absorbers will survive. Those who don't, well, they will be swept away by the wind. I appreciate all of you that are joining us. Christine Adika says, following from the office, thank you very much. Evarina Nyango, judges, mind your language, thank you very much. Kuna GFG, he said that was going budget, not manifesto. And I respond kwa Wilson, yeah, iko kwa manifesto, ilikuwa budget ambayo ilishinda budget ambayo inapaswa kufanya kazi 2022 to 2023. ya RUTO ilikuwa karibu mara ngapi? Mara 3. So sijui hela ingine itatoka wapi. Alafu Martha Karua leo akasema hii pesa ni ya kwake binafsi ama ni ile yetu ya kuchanga ile tunatoa kodi. Anasema kama tutategemea pesa ya tajiri mmoja basi ndio hivyo hivyo. Hakuna mahali tunaenda, lakini tukitegemea pesa ya sisi sote alafu tupambane na ufisadi basi tumepona. I want to appreciate everybody. Please, if you have not subscribed to Mtembei TV, subscribe. Make sure you are subscribing. Those of you following from YouTube and Facebook, follow the page, follow the profile. Don't miss out on anything that is happening. Thank you, those of you that are joining, following from Seattle, USA. Thank you so much. I appreciate everybody. Please, let's keep doing the right thing and keep sharing that link. Well, invite your mom, invite your brothers, invite your sisters, everybody to join into the discourse. This is one show that helps you understand what is happening and how to respond to the same by the same Kenyans that you are passing through the same thing with them. They will be telling you what they feel and think about the same thing. And so I believe you have a great deal to learn from what's happening. So usitazame peke yako, hakikisha umeinvite mtu wawili watatu ili wote wakamakinike. Laban, habari ya leo? Oh, kuna hata hujanmute, lakini nilikuwa nimeruka nani Koshe. Wacha tumsikilize Koshe kwanza, alafu tunakuja kwa Laban. Koshe, vipi?
Poa Ben, mambo?
Niko salama, naambia.
Habari ya jioni.
Niko salama kabisa.
Na wasalimia wengine pia wako kwa show leo. Mimi naongea kutoka hapa Kenya. Na sisi ndio tunafuatananga na huyu mzee wetu. So leo wenyewe sikuwa naye kusema kweli. I was away from him because I was assigned another duty. Nilikuwa upande wa Taita Taveta huko, lakini nimerudi Makueni leo jioni. Kwa sababu mimi naishi Makueni. So tulikuwa tunapanga hii rally yake ya next week ya pande ya Coast. Na nilikuwa in touch na watu walikuwa upande wa Central, watu wangu vile tunakuanga na wao. So ile rally tulikuwa naye leo upande wa Nyeri kutoka, kwa sababu nimekuwa naye pande hiyo tena wakati mwingine kutoka huko Chaka tukapanda juu mpaka tukakuja upande wa Mukurueni, alafu tukaenda Madhira. Hizo rally tulikuwa nayo wakati alikuwa anapanda juu. Leo nilikuwa naiangalia kwa simu, ilikuwa very successful kuliko ile wakati tulikuwa naye. Those times ile wakati tulikuwa tumeanza ilikuwa chini kidogo, na kuna vijana walikuwa wamepangwa kutupigia kelele pale kidogo, lakini today the way I watched on live on phone and vile nilikuwa naongea na watu wetu, it was one of the most successful rallies, na hiyo tumefurahia. Hii ni trip yetu sasa, tunazunguka alafu tukimaliza Central tunaenda upande wa Coast. Hiyo ndio mpango ile tuko nayo. So generally vile tulikuwa upande wa Nyanza, sasa tumekuja pande hii, we are gaining ground sana, we are gaining ground comparatively venye tulikuwa mbeleni, na kuingia kwa huyu mama pia natupea ground vizuri na tunafurahia. Na nikiongelea upande wa huko nyumbani penye natoka huko, mimi natoka upande wa Northern huko. Huyu mwingine leo alikuwa upande wa Northern huko. Mimi sitaki kuongelea mambo yake sana. So alikuwa upande hiyo leo, na mimi najua anaelekea kwangu nyumbani huko. And na niliwaeleza juzi ya kwamba hapo ISIOLO mali alikuwa hata rally nini seats za governor. Nafikiri yeye yako number 3 ISIOLO. Number 1 na number 2 ni Azimio. Marsabit pia vile. Sasa kurudia hiyo maneno niliongea juzi, wewe huko Ben, kuna mwingine alikuwa. So hizo vitu za pande hiyo ya nyumbani, hiyo tumemalizana naye. Lastly, nikitaka kuongelea mambo ya kotini ya Kenya hii yetu, ile tuko nayo hapa Kenya. These Kenyan courts, because I've worked in the corridors of courts for a long time, najua mambo vile zinaendelea hapa. This Kenyan court, hii ni kangaroo court. It's not a court by itself. It's not a court of law. It is a kangaroo court, where you know they pass laws or they make judgments or decisions. And I'm sorry to say that, because I'm not talking on behalf of this TV or on behalf of Azimio or on behalf of, I'm talking on my own behalf. This Kenyan court on my own behalf is a kangaroo court, because nimetembea kwa court and I know them, how they operate. This is a kangaroo court where if you give them money or if you talk them, they will make decisions or judgments on in your favor. This is not a court. It is just something which is there. Even the traditional or common law which was used to be traditional or common law, is better than this court of Kenya, because traditionally people make decisions on the basis of rules that they have upon themselves, wakiwa nazo sheria zao zile za kienyeji, zile za zamani. Even this court does not relate to the rules and regulations of the Homo erectus times. Ni kitu useless ambaye zimewekwa hapa ati zina decide vitu ati leo ati Mike Sonko jana ameambiwa sasa ati yeye atakuja kusimama gavana. These things bwana, hii sio kotini. Even in these elections, when now election is going to be disputed in one way or another, I don't know how it's going to turn up. This court is going to rule something which hata wewe ukiulizwa kama layman, ile mtu wa kienyeji tu ile ya kawaida, utashangazwa na ile kitu watatoa. These are our courts that we have on our land today, but in ourselves, in our beliefs, we have within ourselves that even these elections haitaenda kotini, haiendi mahali popote, because we are going to win by a percentage which is unimaginable, which even if someone tries to go to court, even he will be shouted down and he will be turned down and he is not going to contest anywhere, even in the court of public opinions. Hiyo ndio nilikuwa nataka kusema. Asante sana. Thank you.
Okay, asante Jilo Koshe, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na utangulizi. Naomba kila mmoja tumakinike. Let's also keep respect. There is something fishy about the rulings from the courts of late, and we believe something serious has to take place. You don't do to and fro on the law, and you don't put the country last and put the law as wherever the road that you use to punish what needs to make progress. Christine and Adika. Sitaki kupronounce jina lako kama Mkiza Kitui Katitimas lakini mimi ni Mluya kamili najitetea. So ni Adika is your name, and I'm happy. Thank you very much, and I got your report. I'm reporting myself, and I'm happy. So I'm avoiding to pronounce it like Mkiza Kitui Katitimas, but I'm happy, my sister. Let's keep doing what we must do and keep moving forward. Nashukuru wale ambao mnaendelea kukaribishana. Nashukuru ile namba inaendelea kupanda juu. Tafadhali usitazame peke yako, hakikisha uko hapa na unaalikana ili kila mmoja amakinike kwa kujumuika nasi katika mjadala wa leo. Tunaangazia ruling ambayo koti imepeana kwamba all the 54 so candidates should be on the ballot for presidents. Hiyo ngoma mimi naona ni kama ni mchezo mtu fulani anacheza, kwa sababu bei ya makaratasi imepanda. Hakuna haja ya kutumia karatasi wino kupatia mtu ambaye anaenda kupata kura 15, 16. Yaani ni nini kinaendelea? Sisi tunatafuta kiongozi na rais anaweza kuwa tu mtu mmoja. So hii story ya koti kutupeleka mbele, 1 step forward, 6 steps backward, we are fed up. In my opinion, that's my personal taking. If it makes you angry, I'm happy. But it is important that we call a spade a spade. These courts need to be investigated. Hizi rulings mimi sioni zikinini. Sasa saa hii nimeambiwa ati Sakaja amesimamisha makaratasi yasichapishwe. University imekukataa. The people to approve your degree wamekataa. Sasa ni nini ambacho kinazuia makaratasi kuchapishwa? Tena unapokea a court order from the court. In the face of all those evidences, lazima to revisit. I support the president. We need to revisit these courts and come to the bottom of why they are making this kind of rulings. We need to have, rulings are supposed to be precedents upon which other rulings are going to be based on in the future. So you can't look at it from one angle and give a ruling. I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a judge, but I'm a Bible teacher, and I understand life. You don't rule a matter from one side without considering every other person attached to the whole thing. We are now 35 days to the elections. Within these 35 days, the IBC is going to appeal. When will they print the papers? Or you want us to create a crisis that on the day for election, the ballot papers are not in the country? Oh, we are still sourcing for somebody to print. Is that what the court is looking for? Or is somebody hiring the courts to come and cause a crisis so that what happens? Something must be done, and it has to be done very fast. Bwana Joshua, namna gani leo?
Salama Bernard, habari yako?
No, Bernard.
Yes.
You see, when you're talking about Joshua, there's two Joshua. You have to be so specific, my friend.
Oh, sorry. Well, ni Joshua Kwanda.
Hey, so let the other Joshua to mute, to mute, because I want to give some brief points. Huh? You see,
you want to brief, and anakuja next.
No, I'm going to be briefed, but not to that extent. Bernard, you see, there's madness in our judiciary, in part of government. You see, these guys are the people dragging everything down every time and then. And you see, they are not stable in whatever thing they are doing. They just decide they take them at their own pace. You see now the issue of the point which is coming that let all the presidential candidates be on the ballot. At this particular time is when you raise such an issue. Are you getting it? We are running almost just a month, and how long is left for for campaign to be stopped? And still the judiciary part, the lawyers are still giving out such statement. What do we expect at the end of the day? Will it really help us? Secondly, now you get the issue of Mr. Sakaja. The guy, everything, evidence is everywhere. This guy never sat for a national. This is not something still we need to debate on. But if they are feeling like they need to vie for the governorship of Nairobi, then let even all the people who are in the university who are studying, who wants to get the degree, masters, or whatever, step down and they come and start looking for the positions in the government, because this is just madness and some kind of fooling us around. The guy has no papers. That's the fact. Another thing I saw. Today we climbed. I think we reached at the top of the mountain. How did you see it, Mr. Bernard? Or we are going to reach on the top of the mountain tomorrow?
No. I said that it is where if you build your relationship on the hate of the other, when that hatred is over, your relationship will be in a crisis. The DP, instead of him enduring to the mountain, he banked on the hatred of the mountain against Baba. Now the mountain has nothing against Baba. What will William Ruto tell them that he's offering them? It's finished. The mountain is all climbed, and all of it has left.
The good thing that the people of the mountain have seriously realized that there's two types of wind blowing on the same direction, subjecting different agenda. Because they knew very well that when Raila comes in, they will not hear something to do with the insult and abuses. You see, these guys, they have just been moving around. They don't have an agenda to sell, what to speak. In fact, when I was going through all the text, when I was watching the live scenario, the comments were very good. So what we do, let the judiciary part of it to be so sure, be focused, and be steadfast in whatever thing they are doing, and they speed it up. We don't want excuses. Bernard, we don't need excuses, because I told you we expect to do this, announcing the presidential candidate should be done as early as 5 p.m. That will be our deadline, because I know we are going to defeat those people by very early in the morning. So with anything which might stagnate the process of the election process of announcing who is the president, we should avoid it now. And I'm seeing the judiciary included by the Chebukati also is not ready. As he was told, he has not really responded. The guy is not ready. I don't know what's wrong with him. If he cannot hold this election, let him hand it over. Even me, I can carry it on. I don't have much to say, but thank you.
Okay, asante bwana Joshua kwa mchango wako. Uko tayari kuchukua kazi ya Chebukati? Basi fanya application
Kabisa.
online. Waambie utaki delay. Enda kwa portal ya IBC saa hii, waambie mara moja Chebukati aende nyumbani, wewe utasimamia uchaguzi ipasavyo. Tunashukuru kwa maoni yako na tunashukuru kila Mkenya anayejumuika nasi katika Mtembei TV. Asante sana wote ambao mnajumuika nasi. Thank you so much, especially those of you who are sharing and inviting many to join into the discourse. I believe you are learning one or two things as you listen to different people sharing their views on our politics. So don't watch alone. Make sure that you wake up everybody, those of you that are asleep, to watch Mtembei TV and be able to gain one or two things that will help you make an informed decision come 9th August 2022. I appreciate all your givings, and Chebukati and the courts seem to be the main thorn in the flesh of these elections. But I think we'll find a solution, especially for Chebukati. According to the presidency ruling by the Supreme Court, 3 commissioners constitute a quorum for all or for any decisions that is undertaken by IEBC. So Chebukati can still go and will still have an elections. I hope he knows that and he understands that. And if he doesn't, we are experts in kicking people like him out. So he needs to take his time, or else he will leave before he knows what hit him. It is important that we change our perspective in terms of putting the interest of the country ahead of personal interests, and especially the interest of twisted people who want to defeat justice by using shortcuts to get there by everything, hook or crook. That's not how to run the country. That's not how to safeguard the future of this country. So let us be vigilant. Let us assess all our leaders and be able to do the right thing. Thank you so much. And on the comment section, please, let's keep it clean. Let us respect one another, educate one another, keep within the debate, and let's debate soberly. Joshua Mark, how are you today?
Salama Beno, habari yako?
Niko salama. Karibu karibu.
Asante sana. Yeah, naona kuwa tayari hii koti inatumesa hapa. I'm wondering how can 54 presidential candidate be in a ballot paper? Either there's something that is taking place that we don't know. I don't know. I mean, because ukiangalia all these presidential candidates, they were disqualified. Some of them, they didn't have papers. Somebody like Wanjigi, huyu mkisi wa Mogolta Mongare, some of them hawakufika ile threshold ya kupata signatures. So I'm wondering, when court saying that they should be in a ballot paper, then hata mimi pia nikiamua side pia, then I can just go and say kwa niko ballot paper, because there was some threshold that they did not meet. So I'm wondering with this court, if they decide that they're deciding that they should all be in the ballot paper, so what is the reason for putting a threshold in anything? So I'm wondering either there's something that's cooking kati ya watu wa IBC na koti, but I don't know. But I want to tell you, this 2022 election is one of the worstly prepared election, because saizi you are left with almost 32 days, less than 32 days. I mean 34 days. But up to date, ballot paper has not been printed. Some are still going to court to stop print of ballot papers. I remember.
One moment, Joshua, just give me a minute. Let me address this one. There is Frederick Agungwi. Anasema, do Raila has papers? You are asking Sakaja. Do you that if IBC may withdraw Sakaja's name, that means that Raila will also be out of the race? We what? we are just waiting for that mistake to be done. Then Ruto may enter State House directly, try and see. Bwana Frederick, in comparing Raila to Sakaja, it's an insult. And you need to apologize for that. Sakaja is nowhere where Raila's name is mentioned. In fact, it's a crime to mention Sakaja's name and Raila's name in the same sentence. Ephraim Maina, the aspirant, the candidate for governorship of Nyeri, is a student, okay, who was taught by one Raila Odinga, University of Nairobi, many years before I think before your mother and father met. So please, don't bring your ignorance here. Respect elders, you will grow well. But if you begin to reason the way you are reasoning, you're already cooked. That's why you're not even you are not able to follow your grammar right. Organize yourself and learn. Stop throwing around statements that you cannot substantiate. Sakaja should go back to class, and I'm happy Baba has said there is free education. Atengeneze makaratasi yake January, okay? A report. Amalize ile nini ya kumaliza arudi 2027, we can consider him. But the governorship of Nairobi, whether he has papers or not, he is not fit to be the governor of Nairobi, and he will not get the seat. Being on the ballot or not being on the ballot makes no difference. So you and Ruto and the rest who cook certificates, wash group, go and organize yourselves. Joshua endelea, samahani kwa hilo. I couldn't let that go.
It's good to handle those people like that. Mtu ambaye anaenda propaganda nyingi tutaki hapa hivi. Now, what I was saying, I'm seeing the possibility of this election being delayed because IBC not prepared. The courts bring some issues that we don't know where they're coming with them. So we need to tackle this issue of IBC because I remember 2017, time like this, already we had some ballot papers already been printed, but now you're left at 4 days. Nothing has been done. And still, unasikia Sakaja bara enda kotini, I want to stop ballot papers. I'm seeing there's some games being played here. Secondly, Ruto already is losing ground because you see the way he campaigned. Since he launched his manifesto, there's nothing Ruto is saying right now. We were expecting, when you compare the way Raila has handled his campaign and the way he's talking and the way Ruto is talking, Ruto is like fighting fire. Yeah, instead of build on his manifesto, he's fighting on fire. Issue of propaganda. Sasa angachia watu kama hao watu wako mkono hao ndo warushe maneno. Same in Azimio. We have people who are bringing propaganda. Somebody like Junet. But Ruto could be playing the legally the way Raila is playing, and Asema the way what you want to is plan to do the citizen. But Ruto is fighting the fire. Yani kama anapigana na Raila, bado anaongea mambo mganga, mtu atanoili. So I'm seeing Ruto is seriously losing, and that's why Ruto at the end of these 30 days, Ruto will have already lost. And I want to tell you that Ruto will be beaten by Raila 80%. I always say this and I always beat. Raila will beat Ruto by 80%. Today we were in Nyeri. The rally was well attended, and by the right now Raila amesha climb mountain. Ashafika juu climax. The remaining 2 days itakuwa tu ile tu kugusagusa one or two things, but so far so good. If today elections will be held today, I want to tell you that your Mount Kenya itakuwa nusu. But by the end of 30 days, already Raila will have 65% in central. That one 100%. Ruto is already losing ground in central, and the only place that Ruto atakuwa na ufuasi kidogo tu ni hapa Elgeyo Marakwet, Nandi, Kericho, Bomet and Sinigishu. But the rest of county, Ruto hata nashangaa atapata hii requirement ambayo anasema we should get at least 50% in 25 county. I don't know where he will get. Even if he will be a president, atashinda Raila by so many votes. But I'm wondering at a pattern because I'm seeing all counties are now running towards Raila. So I don't have much to say, but what I'm trying to say, leo alikuwa ISIOLO, haina impact as such, but what I know, RUTO is going to lose this election seriously. Thank you very much.
Okay, asante bwana Joshua, tunashukuru kwa hayo. Philip anaitwa John Philip anasema Frederick is right, they should they stop Sakaja, they should stop Raila as well. I don't know which county is Raila running as a governor. I don't know. Are these people sick or something? Sakaja his credentials are questionable because he wants to run for governorship of Nairobi. He has not made the credentials needed for running for governor. Raila has run for president. This is the 5th time. He has been cleared all through by the IEBC, by the Electoral Commission, by the IIBC. Sasa, what is it that you drag Raila's name into your misfortune every time? Is that the only time for you people to make sense that you should drag Raila's name in your misfortune? Or is that how you are trained to do your propaganda? Raila's papers are clean. He has been cleared 5 times. Sakaja should clear his name. Calling the president's name will not help him. Calling Raila's name will not help him. Even Ruto's name will not help him. He just needs to go to class and clear the assignment, apewe degree. Simple and pure. Hakuna shortcut kwa hii. Now the court of law does not give degree unless the court of law overrules the requirement. Iseme, sasa mtu yeyote anaweza kuwa governor, it doesn't matter whether you have degree or not. If that law is removed, then Sakaja is free to run. Everybody is free to run. But as long as the requirement is there, everybody must meet that threshold. And if your papers are questionable, go and correct them. Don't go and mess up the program of the government, the program of the country in ensuring that we have a smooth transition from the old government into the new government. Thank you, those of you who are inviting others to join. Please keep inviting. And thank you, those of you who are on the comment section. Please keep it clean. Let us all do what is right. There will be free university education after Baba is sworn in. So be encouraged and ensure that you're first student in class. You will be able to graduate in good time before 2027. Then you'll be free to run. Keep Krui, Wilfred.
Bernard, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing fine.
Karibu, karibu.
I just like the way you people are fantasizing a lot. Today, I don't really think I have much to say, but I'm just following the discussion. It's interesting to hear the understanding of politics from different angles. I think that's nice. I just want to ask maybe 1 or 2 questions. William Ruto the other day mentioned something on fighting corruption from a different angle. And the point was to come up with a commission to do some investigations on some purported corruption which took place after the handshake. And the fellows from Azimia are very uncomfortable. So I'm wondering, which corruption are they fighting? The other thing that I want to mention is the issue of Sakaja. If you people are comfortable or are confident that Sakaja did not graduate or doesn't have any degree, why fight him? Why fight him? Just have the fellow go to the ballot. If you are confident with your project, you got the fellow who is washing the toilets all around, then it's fine. He'll be beaten hands down if you believe he's strong. I don't have much to say today. Let me just follow up the discussion.
Bwana Wilfred, let me ask you a question.
Please
Do you understand how the law works? If we say that for you to go to the university, you must attain C+, and you have not attained C+.
I'm losing you. Sorry?
I'm asking if it's required for you to transit from high school to university,
Correct.
that you get C+, and you did not get C+. Will the government be fighting you to stop you from going to the university if you have not attained the required grade?
Who did not qualify in the transition?
No, yes, if you have not met the requirement has been set by the law.
If you have
You
not,
say that in the private chat, you said that Sakaja was cleared to run as senator.
yes.
Senate, the degree is not a requirement to run for Senate or member of
Correct.
parliament. That
Correct.
is why it was not a consideration when he ran for Senate. But
Correct.
when you're running for president and you're running for governorship, the degree comes in play as a requirement.
Correct.
Yes. So who is fighting who here?
It's the Azimio who is fighting Sakaja because they are afraid. Period.
They denied him they denied him the degree, or they stopped him from completing his degree program.
Sakaja has a degree.
From where?
Teams University.
Teams University has denied the eligibility of Sakaja.
Bernard.
Bwana Kirui.
Bernard.
Yes.
Bernard.
Yes, I'm listening.
Some of us, we study and we read a lot. Huh? So please don't be one of the chief propagandists for Azimio.
Bernard, wacha to deal na huyu jamaa kidogo bwana. Bernard, can you keep it quiet? You want to deal with the Kirui kidogo. Wacha tuongee kidogo.
Ngoja kwanza Joshua.
Someone is bring propaganda mali.
Hold on. Joshua, hold your horses. Kirui, what have you read about the team's university response to the Sagaja's degree saga that we have not read?
Okay, which?
Yes?
Which one have you read that I have not read?
You are the one who said you have read wide than us, okay? So I want you to tell us, what has the team's university said about the Sagaja's degree?
The degree is valid.
Oh. When did they communicate that? And to whom did they communicate?
Did you watch Uganda's news tonight?
Uganda's news?
Yes. Did you?
The authorities that are questioning the validity of the degree of Sakaja is the IEBC, and it is the Commission for Education, this Church and Nyakodi, wherever commission.
It's not whoever is questioning is not IBC. IBC have distanced themselves. The issue is this fellow who is the chairman for Azimio campaigns in Migori, the so-called church or something, Queer or whatever. The older man.
The Bernard, this man is wasting our time. It's propaganda. Can you move on? Can you move on? No, this is Kirui.
I don't want to send you to quarantine. Tafadhali, everybody, I'll give you permission to ask a question. If you unmute and begin to make noise, tutaanza kukosana mapema. Jakindu Bay.
Asante sana Bernard. Nataka kumwambia ukijana kwamba kama anapenda Kenya, sheria ikiwekwa, wacha mtu afuate sheria. Hii mambo ya kusema eti Azimio inamfight Sakaja, hiyo ni upuzi. Wacha Sakaja alete certificate. Kama ana degree anaweka kwa meza. Hii mambo ya kusema eti sijui ulipewa sijui makaratasi, aweke degree. Kama hana, si makosa, arudi afanye, badala ya wewe kuja kusema hapa eti Azimio eti na wewe huna evidence. Wale yule mtu ambaye ana kwani yeye akiwa ni kama unasimamia kitu, wewe mwenyewe ni mwananchi, unafanya kazi mahali fulani. Kama unafanya kazi, wewe si mtu wa UDA. Mtu akija kwako umwambie bwana, hii kitu ambayo unanionyesha hii ni makosa, atasema wewe ni mtu wa UDA unamfai. Hiyo lazima ujue mtu anafanya kazi, afanye kazi yake. Kama ni kazi, kama ni certificate alete, aweke juu ya meza. Hii ndio nani, alafu hao watu waseme ni sawa, aende. Kwa sababu Sakaja hata akiwa governor ni Mkenya. Kwani yeye ni Mtanzania? Usiseme hiyo matamshi kama hayo, unatamka matamshi ambayo sio Ukenya. Lazima ujue hao waazimio na hao wa UDA wote sisi ni wa Kenya. Na mtu kama ana makosa, sema ana makosa, usifunge macho eti kwa sababu yuko upande ambao wewe una support. Kama hana, mwambie lete, aweke, alafu basi mambo kuisha. Badala wewe kuja kusema hapa eti Bernard kwani Bernard ana uwezo gani?
Bernard,
mwacheni mambo kama hayo bwana. Wacha Bernard anakuuliza swali, kama uwezi kujibu hiyo kitu tunataka hapa. Tusije na propaganda, tusije na uongo. Mimi ninawaambia uongo ni kitu kibaya. Uongo ubomoa. Uongo inaweza kubomoa nchi yetu. Lazima saa zote tusimamie ukweli. Awe kama mtu amefanya makosa, hata kama ana support upande wa Azimio, upande wa UDA, upande wa wote, lazima sisi kama wana Kenya tuseme huyu amefanya makosa. Unaona bwana? Usije tu hapa kuja kusema uongo. Kama mtu usijaribu hata kuharibu jina la mwenzako. Tafadhali.
Sawa. Thank you Jakindu Bey. Thank you Jakindu Bey. Kipkirui, kuna swali unaulizwa na Martin on the comment section. Say, are you aware that there is no Teams University in Uganda?
I want to respond.
There is Team University, but there's no Teams University. So even the heading on the degree of the purported degree of one Sakaja does not come from an existing institution. So how do you go to a school, graduate from the school that does not exist?
Bernard, can I respond?
Yes.
Bernard, thank you for this other opportunity. I just want to respond to Jakindu, my good friend, my senior. If at all Sakaja, you are requesting for Sakaja to present a paper. If at all Sakaja did not have any paper, why was he cleared by IBC in the first place? I've posed a question, Bernard.
Yule alikiliwa si watu wanani wali withdraw, si wali withdraw pepa zake.
Okay, fine. Nyambanes,
so, kwa nini Sakaja wakichunguza ni mbaya?
Kwa nini hawacha withdraw?
No, mimi nasema wali withdraw ya yule jamaa mwingine, ya yule presidential.
Kwa nini hayakuwa withdrawn?
Kwa sababu waliangalia wakaona yana matatizo. Yalikuwa kuna vitu vingine ambavyo viko vina match.
Okay, ya Nyambane ilikuwa na shida, fine. That is why it was withdrawn.
So huwezi kusema ya Nyambane ina shida na ya Sakaja haina.
Okay, fine. I'm asking, ya Nyambane's was withdrawn, right?
Now, what is there? Sion, I think we are spending time on this matter for nothing. Wana Wilfred, it's if you get a degree from a foreign university, you're supposed to subject it to the local commission, Professor Chacha's, or where Professor Chacha is the chair. Okay.
Correct.
Then it needs to be investigated, its validity, until it is approved and ratified by that commission. It is not admissible within the country, especially on legal matters.
Bernard.
So after it was ratified by Professor Chacha and submitted to IEBC, the commission said even after submitting, they will still carry on their investigations. And if they find any reason why it can be withdrawn, they will withdraw. Now, after they have withdrawn it, how does it now continue being valid?
Bernard, let me ask you something.
Yes.
Okay, let me ask you, when you suspect that something is wrong, do you withdraw, then you investigate, or you investigate, then if need be, you withdraw? And by the way, Kwea is not an individual, it's a commission. Where were the other members?
No.
Why did the chair
what we are saying is
why did the chair sign a letter with the CEO's letterhead?
Because of the urgency. You people submitted the letter in the morning, you wanted it replied in the afternoon, you got the degree the same day, it was ratified the same day in Uganda and in Nairobi. That your degree is suspicious by all indication. But just to give you benefit of doubt, we are Martin on the comment section amekuambia the investigation in Uganda have revealed that there is no Teams University. So the institution purporting to have given the degree does not exist, number one. Number two, the course that Sakaja claims to have studied in the place, it was not being studied the year he graduated. So either alikufanyiwa tuition kwa nyumba peke yake na akafanyiwa hiyo degree peke yake, ama nini, you know, this is a different generation. Hii sio enzi ya Moi ambapo ukienda kwa chief anakuandikia birth certificate, then you are born on that day when the chief has written for you. Nowadays, we have your birth certificate everywhere. So if you come with a new date of your birth, we will need to investigate where was your mother on that day. And whether he gave birth to you or he gave birth to somebody else. So history ya uongo wanjiani mwachane nao.
I like the way you are stuttering when you are trying to respond. I've just asked you, where were the other members when this old man, Kwea, the chairman?
We don't work for Kwea, number one. Two, if you have a problem with Kwea, you go to their office and prosecute your case there. All we are telling you, Kwea refused, withdrew their support for the degree, and they have the law gives them that way. The law that gives them power, the law that gives them power to ratify gives them power to withdraw in case. Just like for example, you can come to our church, umeleta mrembo, unasema unataka kumuoa, alafu sisi tumetangaza siku zimepita inakuanga 21 days, okay? Then on the wedding day, okay? Tunasema kuna mtu yeyote hapa aliye na sababu yeyote ya kuwaonyesha hao watu wawili wasifunganishwe, alafu mama anasimama anasema mimi napinga hii ndoa, okay? We have announced it according to the law. It has taken 21 days according to the law, but on the material day, new evidence is introduced. Huyu mama anadai wewe ulikuwa umemuoa sijui wapi, mko na watoto 5. Tutaendelea na harusi ama tutaisimamisha?
What if the mama is malicious?
Then that is what you need to prove to us, okay? You prove to us, say huyu mama umjui, hujai muona, okay? Then we hand you over to the law enforcement people to go and investigate. Wakiprove kwamba huyu ni muongo, basi tutaendelea. Lakini kama sio, kama ni ukweli, hiyo ndoa tunaisimamisha. So hiyo ni masuala ambayo yanaendelea na Sakaja. Sakaja aende kujitetea kwa kwea. Okay? Aseme hii degree iko genuine. Sio kwa Wakenya, number 1. Sio kwa court, aende kwa kwea, aambie hii degree iko valid. Aende alete professor yule alimclear Teams University that does not exist, and the course he did, it wasn't being done the year he graduated. So he needs to substantiate a lot of things. Sio hii support mnampatia ya bure. Kwanza nyinyi ndio mnamdanganya. Mwambie ukweli. Ajifunze tena. Subiri kwanza, subiri hapo, ngoja. Dakika moja tafadhali, naomba kila mmoja atulie. Thank you. Nimesema kila mmoja atulie. Okay? Thank you. Kirui, mute your mic. Kirui, sorry. Mute your mic. Okay, Koshe, uliza swali lako.
Ben, mimi nilikuwa nataka niulize swali moja tu peke yake. Huyu ndugu yangu Kirui, sijui kama amesoma university. Mimi sijui, siwezi nikataka kulazimisha anieleze, lakini mimi nilikuwa nataka nijue kama kweli amesoma university, atueleze amesoma, ni kweli, ni sawa, lakini atueleze vile degrees zinakuanga issued, especially degrees from abroad universities, vile zinakuwa issued. Degrees za Kenya zinakuwa zote, degrees zote, hata kama umesoma Kenya ama nchi ya nje, zinakuwa issued na inakuwa recognized through Commission of University Educations. Hii ya Kipkirui anasema ati ya kwamba sijui mtu amemaliza mwaka gani, ameanza mwaka gani. Mimi sijui vile hiyo mtu amefanya degree, mimi sitaki nifuatilie, lakini degrees zinakuwa issued namna gani? Mara ya kwanza. Mara ya pili, wakati hiyo degrees zinakuwa issued, zinakuwa recognized na nani, na zinakuwa chartered namna gani? Hizo ndio vitu tunataka tujue, ya kwamba huyu Kipkirui wakati anaongea aseme ya kwamba zinakuwa issued namna gani, zinakuwa chartered namna gani, zinakuwa recognized namna gani. Ndio mtu wakati anakuja kuitisha kitu, anakuja kuitisha wakati degree yake inakuwa recognized. Sio tu kuja kuongea hapa, kuimbaimba vitu ambazo kushinda hapa vitu haina maana yoyote. Aongee kitu iko na maana, aongee vile hizo vitu kama yeye mwenyewe amesoma. Lakini kama hajasoma siwezi mlaumu, lakini kama amesoma, yeye degree yake imekuwa issued namna gani kwanza, ikuwe recognized katika taifa la Kenya. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The other Joshua, ask your question. Make it brief, please.
Yes, Bernard, mimi nataka kuuliza Kirui alipowatch Churchill live 1 year ago, wakati alipokuwa anajua masomo yake, hakuna mali Sakaja alisema mambo ya teams. He was talking about mambo ya UN mpaka 4th year. Akasema gari yake ya kwanza alinunua akiwa 4th year, Mercedes Benz. So how comes today same Sakaja who was in Churchill live 1 year ago, today amekuja na mambo ya teams? I don't think so. So Kirui, kindly before you try to defend. Issue Nyambane is different from issue ya Sakaja. Nyambane was given a letter because certificate yake bado iko imetoka, so ilikuwa disqualified, but ilikuwa tofauti na Sakaja. Sakaja as a fake degree. Nyambane inasemekana alipewa barua na university, degree yake bado certificate yake bado hajatoka, but for Sakaja it's a fake one because last 1 year ago same Sakaja alipojiwa Churchill live, hakuna mali alimesha mambo ya teams. Alisema alikuwa anasoma UN na gari yake ya kwanza alinunua 4th year. Same Sakaja baadaye anasema kuwa haku manage kumaliza shule because of school fees, aka drop for 2nd year. So Sakaja has a fake degree and we must accept without even kumtetea, because at the end of it tunafundi watu wanasoma so that at least they can acquire this degree. But if somebody doesn't have a degree, we should not defend. It's the fact that Sakaja has a fake degree.
Okay, thank you. Yes, caller, you have a question?
Oh, thank you Mr. Bernard. Nilikuwa nataka niulize my brother Kipkirui. Juu nimekuwa nyuma ya curtain for a while nikiwa nimemsikiza. So this is the question. Nitaitoa in a statement, but it's kind of a question. I stand in front of where I tell you, I don't have a car. The next morning you find me with a car. What will ring in your mind? Either sikuwa na hii gari leo, nilienda kama sikuinunua nimeitoa mahali fulani ama nimeiazima. That is the case with Sakaja. Sakaja the other time alisema haku graduate. Today he's telling Kenyans and the public kuwa ako na certificate. Where did he get this certificate? Because 1 year, like the year 2021, hakuwa na hiyo certificate. Then unakuja on board kutuambia Sakaja anapigwa vita na Azimio. Not everything is Azimio related. If it was politically motivated, ni yeye alikuwa na political issues zake za kutaka kukuwa governor. That is why he forged it. Don't defend somebody who is undefendable. Straight to the point. If you are somebody who follows the law, I don't think that you can speak what you are speaking like it is Azimio. Follow the law, first of all.
Okay. Kipkirui, I give you 1 minute to respond quickly, please. We need to move to the next subject.
Bernard, thank you so much. First of all, I want to respond to my good brothers that I'm a learned fellow. One of the serious professions in Kenya, one of the most respected professions in Kenya. And you all know the process of certification of a foreign degree. I cannot do that. It's your homework. It's in black and white. Then the other thing that I want to say to my brother who is saying that Sakaja said, oh, I didn't have fees the other time. Some people prefer to keep their things under the carpet. It's not a must that I broadcast all my life. And it's not only Sakaja, even in your workplaces, for those who are working, you may think someone is not studying, then all of a sudden when promotions are called, you find someone has a master's or a PhD. So it's not a must for me to broadcast whatever I'm doing. Yeah, that is it. And as much as you people are telling me not to defend the fellow, then you should equally not accuse. That is my point. Otherwise, thanks for that opportunity. I appreciate you people. We are all Kenyans. This is just politics. We are just having fun. Thank you so much. And have a good night in case I don't have any other. Thank you, Bernard.
You're avoiding to answer the questions, but I'll let you go on that. All in all, it is important that we stand for what is valid, especially not for us, but for those that are following us. A father, we say in the church, I live in the church world, we say that you cannot beat out of your child what is wrong in you. You cannot beat out of your child what is wrong in you. That means if we break the law, our children are bound to break the same law. If we compromise on the standards required for admissibility in a particular office, we should not demand it from any other person to stick by that particular standard. So as elders, we must begin to guard the next generation by supporting what is right and rejecting what is wrong. Let Sakaja go and clear his name, how he got the degree, who he graduated with, which university, because Teams University is not there. What is there is Team University. The investigations are underway. Let me, there is a clip here. Let me play it and then we move to the next person. Oh, God, help me.
Keti ya chama cha UDA amedai kwamba kesi iliyowasilishwa mahakamani kumtaka azuiwe kuwepo debeni ni njama za kisiasa za kumuondoa katika kinyang'anyiro hicho. Mlalamishi Dennis Wahome anataka IEBC kutochapisha kabisa jina la Sakaja kwenye karatasi za kura, akisisitiza kwamba cheti cha shahada ya degree kutoka chuo kikuu cha TIMS nchini Uganda ni ghushi. Raila Mohamed alikuwa mahakamani na hii hapa taarifa yake.
Daniel Wahome anaiomba mahakama kutoa amri za muda kusimamisha kuchapishwa kwa karatasi za kura za ugavana wa Nairobi hadi kesi aliyowasilisha isikizwe na kuamuliwa. Ameiomba mahakama kutojumuisha jina lake Sakaja kwenye karatasi hizo, akidai kwamba cheti cha degree kutoka Uganda sio halali.
They do not understand their case. They do not understand the reliefs that they are seeking from this court. All they are doing is to cast a wide net, hoping to catch the biggest fish.
Kupitia kwa mawakili wake, seneta huyo wa Nairobi ameiomba mahakama kutupilia mbali kesi hiyo kwa misingi kwamba Wahome hapaswi kuaminiwa na mahakama.
The easiest conclusion we come to by looking at these documents is that they are forgeries, and we would urge the court to eventually direct that the petitioner be investigated for forgery.
Mawakili kutoka pande zote mbili walitumia muda mrefu mapema leo kutetea upande wa kila mmoja ni kwa nini barua ya CUE iliyotolewa wiki jana ya kutupilia mbali shahada hiyo ya Johnson Sakaja inapaswa kujumuishwa katika kesi hiyo au la.
It confuses us to some level, my lord, that we have a petition filed complete with a supporting affidavit, yet we are being told that we are not looking at anything beyond what was presented. It is confusing.
Jaji Anthony Mrima atatoa uamuzi wake Ijumaa Juni tarehe 8. Raila Mohamed, NTV.
Kenyans are experts of calling politics in everything, even what is forthright. I don't think there is anybody who needs to fight Sakaja politically in Nairobi. In my opinion, Sakaja just needs to go and clear his name and tell us where he got the degree from, how he did it. To claim that he's being fought politically, no, it doesn't need to be fought. Not in that way. People that are fought that way are threats. Sakaja is not a threat to anybody in Nairobi. He's harmless, like a dove. He's not a threat to anybody in this city. So nobody is fighting Sakaja. Sakaja is fighting his own shadow, and he's trying and claim some significance by mentioning big names so that he can get some weight. But from where I sit, he has no weight to tilt anything in this city. And so, angoje, koti ikiamua ataendelea, he will still be beaten on the ballot. So, haina shida. Omar, tuokoe muda tafadhali, tuende mbio mbio, line imekuwa mrefu.
Yeah, barako Bernard.
Niko salama, namna gani? Si jambo.
Nasikia mada ya Sakaja inakuwa moto hapo katika mada. Leo mkutano ya baba upande ya Mount Kenya sio mbaya. Naona alikuwa na watu huko Mount Kenya. Alafu leo mambo ya William Ruto alikuwa huko ISIOLO. Alikuwa ameanza kubadilisha speech sasa, kuanza kusema ati corruption. ni kama huyu jamaa tumuombee Mungu sana, ni kama Ruto amechanganikiwa. Mara ile kusikia ataji mambo ya corruption, sasa ameanza kutaja mambo ya corruption. Inashangaza sana, na kila muda ikioyoma tunaona vituko kwa deputy wetu wa Kenya. Mambo ya kufight na mdosi wake, kumwambia sijui makofi, kumzaba makofi, mambo sijui ya kumweka ndani. Yaani hii wiki tumesikia mambo nyingi sana, na unajua kila kitu Bernard, nilizungumza nikasema kila kitu ina mwisho yake. Leo tunasikia story ya Sonko huko Mombasa kuhusu mambo ya koti. Yaani leo ni mambo ya kesi tu. Upande ya Sakaja anahangaika sana. Sasa kama mtu anajua ni yuko guilty, aseme tu. Tukianza upande ya Sakaja ajitokezee tu, aseme, achukue simu tu ampigie Ligathe, amwambie Ligathe, ndugu yangu, nimeamua hii kiti ni kuachie, wacha mimi nirudi shule, nikimaliza shule ndio sasa nitarudi race katika Nairobi. Unajua usione haya kwa sababu mambo imekuwa ni moto, na saa zingine urongo Bernard, urongo inafikisha mtu kwa kona. Na kuna mabloggers pia tunawaona leo katika hizo opinion poll. Kuna opinion poll moja inatoa, na ilishai kutoa I think mwezi hii iliisha. I think hiyo opinion poll ni kama watu wa UDA ni kama wanaitumia. Sijui kama mumeiona leo. Tu wanasema Western, William Ruto amemshinda Raila. Wakasema Mombasa wako neck to neck. Yaani mabloggers wanazidi kudanganya Wakenya. Tunaona mambo nyingi sana, vituko nyingi sana, na kwa vichache sina mengi ya kusema Bernard, lakini William Ruto anakazana sana, lakini vile ame kampeni hiyo miaka yote na pali amefikia, ni deputy yetu, ni deputy president, lakini tunamwambia deputy wetu azungumze ukweli, aambie Wakenya ukweli, asikuwe anadanganya Wakenya, kwa sababu Wakenya pali tumefikia tumechoka na urongo, na imeonekana ukweli anadanganya Wakenya. Na sina machache Bernard, na wacha tuone, tumebakisha leo ni 34 days twende election. Kila mambo ikienda, mambo inabadilika. Na leo pia nimeangalia upande ya Chebukati. Kuna hiyo mambo ya koti, sijui sikufuatilia sana, lakini Chebukati, nilisema before Bernard, Chebukati si mtu wa kuaminiwa. Chebukati lazima mfuatilie sana. Chebukati si mtu wa kutrustiwa kabisa. Hivi tuko anafanya saa hii tuko sure hii election itakuwa free and fair kama Chebukati yuko hapo kwa hiyo kiti kweli? Tujaribu tuifuatilie na tuambie wenzetu huyo jamaa afai kushikilia hii election, kwa sababu tumeona dosari nyingi sana kwake. Hiyo tu Bernard kwa leo.
Okay, asante Bwana Omar, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na mtazamo ambao unashirikisha Wakenya kulingana na siasa zetu. Nashukuru wale ambao mnaendelea kukaribisha mtu kutazama. Tafadhali tuendelee. Alafu watu wa UDA, kuna huyu anaitwa UDA TV channel. Sasa sijui hiyo iko wapi, mnifuatilie tafadhali, ningependa pia kujiunga nayo. Mnielekeze kwa hiyo UDA TV channel. Sasa wanasema polls sasa ziko sawa kwa sababu zinaonyesha kwamba Ruto anaongoza na amemshinda baba, lakini zile zilionyesha kwamba baba amemshinda Ruto zilikuwa fake. UDA guys, nimewaambia staki mtu ajinyonge, na Kipu atakuja tueleze vile miti zimeendelea kukatwa. Tafadhali kubalini tu mapema ile namba ambayo the number that is in contest right now is number 2. Okay, na hii number 2 iko threatened na mtu mmoja anaitwa Wajakoya. So William Ruto asipojitahidi atakuwa number 3, lakini number 1 hiyo ishaenda. Mtoe opinion poll asubuhi na jioni na usiku, namba za Ruto hazijulikani kule ziko. Tumezitafuta kwa ground, hakuna. Tumezitafuta kwa computer, hakuna. Ziko tu kwa WhatsApp group na Facebook groups na online opinions, lakini kwa ground nothing. So hii kujitia moyo kila mara mkisema mnapeleka baba Bondo, mmeanza kumpeleka huko tangu lini? 2007 mmeja succeed. So relax in wherever you are. There is no methodology, there is nothing. The opinion poll you people released today, it is yours and it's in your imagination, because this country is decided and the results for the elections are going to be shocking, especially from Rift Valley. The numbers that Baba has in the Rift Valley are shocking by the genuine opinion polls that are being conducted on the ground. They are shocking. Yana kwambia mzee Atuoli aliona hii mambo mbali sana. Kateni miti. Msijidanganywe na hao mabloggers wanatukwambia ati 40 sijui vote 50. There is no 40, there is no 50. William Ruto when he get 30% atakuwa amejaribu. Yani 30% neema ya Mungu imeshuka kabisa na Wajakoya hajapitia karibu. Lakini vile mambo inakaa vizuri, vile inakaa kuendelea hivi, they are going to share that. Wajakoya will just feel okay, I will not, you will accuse me for campaigning for Wajakoya. Number 2 ndio iko. Number 1 ishaenda. So mkuanze kukubali mapema, na ina second round hakuna runoff. Hii kitu itamalizwa 70-30, na 30 itakuwa split between Wajakoya who will have 20, Ruto 10. Alafu mtu anyamaze aende nyumbani kabisa. Tutamsikia tena 2052 wakati tumemaliza program yetu ya Azimio.
Bernard.
Yes.
Bernard.
Yes, Omar.
Watu wa UDA wazungumze ukweli. Ground si kuzuri. Wazungumze ukweli, vile walikuwa natarajia hapana. Mambo imebadilika. Wasitumie economy, uchumi ati imeharibika, wadhani ati Wakenya watawasikiza. Hao ndio wameharibu uchumi.
Na Wakenya wanajua nani ameharibu uchumi. So hiyo kujipendekeza kwamba saa hii ndio wamekundua uchumi imeharibika na wamekuja kusaidia Wakenya. Wakenya wanajua muongo ni nani, mkweli ni nani. History has it. So let everybody be prepared. Let's move forward. Jakindube, maoni yako tafadhali.
Ninaweza kusema tu kwamba nimefurahi sana na vile baba mfanye kule Mount Kenya, lakini kitu ambacho mimi nataka kuambia Wakenya kwamba tusikubali uongo. Hiyo tu ndio jambo ambalo nataka kuzungumzia. Uongo ni kitu kibaya, uongo inabomoa. Na mjue uongo vile vile expire. Sasa uongo ikianza expire, miti yote ukijaribu kushika inatereza. Sasa ndio maana unaona sijui mlima inatereza, sijui ukienda western inatereza, ukienda coast inatereza kwa sababu ya uongo. Na hii jambo la kusema kwamba ati ni siasa, tusiseme siasa. Hawa ni viongozi ambao hawafai kusema mambo ya siasa. Na hii jana mmeona makamu wa rais anaweza kukaa kuanza kusema matamshi ya kushutumu rais, kuonyesha kwamba rais ni mtu lezi, mtu mlevi. Sasa hiyo maana yake ni nini? Kusema kitu kama hiyo ati rais ni mlevi, ni mtu hana ni kusema kwamba yeye ndiye alikuwa anaongoza hiyo serikali. Hiyo yote ambayo makamu wa rais anasema, matamshi yake hata vile anamkemea, ni kuonyesha ni mtu ambaye hana nidhamu, ni mtu ambaye hana busara, ni mtu ambaye hana katika nchi yetu hana tija yoyote. Ni huyu mtu ambaye hatuwezi kumchagua. Na mimi nawasihi wa Kenya, huyu mtu Ruto haifai. Na vile vile uongozi wa Rift Valley Central, hiyo mwishowe italeta vurugu. Tunataka nchi ambayo ina wananchi wote wanashughulikiwa ipasavyo. Mwananchi yoyote kutoka kona yoyote anaweza kuwa president. Hatuwezi kuwa na president ambaye anatoka Central au Rift Valley, Central ama Rift Valley. Hiyo hatutaki. Na mimi niliwaambia hawa watu ambao wanamzunguka Ruto, hawa watu wote ni watu ambao wamejaa na ukabila. Hawa watu ukiwachunguza vizuri wamejaa na ukabila, na hao watu lazima tuwakatae. Hatuwataki hata kidogo. Ni watu ambao hawatufai hata kidogo. Yeah. So ni watu ambao hawatufai katika nchi yetu. Kwa hiyo Wakenya, mimi nawasihi Wakenya wachague Azimio la Umoja. Hiyo ndio chombo ambayo itatuwezesha kuipeleka Kenya juu zaidi. Na wana Kenya wote tutanufaika na hilo chombo cha Azimio la Umoja. Manake tunataka tujenge taifa. Tukijenga taifa ni rahisi kujenga nchi. Asante sana Bernard.
Thank you Jakindu Bey, tunashukuru kwa wasia wako, maoni yako na mchango. Tunasonga mbele. Nashukuru wote kwa comment section. Tafadhali tuweke nidhamu, tusitusi mtu yeyote. Alafu UDA TV channel naendelea tu kukuhimiza, tafadhali relax, relax, kwa sababu siasa za Kenya haziamuliwi kwa comment section, inaamuliwa kwa ballot. Na ballot unaenda huko kama uko na numbers. Kama huna numbers, ballot haiwezi kukusaidia na kusema kwamba Ruto ana hii na ana hii na hana. You know, claiming you have something that you don't have will deny you even getting it from the people who would want to help you. And so hiyo tukue makini. And then story ya wizi na ulevi tuachane naye tafadhali. Let us, mbivu na mbichi na kwenda kujulikana hivi karibuni. If you invest in preserving leadership, you will be a leader. But if you invest in tearing down leadership, you will be a victim of the people who tear down leadership. William Ruto amepanda na atavuna yale ambayo amepanda. Hiyo ndiyo maandiko na hapo ndipo tunasimama. Tusikilize hii alafu tusonge mbele.
Ombi la watu wawili ambao walikuwa wakitaka kujumuishwa katika kesi aliyekuwa gavana wa Nairobi Mike Sonko katika mahakama ya Mombasa limetupiliwa mbali na mahakama hiyo Mombasa. Kulingana na mahakama, ombi la wawili hao halijaweza kudhihirisha umuhimu wao kwenye kesi hiyo. Haya yanajiri wakati ambapo chuo cha timu kule Uganda kimewasilisha kesi mahakamani kikitaka upelelezi ambao unaendelezwa na serikali ya Uganda kuhusiana na cheti chake seneta wa Nairobi Johnson Sakaja kusitishwa. Kesi mbili zimewasilishwa na kusikizwa Jumanne kwenye mahakama ya Kampala. Chuo hicho kinaitaka mahakama kutoa amri ya kusitishwa kwa uchunguzi na mamlaka ambayo inatathmini uhalali wa vyeti nchini Uganda.
Kuku amenyeshewa Sakaja. Nakaa kama kuku amenyeshewa.
There's a statement we used to say in church, say that oppression is real, okay? This one is corruption is real. That you go to court to stop investigation in the validity of somebody's degree. Hey, this is serious. We have begun to export corruption, Tena. You know, Uganda is our main trading partner. Sisi tumefikia kiwango ambacho tumeanza sasa kuexport corruption. God have mercy on us. Oscar, uko hapo? Oscar Matana. Acha tumsikilize mtu wa nyumba kwanza ndio turudi kwa kola. Huyu Oscar ni kama ametembea nje kidogo.
Asante Bernard. Mami, umesalimika Bernard. Kola. Rafiki yangu Kip, umenipotelea sana. Nimefurahi kukuona. I'm amused. We are already exporting corruption. You know, by the time you're exporting something, you should have enough of it for eating. Sasa ni excess. Ndio mtu ana export. We have too much of it. You know what's happening? Your team university is part of the problem. And they already know they have been caught. So that's why they're preempting the investigation. They must have been selling their degrees kwa kina Sakaja. Na sasa wanamejua wamepatikana. All these from Sakaja and the team university, they are doing things impossible. It will not work. The investigation has its own momentum, and neither the team university nor Sakaja can stop it. Something reaches a time kwa kikwetu tunasemaga ueshikiria mto ati river imebreak imefad uende kushikiria itaenda na wewe. So wangeachilia tu baada ya kungangana. Imefika kiwango, the momentum is too big. The energy that is there, they can't prevent it now. So it proves that team university is corrupt. We have sent corruption to it, and they have succumbed to it. Wacha tuachane na hiyo Sakaja, nikucheka tu, and I like the way Bernard is putting it. Now, karibu bwana Njogona, sikuwa nimekusalimia. Salimika, mimi naitwa nyumba. Karibu. Excuse me. Sasa, put all presidential aspirants on the ballot, court orders. That should have been automatic, because the post of the president and the deputy president, these are posts that are recognized within the Constitution, 2010 Constitution. And actually, one cannot just stand alone as the presidential candidate without a partner. That's the deputy. So, sorry, excuse me. So automatically, the deputy is also entitled to be part and parcel of that paper, the ballot paper. So the court is right. And let these people do right things from the word go. I think IBC has been asleep a bit. It's the time they woke up to such small issues. Should have already, you don't need the court to come into that. They should have put the house in order. Now, Raila rumbles in Nyeri, rumbling. A volcano rumbles before it erupts. And then it spews lava and a lot of stones and heat and all that. So you can see Raila is rumbling in Mount Kenya. And I've observed, I like even, especially Biria Bell, led a song. Those are songs of our times, they keep. Yeah, see, and lakini pengine it is still
Hapana, huwezi ninyang'anya hiyo. Nyumba Bilia Bell bana. Wimbo yote.
Ilikuwa yetu na kina Mal na Karua.
Tulikuwa tunawatch mkidance tu, tunafurahia tukiwa watoto.
Unajua hizi za siku hizi hata vijana wangu wakicheza, you wonder what they are listening and they enjoy it. Ati ni reggae ndio ana enjoy hizo. Anyway, tuendelee. So today's was very colorful ceremony in Nyeri, and especially when they brought in Mbilia Bell. It is kizungu inapotea. Zingine sentimental, you feel nostalgia. Unajua kizungu nostalgia. Kumbuka hizo siku za zamani ile tulikuwa tunaenjoy hizo vitu. Mother must have been enjoyed most. Raila ni mbele kidogo, lakini ilimpata pia. So there was a lot of enjoyment in whatever was happening in Nyeri. So there was rumbling, there was rumbling in Nyeri, and I like it that way. Wacha irambo. Now, tuendelee ni kumaliza haraka ndio mwingine ongee. DP Ruto invades ISIOLO. You know, he's still using the same style. I said Kenya Kwisha is a one-man show. And what used to be happening before, and it was working, Raila akienda Nakuru, the following day, Ruto ako huko. Akienda Nanyuki, the following, Raila that is, the following day, Ruto yuko. But now they are defeated. Azimio is multilateral, not even bilateral. Ni kama ile mnyama nakuwa kwa ocean, anaitwa ni ana miguu nyingi, octopus. So now they are unable to cope. Remember, Raila was in those areas the other day. And Raila's team is split, and every place is a strong team. Martha Karua akienda peke yake, she pulls a crowd. Lakini yakachagua, unakuta watu watatu tu. So all of them have to be in the team that Ruto is in. And these guys are defeated. That they don't know that is no longer working now. Ni ya mwisho niseme hivi. Let me correct. Did Ruto invade ISIOLO? Maybe he's an invader. Maybe he did. It's not. I also see rumbling invasion. KIUNJURI claims the isolation in KK. Shauri yake. Alienda kufanya nini huko? And I said he is a distant relative ya familia yetu. Shauri yake. Namchekelea tu. They didn't have foresight. It's called forward planning. Unaangalia mbali. Na kwa kikwetu tunasema hii, kipi najua pengine hata kwenye iko. Njogona can confirm this. That says an elderly man sitting on a stool, the three-legged stool. He's sitting on a three-legged stool. And a young boy sitting on a eucalyptus tree at the top. The elderly man sitting on the three-legged stool would see far than that young man highest at the highest point of a eucalyptus tree. Okay? So these guys didn't have a foresight. KIUNJURI is best known for Kikuyu language and proverbs and all that. He's very good. So we expected him also to have foresight and see the danger that he was getting into. Lakini shauri yake, we are just enjoying and laughing at them. I hope somebody has the scientific thing to push these days to move faster. Hii 35 days ikwishe haraka. Ndio to celebrate. Nimemaliza kesi yangu. Asanteni. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mundua Nyumba. We appreciate it.
No, maybe Bernard.
Yes.
Bernard.
Yes, sir.
Bernard, with your permission, I want to refute something. Yeah.
Yes.
Hii habari ya kusema miti ikatwe na we na Kip unasema miti ikatwe huko Sigoi. Wacha miti ikae, na nimesema hivyo mara nyingi na munisikilizi. Miti ikae na hata tuongeze miti ingine, na yule mtu anataka kupanda miti apande. Kwani mnakataza mtu apande miti? Akipanda aanguke, hiyo ni shauri shauri yake. Why injure the trees at the expense of somebody who is a bad person?
Unanikatiza kazi wewe. Hiyo ni kazi yangu bwana. Nataka kunifuta kazi. You're supposed to empower the youth. kama elder unataka kuninyang'anya kazi.
Sisi tutamtuma kwa mzee mwenzake Atuoli wakubaliane, kwa sababu hiyo ni Council of Elders aliye recommend kukata miti ni Atuoli. So mpaka Atuoli akuje overthrow hiyo ndio sasa tuache kukata, lakini mkikubaliana pamoja sasa tumekata ya kutosha bas.
I can't compete with Atuoli. Unaona bode yake na yangu, so I withdraw. Withdraw hiyo kitu, sitaki hiyo maneno.
Wewe unasema mtoto akililia wembe mpe. Atuoli anasema hapana, toeni wembe. Hatuna pesa ya Elastoplast. So thank you very much, Mundua Nyumba. We appreciate it, and we look forward to interacting further, even as we continue with the discussions. Thank you, those of you who are inviting people to watch. Please, let's keep it up. Don't watch alone. Keep inviting all the world to Mtembei TV. And thank you for those of you who are joining. We have seen 3-4 people joining to be members of Mtembei TV. Please, let's keep it up. There is how you get rewarded when you join. Your name turns green, and there's the other benefits that you get. You get special stickers and all that to use in your chats. So please, let's do that. And more than that, you will be within the framework of the participants in Mtembei TV. You may not be affected by some changes that may come when rules change. Even YouTube changes their rules without notifying. So please, let's work hard and ensure that we are in the house to stay and not just to pass by. Well, kabla turudi kwa Kola afanye submission yake, wacha nipunguze videos. Time imeanza kwenda mbio. If I don't play these videos, zitasalia hapa, alafu zitaanza kuleta kizaza. Where are we? I think let's go to ISIOLO.
Watu wa ISIOLO wako na maana na siku ile hawako na maana. Nyinyi kuna mtu mlituma Nairobi ati pesa ya ISIOLO ipunguzwe? Kuna mtu mlimtuma? Mlituma mbunge wenu aende aseme pesa ipunguzwe? Na mbona alienda kupiga kura ati pesa ipunguzwe? Na akanipatia kazi mingi ya kuzunguka na hiyo BBI. Kama si Mungu na sisi kuangusha hiyo BBI, sasa hii mungekuwa mnahangaika. Na sasa ule mtu ya kitendawili amesema ati akishinda tu hivi kazi yake ya kwanza anaenda kuamsha tena ile BBI ya kupunguza pesa yenu. Nyinyi mtapiga kura kwa mtu ambaye anataka kurudisha income. Nyinyi mko na hiyo habari ama hamuna hiyo habari? Nyinyi mumechanuka ama hamjachanuka? Mtasimama imara ama mtasimama imara? Jambo la tatu, tumesema ya kwamba mwaka huu tunasema kazi ni kazi. Hata kama wewe ni unafanya biashara yako kidogo hapa, ni jukumu letu tulete pesa ya serikali isaidie biashara yako. Katika manifesto yetu ya Kenya Kwanza tumesema mbali na ile pesa ya CDF milioni 100 inakuja kwa hii constituency yenu. Kuanzia mwaka huu tutaweka milioni 100 ya CDF na tutaweka milioni ingine 200 kila mwaka ya kusaidia nyinyi kufanya biashara. Mama mboga, boda boda, mfanye biashara wa ng'ombe na hiyo ingine. Ndio tunasema tunaanzia hapa chini, ndio tupeleke juu kila mtu. Nyinyi mnanielewa? Nyinyi mnanielewa? Wacha mimi nirudie ndio muelewe vizuri. Nimesema hivi. Unajua hii Kenya lazima tuondoe madharau. Si mumesikia hawa watu wanasema ati mtu ya boda boda ni wakora. Ati wanasema ati mama mboga ni takataka. Ati wanasema mtu ya kuuza mitumba ati anauza nguo ya maiti. Si hii kiburi hii lazima tumalizane na yeye mwaka huu. Hii kiburi mtakubali endelee? Hii madharau mtakubali endelee? Tumalizane nayo mwaka huu. Tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 ndio kitendawili awache kiburi na awache madharau. Mimi nataka niulize, hata kama nyinyi bwana kitendawili mmezaliwa kwenu mnavaa suit, sisi wengine tumevaa mitumba, lakini hata sisi ni Wakenya. Ama namna gani? Si hata mimi nasimama hapa leo, si mimi nimevaa mitumba tangu nizaliwe? Mpaka juzi tu nimekuwa deputy president. Lakini saa hii si mimi ni deputy president wa Kenya? Kwani kuvaa mitumba iko makosa? Huyo kitendawili awache kiburi na madharau akwende kabisa. Ama mnasemaje watu wa Kina? Ama mnasemaje? Mtakubali hii madharau iendelee? Mtakubali hii madharau iendelee? Nyinyi mnajua huyu mtu wa kitendawili nilisaidia yeye 2007. Uhuru Kenyatta nimesaidia yeye 2013, nimesaidia yeye 2017. Ni kweli ama si kweli? Ni kweli ama si kweli? Saa hii ati hawataki kunisaidia ati kwa sababu baba yangu hajulikani. Sasa mimi
The presidential candidate, Deputy President William RUTO, has scoffed at Azimio la Umoja, accusing its leaders of shielding persons accused of stealing monies meant for COVID vaccines. RUTO said it was dishonest for the Azimio team to lecture their opponents on graft, yet their cronies have not been held accountable. The team has pledged to form a commission of inquiry into the economic crimes and state capture. The second in command was campaigning in ISIOLO County, as Alan Ochanda reports.
The Kenya Kwanza bandwagon stormed ISIOLO County with stopovers in Merti, Sericho, Kina and ISIOLO Town, targeting the 89,000 registered voters from the pastoralist county. DP William RUTO scoffing at Azimio, accusing them of aiding and abetting corruption, blaming them for the recent revelation by the Auditor General that a whopping 10 billion shillings cannot be accounted for, yet they have been lecturing him on the vice.
IMF na World Bank wanatuambia bilioni 65 imepotea katika serikali ya handshake. Bilioni 10 ya COVID billionaires imepotea wakati wa handshake. Wewe bwana kitendawili na watu yako ya kuzimia, kabla hamtuhubiria mambo ya ufisadi, mtuambie wale washirika wenu wakubwa,
pesa ya vaccine, pesa ya ventilators, pesa ambayo ingetumiwa kununua mask, watu wamekula, na wale ambao watu wamekula wako katika serikali ya handshake.
Nataka niambie hawa watu ya serikali ya Uhuru Kenyatta na hii serikali ya handshake, pesa ya Wakenya lazima mutarudisha.
The team saying the rot only emboldens their resolve to form a quasi-judicial commission to interrogate economic crimes and state capture.
We are going to deal with chronic corruption that now is called state capture, that has privatized public services, public institutions to serve individual and selfish interests of individuals in the Republic of Kenya.
The Kenya Kwanza government is going to establish a quasi-judicial commission to investigate economic crimes and state capture.
RUTO, who has been on a whirlwind campaign tours, claims his former allies from the county who deserted him have been secretly meeting him, as doing so openly will lead to victimization from state agencies. The second in command also dismissing opinion polls, saying they were a distraction.
Watu wa hapa ISIOLO na Marsabit na Garissa na Wajir na Mandera wanapata shida kupata ID na passport. Wanabaguliwa, wanafanyiwa vetting. Nilimwambia huyu aweke kwa manifesto ya Kenya Kwanza, na amekubali, ametia sahihi.
Ngozi ya ng'ombe yetu haitakuwa inatupwa tena. Ngozi ya mbuzi zetu haitakuwa inatupwa tena. Ngozi ya ng'ombe yetu, ngozi ya mbuzi yetu, ngozi ya kondoo yetu sasa tutatumia. Hatutakuwa tunaagiza viatu milioni 20 kila mwaka. Tutatumia ngozi yetu hapa nyumbani pale kwa jua kali kutengeneza viatu zetu, kutengeneza leather products, na vijana hao wa Kenya ndio watafanya hiyo kazi.
Top on their to-do list, they say, will be lowering basic commodities prices to cushion Kenyans. With only 34 days left to the polls, DP William Ruto is leaving nothing to chance as he traverses the whole country in a bid to bolster his inaugural stab at the presidency, while terming his competitors Azimio as corrupt, urging the electorate to reject them. DP Ruto heads to Marsabit County Wednesday. Alan Ochanda, KTN News.
Bernard, hata sijaongea na nishapata ma haters kwa comments.
Bana, kwa nini unatuchezea kitu kama hiyo? My mood was very good. No,
ni vizuri wa Kenya waangalie the kind of person they are dealing with. Hii serikali ya handshake ilianza kufanya kazi lini na inalipwa mshahara wapi? Kwa sababu mimi na support ya handshake na sichapewa mshahara. Kumbe kuna serikali ya handshake. Unajua hii state capture. State capture si ni mtu kukaa kwa nyumba ya serikali, kukula chakula ya serikali, kuendesha gari ya serikali, lakini afanyii kazi serikali. Sio ndio state capture? Ama kuna state capture ingine? Bwana Kip, I think you take it now and help us go further.
Acha niambie nyumba why we played that video. I wanted to show you that we talked about corruption here for about 3 days, and we said that it's not in the manifesto of the UDA. Mpaka mtu kama UDA TV amekuja, Hillary Rono alikuja. Hillary, what's up? Hillary akaenda akatupa report huko. Kuna watu mtembei wanaongea kitu ya you have nothing to talk about corruption. Sasa wakakuja wakasema ati they've asked Martha Karua. I hope they asked her. It's good. We need to know about the us in Azimio, tukisikia kitu ya COVID millionaires, we need to, even us, we need to know where that money went. I think even Bernard agrees with me. We need to know where it's gone. It's not like we're going to say, Bernard talks about those 3 months. Rudisha sera za serikali na utaachwa. We need that money. It's not like Martha always says there's good side, there's bad guys on both sides, but it looks like UDA has most of it. We know we've got some bad eggs in Azimio, but we'll deal with that afterwards. We're not trying to hide that fact. Why has it taken him 4 years to talk about corruption? Furthermore, huyu ni mtu anaongea juu ya corruption. It's like a judge judging himself. Pointing ni kama nyani na point at I'm not going to say that word on TV and laughing at its fellow baboon's ass, laughing very loud, yet his is blowing up red. So I don't think Ruto should have pointed that finger, because he's the first most corrupt person in Kenya, followed by Minji and then Rigathi Gachagua. Top 3 is already in Kenya Kwanza. So I don't think they should be telling us about corruption, because hata huyo mtu mwenye alikuja ISIOLO, unajua anaitwa aje huyu majority leader, alikuja na Kenya Kwanza team ndio suruali yake isivurutwe tena, because the last time he went there they pulled his trousers, so he had to come with backup. So hakutaka atolewe suruali this time. It's very weird the way I see this Kenya Kwanza people. I mean UDA, sorry, Kenya Kwanza does not exist. You've seen how polls are being presented. Hata si tukikasirikia polls, we know why we are mad at them. We know how it's presented. We want to see the methodology. Even the ones that tunashuku, tunaona at least our wanaeka in a very good presentable way. You'd find the graphs there, they'll show pictures, they'll show even the map of Kenya and things like that, meaning that somebody dedicated a lot of time to present that poll. Mi naona yenye imeletwa kwa social media ni mapicha tu the presidential candidates and the percentage there. How where did they come from? Where did those? I don't even know the company that came up with those polls. Is it Kenya Kwanza polls that they're showing us? Sorry, UDA polls that they're showing us? And apparently, it looks like Uhuru has added some moles in the Kenya Kwanza team, and it's getting people very frustrated down there. So mimi naona it's time for UDA to just fold and let Raila rule us. I think it's time for Raila, because Ruto needs a few years, you know, to mature, at least, you know, 2050 akuja alafu to, you know, he can come, you know, he has to start from beginning as MCA na hizo vitu zote alafu ndio he can try for president, because he's not ready. Sakaja, on the other hand, I really hope he doesn't go for that, because we are rewarding what do you call it? We're rewarding the breaking of law, because if UAC, the body that verifies these certificates has not allowed it, it means that this what do you call it? Sakaja has broken the law, and we should not reward him for that. I don't want to talk about the watermelon because he's there, and I need to just keep quiet about it, because he keeps pushing this Sonko thing to our face, and we don't want it. Honestly speaking, so-called senior counsel, tafadhali, don't push that Sonko person to us. And I don't think he's the he's the face. He's a person that will represent Azimio. You know, Azimio is for new beginnings, you know, and we don't want faces like that to represent us. Other than that, Bernard Asante, and oh yeah, sorry, Bilia Bell today just put a warm feeling in my heart today when I saw her, because I remember when I was a child, kidogo nyumba nimalize estate when I heard Bilia Bell, my heart was just so warm, because my parents used to play that in the car in the 80s, and I used to listen to that, and that cassette tape was played from side A to side B. If everybody remembers radio cassettes back in the day, all the sides. And I sent that clip to my dad. He thought it was fake. He did not believe it. And then immediately he saw it, he forwarded it to the rest of the groups in Rift Valley kuonesha. Nyumba, na usisema nisikate miti. Nitakata hiyo miti. Nyumba.
Carry on, Mr. Mundua Nyumba, carry on.
Hello, Bernard, you see, Keep is giving me permission, and you are there. Should be very careful about that seat of yours. Your throne is in danger. Now, I'm begging to leave, but I would like to know, Mr. Njogona, who looks my age mate, kama ako hatujajuana sana, lakini naona ako na miwani kama mimi, uso ina wrinkles kama yangu, ni kama ako Kenya Kwanza ama Azimio. Bwana Njogona, before I leave, you have permission, Bwana Bernard, nataka kutoka. Hiyo tu, huyu mtu sijamuona mara ingine, lakini naona sijui, I'm not sure.
Mundua Nyumba, you have seen Mr. Njuguna, you met here yesterday or the day before. But all in all, exchange your details. Mr. Njuguna,
nataka kutoka kidogo. Hello, sir.
Thank you very much, Bernard, and my fellow panelists. It's probably Nyumba hasn't seen me, but I've been on the show a number of times. Probably when you are on, probably I'm not there, or probably sometimes you may have left early or something like that. But that is beside the issue anyway. We are all Kenyans, and we need to smile because of where we are heading on the 9th of August. I think let me first of all touch on this Sakaja saga. You know, when you become a person who does not talk the truth, or truth is a foreign one to you, when you keep on saying one thing, tomorrow you say the other thing, Then the other day you did a different thing. You tend to forget what you said first. You forget your first lies, your second and third. But when you speak the truth, you never, anything that is truthful, you never forget. So Sakaja is where he is because he has been lying all along. And what has actually shocked me is that this team university, if it ever exists, has also managed to go to court to ask the Uganda High Court not to investigate the Sakaja saga. Why? Because they fear they have done something which is unlawful, and they fear they may be closed down. That's the way I look at it. Because if you're a true university, and if you know somebody studied in your university, and you honor that person with a degree, why should you run to court to say this and this should not happen? So there's something very, very, very serious there, and I hope in fact where we are heading to is now everything is going to unravel about Sakaja. That is one thing. The other thing is this Mr. RUTO. You know, to me, Mr. RUTO is a walking corruption himself, because I don't see how corruption can fight corruption. That one has never happened. It has never happened, and it will never happen. And what is killing RUTO to come to the government is so that he can be able to cover all the mess which is glaring like that, and everybody can see. He only need to exit the government, and that person will likely end up in a very, very, very serious situation. It's not surprising that we find him in jail. And if he's in serious of fighting corruption, I think first of all he should return what he has taken, and it is in the public domain. That you start by saying, "I'm sorry, I took this one, and for you to know that I'm very serious with fighting corruption, that's why I'm returning all those things. The Western Hotel, all those things. There's a public rad, there's the ADC farm. That's the step that you should first take, so that we know you are very, very serious." The other thing is I find about RUTO is somebody who is like whipping emotions. He does not campaign. He goes to whip emotions, like he wants to create a kind of an uprising in people's mind. Yeah, and I see that one when he was it in ISIOLO? He was today. The kind of rhetoric they are all talking, and this is something which they have mastered, because they actually know the ground is shifting. So these are the last kicks of a dying horse. That's what I can say. The other thing is we should be rest assured the ground in the mountain has totally shifted. The ground in the mountain has totally shifted, and everybody they are all the indicators. And I'll just mention three. There are three people who have been very, very vocal in UDA in the mountain, but you hardly see them nowadays anymore because they are scared of even putting on the UDA colors, or even bringing the leader of the UDA in their posters. I don't know when you heard about Aris Wahome of Kandara. That one seems to have gone underground. We have got the Kangata wa Barua. You know that famous letter that he wrote to the president. That guy is not vocal anymore. And to make it worse, the lady who was even, we were told that he should stop his catwalk during the youth scandal, you know, catwalk. She's nowhere to be heard anymore.
Miji minji hiyo.
Miji, they are scared. The ground has shifted. And let me tell you, if you climb up a tree and you go up the topmost of a tree, there is nowhere you can go up. You can only come down. And this is what has happened to Ruto. For 4 years, he has been climbing the mountain. He reached the apex. Where can he go? He cannot go up again. There is nowhere to go. So he can only come down, while Baba is now climbing the mountain.
Oh, no. Wait, Baba flew there. Baba flew the mountain. He didn't climb it. He flew.
That's fine. Whatever means he used, he's there and he's taking over. And I'm very happy about it. And I think we are going to have a very, very strong and nice government that is going to take care of that country, because that is what we want to be. And we are waiting to go back there and do what is necessary and put them in power. And thank you very much for giving me that time.
Bernard,
thank you very much.
with your permission,
Yes.
can I leave? Can I leave?
Yes,
Please.
you are at liberty to. You are at liberty to, and you needed to talk to Njuguna. Njuguna, you see on the side, there is the private chat. Private chat.
Yeah.
Yes, at the private chat, you can share your numbers. They can only be accessed by the people in the channel, so that you can catch up na Mundu wa Nyumba to talk
I'll do that. Thank you.
Right.
But Wangila should send me the ticket to go to London and America. Wangila and Kimere, you are really taking too long. Eh? I'm becoming impatient. Good night, everybody.
I hear you.
Thank you, Mundu wa Nyumba. We appreciate it. Keep it up. Stay safe.
He comes in the morning.
You come in the morning, no problem. Asante Dadi. So let's listen now to this as we wait to hear from Wangira. Okay.
The Ugandan judiciary has halted investigations into the academic qualifications of Nairobi Senator Johnson Sakaja. Team University, the institution at the center of Nairobi Senator Johnson Sakaja's degree saga, had moved to a Kampala court to stop investigations into the validity of Sakaja's degree, throwing a fresh twist into the drama. Sam Ogina now reports on this regional spat.
It is yet another reprieve for the Nairobi senator as his degree validity question took a regional twist. The Ugandan judiciary has stopped any investigations into the credibility of his degree certificate in a case filed by Team University. In a ruling to hand Sakaja a lifeline, a Kampala court issued a restraining order against Uganda's National Council for Higher Education from probing the validity of the degree certificate issued to the Nairobi senator. The case will be heard on the 14th of July. The university had filed 2 cases before the Kampala courts against Uganda's National Council for Higher Education. In the twin cases, Team University sought to bar the higher education body from carrying out investigations into the qualifications awarded to the Nairobi senator by the university, and secondly, an injunction to restrain inquiry into or interfering with the qualifications awarded to Johnson Sakaja. Interestingly, in Uganda, the Sakaja degree debacle is being probed by 2 institutions, the Inspectorate of Government and the National Council for Higher Education. On the 29th of June, the Higher Education Body was told to go slow on the investigations to allow the Ugandan IG to complete its probe before the next course of action. Sakaja, who is eyeing the Nairobi governor's seat on a UDA ticket, is battling allegations of degree forgery. The Commission for Higher Education in Kenya has subsequently petitioned the Electoral Commission IEBC, revoking his degree from Team University, claiming by the time he obtained his degree, the institution was not offering the course externally. But the electoral agency rejected the Commission's position, indicating the only way to overturn his clearance is through setting aside the decision decision of the IEBC Dispute Resolution Tribunal through a court order. Sakaja will know his fate on Friday when the High Court in Kenya rules whether his name will be on the ballot or not. Sam Ogina, Citizen TV, Nairobi.
Heads of state.
Okay, mambo ni kama hayo. Nani huyu? Kabla Mr. Ongera akuje, kuna nani huyu anaitwa mwana watu? Ametupwa nje. The configurations of when you click on the link to come to the studio, please allow StreamYard to configure it for you. Don't deny it to configure the camera and the audio for you, because you will reach here, but you will not be able to be added to the studio, because even if we do, you will not be able to communicate. That is Mwanaswira. Yes, Mwanaswira. Your device is not well connected, so we can't add you. We advise you get out of the studio, then come in afresh. When you're coming in, allow StreamYard to configure for you. If you're using your phone, please restart your phone from the beginning. Switch it off, then switch it on, and then click on the link and follow the instructions by letting StreamYard do the configuration. Thank you very much. On the comment section, let's keep it clean. Let's ensure that everything is done well. Wale wajasoma na wale wamesoma wote ni watoto wa Mungu. Kwa hivyo niliwaambia kuna wimbo hapa imeimbwa na mtu anasema Mungu hana degree, malaika wana degree. Sijui alisoma wapi hiyo, kwa sababu sijaona hiyo kwa Bible, lakini Sakaja mpaka apate degree akitaka kuwa governor wa Nairobi. So hata kama Mungu hana degree na malaika wana degree, Sakaja lazima apate degree na ikuwe valid ndio akombe governor wa Nairobi. Asante sana, tuendelee kukaribishana na kuhakikisha kwamba kila mmoja anamakinika. Na tumeona hapo inaitwa Team University. Kwa Sakaja inaitwa Teams University. Sasa sijui hii ya Sakaja ndio ile ama ndio nini? Yaani kitu inakaa fake too from the faces, because the Team University should not even be going to court, because that certificate is not theirs. The certificate is from Teams University. This one is Team University. So sioni kwa nini wanajisumbua. Wanaongera, karibu.
How are you?
Oh, I'm well, thank you. How are you?
How are you, Kip?
Long time, Mr. Ongera.
It has been a while. It has been a while.
Unakujanga ya mapema, mimi nakuja hii ya katikati.
Hata sio hivyo, Friday internet yangu iliamua kukufa, and you know me, I'm not a bundle man. Internet yangu ikikufa paka nangojea technician ile siku atakuja.
Unajua Uda anajua naongea, sasa wanakuzimia. Hataki ongea. You're being targeted, my friend.
Bernard, let me just start my contribution, and I'll start from that clip by William Samoei Ruto and group, and I think they were in ISIOLO today, and you know, I've listened to them. You know, these are the type of people, when my father was alive, you know, you could listen to them and you could see him fall on his sofa set and start laughing, because, you know, there was totally nothing they were talking about. You know, first thing they are talking about state capture. What is state capture? What is state capture? Because you understand that perhaps a person will tell you that state capture is where private interests influence state decision making, and this happens all over the world, where you'll find that there are private interests that will always influence state decision making. It happens. How does it become a criminal offense? Where in the world has state capture become a criminal offense? And again, they are talking of something called setting up a commission of inquiry to investigate what they call economic crimes and state capture. it has forced me to, I'm a man of details, and every time I listen to somebody, I want to know where this person is coming from. The Commission of Inquiries in this country are governed under what we call the Commission of Inquiries Act, Cap 102 of the laws of Kenya, a very old legislation of 1962. And if you look at this particular legislation, you discover that this is a legislation that used to work on those times when the president was Baba na Mama. Under 2010 Constitution, this particular legislation cannot be invoked. For example, if you look at what they say, issues of commissions of inquiry under Article 3 of the Commission of Inquiries Act, it says that the president, whenever he considers it advisable to do, may use a commission under this act, appointing a commissioner or commissioners and authorizing him or them, or any specified quorum of them to inquire into the conduct of any public officer or the conduct of management of any public body, or into any matter in which an inquiry would, in the opinion of the president, be in public interest. In 2010, a president can do that. In 2010, for example, if you want to investigate a public officer, there are ways public officers are investigated. Judges are investigated by the Judicial Service Commission. Other public officers are either investigated by the Public Service Commission, the National Police Service Commission, among other bodies that investigate public officers. So under what mandate in 2010 would a president be setting up a commission of inquiry? Under what mandate? Under what mandate? If you look at that statute, under what mandate? You find that this statute is already obsolete. This is one of the statutes that should not be in our legal books. And again, you hear them say that the reason why they are forming the commission of inquiry is to investigate what they call state capture. And I've tried to define to you what state capture is, and I've told you that it's not an offense. Because influence, that's people, the reason why people form government or support the formation of government is because they want to have influence over government. It happens all over the world. So what are you investigating? Even those people who are supporting William Samoei Ruto today, including people in the private sector, are supporting William Samoei Ruto because they want to ensure that when he forms government, they could have some form of influence in that particular government. So does he want to tell us that if he forms government, he's going to investigate his own people? Secondly, he is talking about economic crime, to investigate economic crimes. You want to tell me that to investigate economic crimes, you want to form a commission of inquiry when we already have a law called the Economic Crimes Act, and we have the EACC that is investigating all economic crimes? Why are you forming a commission of inquiry to investigate economic crimes? I just want to understand from which school of reasoning William Samoei Ruto and his people are coming from. Me, I'm seated here and I don't understand. Already we have structures, we have laws, we have institutions to deal with economic crime. We have the EACC, we have the DCI. So if we have the DCI, we have the EACC, why do we form a commission of inquiry to investigate economic crime? So what will they be achieving by forming a commission of inquiry? You'll find that these are very idle people. And again, if you follow the history of commissions of inquiries in this country, and I'll give you three of them. There is the Nyonjo Commission of Inquiry, there is the RUTO Commission of Inquiry, then there is the Goldenberg Commission of Inquiry. This commission, you'll find that the Nyonjo one was about targeting Charles Nyonjo. The RUTO Commission of Inquiry was about covering the murder of the late John Robert Ouko. The same thing with the Goldenberg scandal, the Goldenberg Commission. It was about covering matters around the Goldenberg scandal, and that's the reason why they never achieved anything. If you ask somebody what did the Nyonjo Commission of Inquiry achieve, he'll tell you he cannot remember. Ask anybody what did the Ouko Commission of Inquiry achieve? He'll tell you he cannot remember. Ask people. The latest one was the Goldenberg Commission of Inquiry in 2003. Ask them, what did the Goldenberg Commission of Inquiry achieve in 2003? They'll tell you nothing. So it's about either covering up crime or targeting particular people. So if you think that you're going to achieve anything out of forming a commission of inquiry, you are cheating yourself, unless they were just dancing to the gallery and trying to please the people of Turkana. And I heard him, William Samoei Ruto, in the same clip, and in his same rhetorics, telling the people of ISIOLO that, you know, this guy has promised that immediately he becomes president, is going to revive the BBI so that they can cut out on your revenues, your division of revenue share in ISIOLO. Look at that type of rhetoric. You know, this is a person who has, you know, reached what we call diminishing returns in campaigning. He doesn't have any messaging, and that's why he's now desperate and, you know, hanging on anything that, you know, he could fall onto. Let me just go to this issue of Sakaja now. You know, they say
It looks like Mr. Wangira's frozen kidogo. While we're waiting for him, Mr. Njuguna, I wanted to ask one question. You know about corruption, and we know about the saga of Kimaror and the dam sagas. And what I'm wondering, you know, because I think the Kikuyus are a bit clever. Wamekatwa nusu, at least, you know, they know if one side wins, the other one will they'll still have half of either side they win. Now the question I have is, what would be the economic impact of the areas like Kimarer, and why my people are still not realizing that there could have been towns built around here, there would have been modernization around these dams. I don't know why. I'm still trying to figure out, because I see my people still defending Ruto kabisa sana. I don't know why. I'm still trying to figure out as a Kalenjin why I find somebody like Hillary Rono is defending this person, no matter how many cases of corruption he's been also what do you call it? He's gone to court for and actually fined for, prosecuted for. You're still mute, Mr. Njuguna.
Trying to unmute. Okay, I think I'm on now. You can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
I think, in my own view, I think we have a very big problem in Kenya. Big time. And the moment we come out of this, that country will prosper. When we stop thinking ourselves on ethnic lines, when we stop defending a bad person and defend that person because he's one of ours, if you know, in quotes, that person is ours in quotes. No matter that person, whatever he has done, we have seen even some people who have even accused of murder. But the community where that person comes from, they are ready to die for that person. Until we have got independent mind and we see things differently, then we will still be in fact, you can say the community is captured by that person. I'll give you, let's take the issue of Kimwell and no, the Arora and Kimwell. The dam was supposed, if those dams were ever constructed, they would have benefited the people of Elgeyo Marakwet and probably the winder outside the place. But because, and the other thing is question of education and exposure. But because these people must defend one of their own, no matter what he has done, no matter what they have done, and unless we come out of that, these people cannot see what probably we who are out of Marakwet can see what this person, and it is not just this, I cannot just blame those people alone. It could have happened probably in Central. Suppose this time it was somebody like Uhuru Kenyatta who has been accused of corruption. On
Sakaja,
some,
like
there is a
Sakaja,
Karimeno
for
Dam.
example. There's
There
a
is a
big river in
Karimeno Dam.
Sakaja.
Sorry?
Like Sakaja, no, Sagana. There's a good dam there. They could have built in
There is
Sagana.
also the Karimeno Dam which is coming up, yeah, in Central. It will probably be the same if probably it's Uhuru who has been accused of doing some funny deals. But we need probably, I don't know what we need, probably is God divine intervention, so that we don't defend bad people just because they come from our community. That's the only way. But I can see us going that way. Because if you compare this election now and the 2017 election, it's totally different. So I can say we are maturing up. Because if I look at 2017, we were in our own community cocoons. But now you can see there is Raila who has been accepted in Central, yeah, which has never been happened before, probably, because the kind of the bad name, those who are looking to take up the power gave him. It's totally different from what you. But what I'm trying to say is that unless we come out of that, where our mind has been captured by our politicians, yeah, then that is the only way we can be able to say, okay, you have done this as RUTO, it's you and your family. Because let's say, I'm not saying that he has done it, but suppose, because when it was said that it was 21 billion got lost in around Kimorel, he himself said it's about 7 billion. We probably people should have questioned why 7 billion. How did he come to know the 7 billion? But the point is, when we stop defending one of our own, whatever he has done, then that is the time we have taken the direction in our politics. And I hope I have explained myself, Keith.
Thank you. It's just I'm still trying to understand why we're still living in poverty, and we're still electing corrupt leaders, and you'd find us almost worshiping them in Kenya, and it hurts. You know, some of us, and I keep saying that, some of us, like me, I'm an economic refugee, and I'm here because, you know, it's not very easy to make a living in Kenya. You know, if you can tell me the number of people that make a middle class are less than 10% of Kenyans, you know, so it's really bad. You know, most of the wealth comes from Nairobi, and yet we are the food basket of Kenya, of Africa. You know, we've got so much land that we can be planting things, so much cash crops we can be planting. You know, we can have wheat that we can export. We can plant maize. We've not even tried sweet maize, sweet corn. You know, sweet corn can grow very well here, and we can export to the US so that they can make their sugars. We've got some great cows here. We can even grow these black pigs that the Spanish people want, because we've got an arid place. I should have seen more macadamia nuts being grown, more cashew nuts, more almonds. because in the US people are not taking a lot of cow milk. You know, nowadays this nut milk has become very popular in the US and around Europe. I still take cow milk, but people want to take nut milk. Why can't we grow macadamias? I think the fever for avocado has come in, but why aren't we pushing it more to reduce deforestation in Kenya? We grow more avocados. Why am I not seeing ISIOLO, Turkana and the lots having thermal energy being produced in Kenya, then exported to Ethiopia, exported to Sudan? Why aren't we doing solar energy in those areas? You know, there's a lot of sun there, there's a lot of heat. We could produce a lot of energy up there and ship it up. Why aren't we using technologies from Dubai or the Emirates to desalt lake water, to desalt ocean water, and deliver it to other countries, or deliver that technology to other countries? Why aren't we the main import and export hub in Africa, in East Africa? Why aren't we helping Rwanda, Burundi, Uganda, and all these people by giving them the goods? Why aren't we the conduit for that? Why are we competing with Tanzania for those things? So until we stop this animal called corruption, starting from the MCA, and I think the people that need to be knocked down the most are civil servants. Minataka even civil servants, all of them to be locked up. And I think now we should stop looking at government as a whole. We should look at individuals one by one. If you're from a specific area and your MCA is corrupt, you start with that person. The person who's voting in Nyeri. Do not look at corrupt leaders. Take the leader who is good. If you see something, if you see, when I'm also to blame, because when I come to Kenya occasionally, I find I have given money to the police because I don't want to pay for a ticket, which is very bad manners. And I would never do it again because I felt really bad. Those are the things, that we have to find. It should not be ingrained in our culture that this is acceptable behavior. Until our society, it's going to be, there's a generation that has grown in corruption. I'm one of them who's grown in corruption. And I say grown I've seen Moi, I've seen all this. I've seen Biwott. I've seen all these corrupt leaders from the time I was born to now. I see corrupt leaders. So I've never seen a clean leader. I don't think anybody has ever seen a clean leader in Kenya. When I say a government, that's what I mean, a completely clean government. My MP is corrupt. It's so sad. My MCAs are millionaires. MCA Mekatu, 5 years, he's building big houses in the village, castles for nothing, and you're wondering, where is this money coming from? So these are the things that really had me. What happened to working hard? This is why I love Nairobi. Nairobi inashikilia Kenya by a thread, if you didn't know. Nairobi, the financial services that we're providing for the rest of East Africa, is holding Kenya by a thread. That is why we are very scared of Sakaja holding this thing. If Uhuru did not snatch Nairobi from Sonko, tungekuwa tunaumia, my friends. Anyway, Bernard, you wanted to interrupt me in my rant. Go ahead, my friend.
Yes, your points are strong and valid, but there was a Wangira dropping out, so his line of thought may.
Oh, I didn't see him. Sorry, Wangira, I didn't see you.
It may be very hard to recap, huh? So I wanted him to come in good time. But before he comes in, I just want to say this on corruption. The high priest of corruption has, the Bible says, from the overflow of the heart, the mouth speaks. The really power behind bad leadership in Kenya is wrong attitude towards leadership. The purpose of leadership is not known, and therefore abuse is inevitable. The high priest of corruption is on record to say yeye ako na shida na Wakikuyu. Okay? Lakini ikifika wakati lazima usawasishe mambo, utofautishe mambo, okay? Utafute serikali kwanza, alafu ukishapata hiyo serikali utumie hiyo serikali kutatua matatizo. Get that? That gives you the picture of why people are looking for seats. You are not looking for MCA to serve the people or develop the country. You are looking for that seat to solve your current problems. So everybody's fighting tooth and nail to get in a public office, but do personal work. Public office, do personal work. Public office, do personal work. So instead of the country going forward, the country has been feeding the stomachs of people in office. And these people now feel entitled. That when you are a deputy president, you are entitled to this, entitled to this, entitled to this. And Kenyans can starve to death if they want to. But I must get my part. Because I worked hard to get where I am. And I need to be rewarded for the same. So it is no longer a position of serving the country, sacrificing yourself for the country. It is a position of now I've reached here as deputy president, lazima niheshimiwe, lazima ni mimi ndio nifanya hii, kafanya hii, kafanya hii, kafanya, kwa hivyo ni lazima nipate hiki na kile. So first and foremost, we have to reorient our people to understand that public office is for service. It is not for personal gain and personal programs. You don't become an MCA so that you can get deals and do business with government and make as a lot of money as you can within the 5 years so that you can build yourself a decent house. So all these, especially younger politicians, all of them are in politics for wrong reasons. They're in politics to enrich themselves. And that's why they should be comped out. We will not get this country back on track as long as the purpose of assuming public office is wrong. And that is geared towards personal gaining or personal profiting. So let us elect leaders who are willing to lay down their lives for the country, not leaders who want to use the country to save their life at all cost. That they can sell the country to save themselves. They can destroy the country to save themselves. Now listen to what the deputy president is talking about, inciting people. That the new was to reduce your money. You want your money to be reduced? So huyo mtu wa kitendawili atapunguza pesa yenu. Pesa gani? I think Raila Odinga is on record is going to increase the county allocation from 15 to 35. So how is that a reduction? Help me understand. Mr. Wangira, take it please, na umalize ndio turudi kwa hii topic. Hii mambo Kima amesema iko Kipo amesema iko na uzito fulani hapo, tutachangia. Wangira, kamilisha network yako.
Okay, let me try to think where I dropped from. Bernard, to fight this scourge of corruption in this country, we shall not fight it through the formation of what we are calling Commission of Inquiries. We shall only fight this scourge through strong legislation, through the strengthening of institutions like the EACC and the DCI. For example, Raila Odinga and Martha Karua have promised that if they get into power, they are going to ensure that we have a set time frame on which corruption cases must be heard. For example, in this country, we know that for the presidential petition, it is 14 days. For other petitions, it's 6 months. So I don't understand why corruption cases should take ages in courts when we know that during the election petitions, it only takes 6 months. You know,
Wanaongera, you need to reboot your Wi-Fi. I think
Anasema atumiangi wifi, atumiangi bundles. Leo lazima atumie bundles.
No. His Wi-Fi needs to be reboot. Ni kureboot tu ianza fresh. Imechoka. Imekimbia on one gear. It wants the gears changed. So pole lakini. So we bring in Mike? Keep.
Yeah. Yes. You know, I finished my run to Lini.
Narudi kwako. Wewe ulikuwa umetupeleka Uganda. Wacha turudi Kenya kwanza, alafu tutaenda Uganda pamoja.
Exporting corruption.
Bernard, good evening and good evening, Chairman Wamiti. We agreed I take care of agribusiness as you take care of the natural resources. Hope you are doing your part. My part is well taken care of. I got in when Kip was making a very important point, and it reminded me of the visit Obama made in Kenya. He publicly told his brother, he said, "My brother Uhuru, dealing with corruption in Kenya is a very easy thing. The legal process seemed to have failed because the corrupt people are very, very smart. By the way, you'll never get some of these top people's hand directly involved in corruption. They always have proxies. But what you can do is simple. Do a lifestyle audit. And we have in the constitution and in the laws of our country that states and public servants declare their wealth after every 2 years. These declarations are made and put in an envelope and sealed and kept secret. One of the things Raila and Martha should do as a matter of urgency is to change the law and say, if you want to be a public servant, you should not only declare your wealth, but make it public. Bernard, somebody has just said an MCA cannot get in walking on foot, and in 2 years he has 2 Prados and a small Mercedes taking his children to school. And you say it is hard work. When ministers and prime ministers of developed countries walk to work, we have our MCS children being taken to school in a Mercedes. That is immoral, Bernard, and we just need to address the issue of getting some of these laws implemented, because there's a collection, there is an assembly of thieves that have colluded even in Parliament to sabotage Chapter 6 of the Constitution, so that it has been declared very, very, very useless. It is no longer applicable. You can kill, you can steal. You can see the case of Sonko now. You can be impeached and still have the audacity to go to court and get an interpretation of whether an impeached person can still stand office. I think that is the very basic standard of Chapter 6. That if you're impeached means you failed the very bare minimum standards of integrity in a public office. So, Bernard, I'm praying that when Martha comes in and Raila, some of the things they'll institute is to make some of these laws enforceable. And they will start by actualizing what has been rhetoric, that we shall do lifestyle audit and all that. It is going to be very painful for people. And, you know, there's a judge who made a ruling that is precedent, that if you cannot account for your wealth, it is taken over by the state. That is already passed by the case in question is the ladies in Naivasha who had monies that and buildings and properties that they could not account for. The other thing, Bernard, is our political system. We need to redefine their role. Our MPs, and sorry, Bernard, to dwell on that issue, because for me it is important before I go to the topics of the day. If there was any topic that this country would have a national conversation is governance and corruption. And I hope I'll not be taking too much time to talk about it. Our MPs, their role is oversight, legislation and representation. But it is very bad when you hear an MP, a sitting MP like Sudi once quoted, that going to parliament is for idle people who want to go and talk Kingereza mingi, that the work of an MP is to sit in the village, attend funerals, harambes, women groups, harambes and all that. And that is where we go wrong, Bernard, because then there's no oversight. We are losing 2 billion per day because every MP wants to steal so that he can go back to the village over the weekend and donate money in funerals, harambes and weddings. We need to redefine the role of MPs so that if need be, then we have 2 sets of MPs. Those who want to be philanthropic, to remain in the villages, and those who want to be purely MPs to do the role of oversight, representation, so that development is not part of the agenda. And by the way, it sounds absurd, but by law, there is no place where an MP is supposed to do development. These are rhetorical statements that are put across by politicians to outdo the other, especially those who don't have money, that me have done development and you have not. National CDF was removed from the control of MPs so that there is accountability and oversight, because you cannot be given a fund and you oversight yourself. And that's part of why CDF was changed from CDF to National CDF, so that it is the national government that has a representative that controls and oversights the monies. So, Bernard, we need to really reconstruct our governance structure, our roles and responsibilities, and open up for reinforce the implementation of Chapter 6. And one of the ways is, to me, is to get some of these people account for their wealth, because we cannot have stinking rich people who are more rich, MCAs and MPs who are richer than sitting presidents in European countries. And we are a third country which is struggling to even pay their debts. So for me, Bernard, governance is too key. And I would want Raila and Martha to give that a priority. Once we get those things right, there will be enough money. As Raila keeps saying, there's enough money to do all these things we are talking about. We should address the most critical issue first and go to the other important issue next. So I think I'll leave at that for now. And the other thing, Bernard, I wanted to say is our judicial system is in a mess. We had this discussion yesterday, and Tempa took us through the processes, or what they call the jurisprudence. But I still find it very difficult to reconcile how our judiciary conducts their business in total disregard to the happenings of the environment. They say law is not applicable in the air; it's applicable in relation to the environment in which it operates. So the judges cannot pretend to be blind to things that they know are for the greater good of the society. They tell us that the law is blind, that the judges are blind to whatever has not been presented, but they cannot also make decisions that appear to be going against the wishes of the people, because their powers are also delegated. The powers of the judiciary are delegated, the powers of the executive are delegated, and the powers of parliament or legislature are also delegated. So they cannot say they operate in autonomy or in an utopia. I want to leave it at that, Bernard, and contribute as we move on.
Okay, asante Bwana Mike, we appreciate that. So we'll go back to Keep. You finish your submission and then turudi huku kwa Kavita.
Yes, no, it's just to just lament what is the ticket. The Martha Karua and Raila ticket is down to corruption. It's just fighting corruption, and it's new beginning. It's a liberation. We're going to be the first country in Africa to get rid of corruption. I believe so much in it. I think these two are going to, because ukiuliza lifestyle audit Raila, you'll be told, yes, he's a billionaire. He's never hidden that. He's got many businesses, and they're all legitimate. You can photo the paper trail. You can look at his lifestyle, and he can prove where his money is from. So if other politicians can follow suit, he's never hidden that. Ruto lied to us. There's an interview he had with the BBC some years ago where Ruto said that you Google his lifestyle audit, that was in 2013, you'll find his wealth. 5 years later, he's asked the same question. He says it's in the parliament website, your website. I've never seen that. And I do not understand why this person keeps lying to us. And we let go of this man's lies. This is the one thing that we... Do you know Ruto is a criminal? He's been convicted. He has been convicted. Hata kama ulichapwa fine, we've got a deputy president that is a... nobody has ever put two and two together. Ruto is a criminal, and I have the right to say that. I cannot say allegedly because he has been convicted. Once you have been convicted, yes, you become a criminal. So we have a criminal deputy president, and I have the right to say that. And he can take me to court, and I'll show him where the court case is, or where I can define him as a criminal. Yet we want him to be we want a president criminal now. Somebody who will come and, for 5 years, tuliponea, by the guys, tuliponea. For 5 years, he looted the country. And then 5 years, the whole Zibwa. Uhuru started installing some military guys in different places that we saw that corruption was happening. Imagine if it had happened, sorry.
It is civil suit 520, 510 to 2010 case. If you go to the website, you will see the judicial ruling. Civil case 510.
Ladies and gentlemen, there you've had it. Ruto is a criminal, and you have the right to say that without without any fear of contradiction. For the first time, I can say that word without, I can say that. So this is a tumeponea sana. If Uhuru ako amezima hizo mamwanya, we would have been in big trouble right now, ladies and gentlemen. Kenya would have been in big trouble. And we would have owed a lot of money. Now we want to bring him in for another 10 years, so 15 years of thuggery. Apana, people. We need to bring Martha Karua. We need to bring Raila Odinga, and even after Raila Odinga, we need to put our sixth. That lady, I believe in her so much. Na mimi nitaendelea kukata miti. Mike ataficha hiyo dawa ya panya na hata hiyo nini ya mbolea hiyo DAP we'll hide that. I think Bernard amepotea kidogo. I think Kavita Boniface, you've been waiting. Unaweza ingia kidogo. Muted.
Yes, I think I'm on now. Yeah, thank you so much. I think I've been following you online for the first, I don't know how many years. I've been trying to come in, but I come in and I disappear. And in fact, I'm watching all the way from Trinidad and Tobago. So I followed the politics of home. And I've been following the two teams, if I may say. But as so far, looking last week and even looking last week, how things are going. I try to see how things are getting closer, in the sense that the two guys, talking about the ISIOLO Umoja and Kenya Kwanza. I'm trying to look to see the Kenya Kwanza, their character, how they are behaving at this time, And to me, it's portraying to me some sense of defeat. Because if you have that hope that you're going to win, of course, we all go for election or any competition to win. But unfortunately, we lose. One of them lose. But I'm trying to see the behavior of this Kenya Kwanza, how they are behaving, the approach, the attacks to the president, the attacks on the projects of the government, And my thing is that Of course, I'm moving with the Azimio la Umoja. Yeah, that has been my thing. Odinga and Mother Karua. But what I'm seeing, and I think we should be very wise, educating our people. Look at the manifesto of the Kenya Kwanza, and look in the Azimio la Umoja, and how things are moving, and the bitterness among the two teams. I mean, between the two teams, we can see the Kenya Kwanza team is even getting bitter every day. They are very bitter, if you notice that. To the extent that they are able to attack the president. And that, for me, is a sign of defeat. And I think we should educate our people, because I've been looking at the handshake, what happened to 2019. And I was trying to say, suppose it was a RUTO and Odinga, could they have come to a consent, to a consensus that they shook the hand, And we thank God, despite of all the man is saying that I'm the one who, who's a man. Yes, he did. I don't know how true it is, but I'm just saying, suppose, and this time, let's say, if something happened that happened 2017 happen again, and we go to a point of handshake, can he accept? Can he come for the sake of the Kenya? Can he say, yes, I shook my hand for the sake of Kenya? So these are kind of things that I'm looking forward. And I think we should be wise and choose wisely, because Kenya is ours. We are not in Kenya, but we follow the politics of Kenya because we want peace. So there we go. First time, and I've been following you. Thank you, Bernard. And Juguna Mike.
Asante sana Boniface, we appreciate it. Thank you for following and keeping Kenya at a place of your great interest. We need all of us to participate in making Kenya better, whether we are in Kenya or out of Kenya. We will have no other country of origin but this one. And so it is our business to see to it that it gets credible leadership. People with questionable characters need to be kept away from leadership, because we are where we are because of that. If we can't choose what we say in church, that if you can't choose your seed, don't complain about the harvest you're getting. So if you go to the farm and plant anything, and don't complain when your farm begin to produce anything. But if you are particular in selecting the right seed and planting the right seed in the right place, you are guaranteed of harvesting exactly what you are looking for. So as a country, we must ensure that we do it the right way. I want to appreciate the people in the comments section. Thank you so much for your acknowledgement. I appreciate it. My sister Adika says, I look tired. Yesterday, my family was not there. My family is still not there, so I'm doing double work. And you can imagine, housekeeping is one of the hardest jobs on the face of the earth. But all is well. All is well. We'll keep doing this until we get to the until every Kenyan is aware of what is required when it comes to elections. We have abused elections in the past, whereby we let the people to be hired determine the hiring. Instead of the people who are hiring determine who should be hired. So we allow the politicians who we are supposed to hire by voting determine how we should vote for them and when we should vote for them. I think it's about time Kenyans got the right civic education, which is you are the employers. When you go to vote, you are hiring somebody. Are you ready to have that person run your company for 5 years If you have any doubt, then keep off voting for that person, period. Let us not beat around the bush. Somebody who has been in office for 5 years, received salary for 5 years, lived in government house for 5 years, drove government cars for 5 years, and comes out and says he has not been in government. Somebody else has been doing what was his duty, so he has had no duties to do. And then he's lecturing us on what corruption is. I think we need to wake up and begin to, look at this country seriously. Unajua, there is what we call ownership, okay, sense of ownership. When you begin to look at Kenya as your property, as your company, you will begin to defend it with your heart, with everything you have and everything you are, because you have a sense of ownership. You are a stakeholder in this country. But if you look at yourself as a squatter or as a visitor or as a passerby, that is why you let everybody get away with their road in terms of their negligence, although they have been given the office of greatest responsibility. But if you are an investor in Kenya Commercial Bank and you hear that the CEO of Kenya Commercial Bank is not competent to watch over your money, you will not sleep. You will either go to withdraw your money, withdraw your shares, because this person is not competent. He's having a fake degree. Okay? So you will not hire him. So I don't see why we should be fighting to get somebody in office to preside over this great city when his academic papers are in question. Kenyans, let's wise up. Let's wise up. Let the boy go back to class, clear his studies, then we can consider him later. Hata fadhali ni Maina Wanjiki ama nani? The other one, the one who said that he will graduate in December. This country is full of comedians, okay? All in all, let's Nanu, you Kabita, we are not, you can't stay behind the curtain to keep the quality of the video for the viewers who come to view this show when it is over. So everybody should stay on camera. And if you have finished your submission and you think there is nothing else to say, you are free to leave so that somebody else gets a chance to get into the studio. The studio can only hold 10 people at a time. When we reach 10, no person can be added. So everybody goes to the comment section. But I want to appreciate all of you for your commitment and continued support and followership of Mtembe TV. We trust that by God's grace, we'll be able to be here and do the most noble work of ensuring that every Kenyan is fully informed and gets right information in this time, at this point in time. Bwana Wangira, you are Nate. I hope you have reboot this time around. Now you can hold on.
Okay, I just try to be fast in case it misbehaves again. So I was telling you that, the major thing that we need in this country are not commissions of inquiry, but proper legislations, proper structures, and proper institutions to fight corruption. And I was talking about the time frame. And I told you that for the presidential election, for example, we know that it's always hard and determined within 14 days. And for other election petitions, they are hard and determined within 6 months. So I don't understand why we cannot also determine our corruption cases within a period of 6 months. And that's what Martha Karua was proposing, that when they get into power, they'll come up with a legislation to ensure that, we can we can prosecute corruption cases within 6 months, so that those who are found innocent can be allowed to continue with their normal business, and those who are found to be guilty can be sent to jail as quick as possible. That's the only way to go. But these issues of commission of inquiries are just pure scarecrows. Bernard, I just have only 3 issues, then I'll be close. Issue number 1 on the Sakaja, I think I've said that, if the university in Uganda had nothing to hide, then it didn't need to go to court. But because they are going to court, then they are showing us that they have something to hide. The second thing would be on the claim by William Samoei Ruto that he was nearly slapping His Excellency the President Uhuru Kenyatta. I remember during the Njonjo's times, there was this talk that even imagining anything against the president was treason. And Njonjo was very, very clear that even imagining, Bernard, imagining goes on in your mind. It's something that you imagine without somebody knowing. And according to Njonjo, that was already treason. And imagine how William Samoei Ruto coming out clearly and saying that he nearly slapped the president. If that is not gross misconduct, then, I don't know what it is. And that could have been ground for William Samoei Ruto impeachment. I hope he had spoken about it earlier, because it would have created ground for his impeachment from office. Finally, Bernard, I was talking about Musalia Mudavadi. Musalia Mudavadi seems to be getting rendered useless very fast. You see, Nelson Harvey, who is running for the Westlands, he has called him as a very indecisive person and so slow in thinking. That is what Nelson Harvey thinks about Musalia Mudavadi. A very indecisive person, a very slow guy in thinking. And you see the way things are now running up in Kakamega, where even those people who are running on his party ticket are now campaigning for the Azimio la Umoja candidates. And you can see the way he's also crying in Vihiga, telling people that in Vihiga, even in Nyanza, Raila Odinga is telling people in Nyanza to vote 6Ps, and even in Washingishu, William Samoei Ruto is telling people to vote 6Ps, and that's the reason I'm asking you people in Vihiga not to shame me and to also vote 6Ps. So this is just this just tells you that Musalia Mudavadi's days in the political life are just numbered, and by perhaps the 9th of August, we could be burying Musalia Mudavadi's political career forever. Bernard, because of the problem with my internet, and also for purposes of allowing somebody else to contribute, let me just leave it at that, and we invite somebody else to come in. Asante.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Wangira, we appreciate it, and let's keep doing this. Let's keep doing the right thing. This country will recover. We may be badly off, but we are not beyond God's help to help us get our act together. Just let Kenyans go to the ballot, to the booth, and vote right. And that means your ID. Your ID is a very important tool right now. 34 days to the elections. Your ID is the most important item. Don't play around with it, because without it, you won't be able to vote. If you registered using your passport, make sure your passport is valid after August 9th. Usikuje na passport ambayo ili expire 3 years ago, unasema hii mimi ndio niregister ko nayo. Tafadhali. We want every vote, and every vote must be put in the right place. So please check. If your passport is not valid, it has expired, renew it. I understand now you can get it in 7 or 14 days. So work hard. Make sure that you push it until you get it in good time, and be there to vote, and vote wisely. Vote in right leaders, not mikora. Naomba tumlete huyu nani, huyu David Maina. David Maina, vipi?
Hello.
Hello to you. Welcome.
I hope nasikika.
Unasikika vizuri tena sana. Endelea.
Something to this the UDA manifesto and this area of state capture that was mentioned, and I just my opinion was that this issue of state capture, we know very well Ruto's sentiments towards the president, and we know those sentiments are not they are negative. And if you're a Kenyan, we are all Kenyans here. We know there have been these allegations of the Kenyatta family using their influential position to expand their portfolio, and that is something we all know. But the thing is this: in a manifesto, which is a vision that you're presenting to the whole country, and you use this issue of state capture in order to extend that beef, if I could get that beef you have with the president. And then again, state capture is an issue that affects the country on all levels of government, of governance and leadership, starting from your MCA to the women rep position, to the MP, to the senator, governor, all those positions, ministers, state agencies and parastatals. We have some sort of form of state capture happening. This is Kenya. We know that. So if you're not going to address that, if you're not going to highlight that state capture affects Kenya on all those levels of governance, all those levels of society, then I think you are dishonest. To the extent that you fail to mention the issue that arguably is what affects this country the most, which is corruption and theft, which was not mentioned in that manifesto. So for me, that's the way I see it. I don't condone state capture, but if you're going to mention state capture, you better highlight how much it affects this country. And it affects this country on all levels of governance and leadership. All those levels I have mentioned. There's state capture happening on all those levels. So you cannot mention a serious issue like state capture and just mention that and just highlight that it happens in the highest office and not mention that it happens on all levels of government. That means you are dishonest, and you cannot you cannot use a whole manifesto. It's supposed to be a sacred document, almost. You cannot use it to extend the beef you have with the person of the president. So I think that one was just an extension of the cheap tactics of UDA, because they have been doing cheap tactics from day one. So this is just an extension of their cheap campaign tactics, and well, that is what I wanted to highlight, and I think they are being dishonest. If you don't mention corruption and theft, you are dishonest. You're being dishonest to Kenyans. Thank you. That's all I had.
Okay, asante sana Bwana David Maina, we appreciate that. And that animal called state capture. If you remember what Matiang'i said in Kisi, was it in Migori, about the UDA team, or rather the deputy president and his team, wanted to supply boots to the police at 13,000, and Mutiambai refused and got it from the prisons at 2,000. So what state capture other than that? You want to use a police uniform, you want to be the supplier. Police shoes, you want to be the supplier. Uniform ya wafungwa, you want to be the supplier. Maize, you want to be the supplier. That is what state capture is. What the state is supposed to open for everybody, you have made it a reserve of the few. These other things are just excuses for that matter, because Sakaja claiming that the state is fighting him because he's a threat to Nairobi governorship. How did the state refuse him degree? Angesema nimeenda University of Nairobi, nimemaliza masomo, angalia wame withdraw degree yangu. Lakini masomo ulimaliza? Hapana, uko na degree. So all this, anybody who associates with deputy president is followed by the KRA, is followed by anti-corruption. Why is it that the Azimio people are not being followed? Are they not candidates? Now, wherever there is Wanjigi, there is who else? Walter Ngare, there is Mwangi Waria and all that. Is it because they associate with William Ruto that they were denied the clearance? So William Ruto and the excuses make me very sick in terms of him asking for the highest office while behaving with the lowest character. You are in Ingiangi, hata mukini jaribu kuni convince. It doesn't add up. You cannot be asking for the highest seat and behaving like a child. The two don't go together. A statesman owns up the issues of the country. Being happy that things are wrong and you claim that you're going to make them right sells you as a leader. And so William Ruto has a long way to go in terms of learning what national leadership is. In my opinion, as I want to bring in Murko, in my opinion, he is like David of the Bible. David is picked from the sheepfold and taken to the palace, having not been to the palace. So, of course, he doesn't know the language in the palace. He doesn't know the etiquette in the palace. So I'm sure he might be bowing to wrong people, saluting wrong people, because he doesn't have the know-how of walking in the corridors of power. But now, after a while, he must learn the language of the place. He must learn the responsibility of the place and the handling of the affairs in the palace. And that's why he came in last and ended up being the king. But it seems to me that William Ruto was picked from wherever he was picked, brought into the corridor of power, but instead of him learning the responsibility of the corridors of power, he did not learn anything. He's behaving still from the street where he was picked. He still carried now the street.
No. Bernard, you are abusing somebody. Bernard.
I'm not abusing somebody. I'm analyzing somebody's character. State House matters are supposed to be kept within a sense of responsibility, whereby nikisema hivi kumhusu president, hii itaonekana hivi na itaonyesha nchi hivi na international community itaonekana hivi. So I must say it in this way so that the country is safeguarded this way, the president is respected this way. You don't just run your mouth carelessly and you still want to be in that office.
Bernard, Deputy President has no any problem there. It is the President himself who is starting to attack Deputy President. Deputy President can just defend himself and explain what does the President has said. You see, you can, okay, for example, that time.
Hey, Murko man, you will call yourself what? Murko. Stay there. I'll give you permission to speak, okay? The Deputy President is not new to Kenya. He has not started to speak yesterday. He's been in this game from 1992. All right? So don't introduce him to us. And if you're his spokesman, wait, I'll give you permission and you will defend him to the degree you want to defend him. But if you want to justify bad manners because it is touching on Deputy President, I won't allow you to do that. Because bad manners is bad manners no matter who practices it. You cannot be in the highest office and you cannot keep the secrets of that office. You cannot do that. And you're asking to go to that office. You can't. You cannot be blaming your boss, fighting your boss, sabotaging the government, and then you say you're serving that government. Where? Your policy, when you can teach it anywhere else, not here, not in the country where people are civilized. Civilization demands that every office you get in, there is the responsibility of that office. Some of the responsibility of that office is kuna maneno utaona, maneno utasikia, lakini utakufa nayo. Hawezi kwenda kuambia umati. So wakati unaenda kuambia umati, inamaanisha you are irresponsible. Alex.
Yeah, quickly. I came in because of the guy who spoke about state capture. And before that, this Murkomen guy, is you Murko or what? Masquerading as an MP. I'm sorry for you, man. There is something called the principle of collective responsibility, whereby all of you sit down and collectively as a government agree. Even if it was a vote of 9 people, 5 people agree, 4 people disagree, it has to go on as a government, not as 5 people versus 4 people. When the Supreme Court passes a judgment, it does not become a judgment of 4 judges versus 5 judges. It is a collective responsibility, and William Samoei Ruto sits on the security and many other committees of that country, therefore is complicit of everything that he is today accusing the president of. In other words, the deputy president keeps on abusing and de-abusing himself over and over because he is telling us that he is not up to the job that he is looking for. But anyway, I was coming to speak about state capture. Deputy president, the former deputy president, incoming, we already have an incoming deputy president, and everybody knows that. So the incoming deputy president, unfortunately, when he was in Kisii, something happened. And Ruto is very lucky that because of that, we were not able kuchambua manifesto yake. He is very lucky. And one of the things that he said was the state capture. He himself is a state capture. He has refused to resign from a government that every day he is abusing. Now, we are asking ourselves, why will you go everywhere? Unalindwa na askari, au askari ambao unasema IG is the most incompetent. I don't even know what he was speaking. I think Wangira said it in a very good way. You say the IG is the most incompetent person in the world, you know? I don't know if he was the IG or Uhuru Kenyatta. Then he comes to say, oh, the IG is Uhuru Kenyatta. So I think this young man is really drunk with power, as Ben has said. But the definition of state capture in the world is William Samoei Ruto, a person sitting as the deputy president, earning as a deputy president, being taken care of as the deputy president, lives in the house of the deputy president. His wife, his children, and everybody, including children that he has sired out of wedlock, are being taken care of by the state. And then you start abusing the same state over and over and over. Now, what is the definition of state capture then, if it's not that? You have captured the state to take care of you while you are disparaging it everywhere, and it looks like you have no sense of reasonability. Your polarity and toxicity rate is that you want to lie to every Kenyan as if we do not have the mind. State capture, by definition, in Kenya is William Samoei Ruto, a man earning a salary, a man being taken by even cooks. The cooks who cook for him are hata nguo anavaa inapigwa pasi by the state, hata viatu vinapigwa rangi by the state. Iyo rangi inapigwa huko is the state, and then you start abusing the state every day. That is called state capture. If you are man enough and you don't want to capture the state, resign. Resign and say, I cannot be complicit of capturing the state. But you can't talk of state capture, and you are the state capture per se. So you are very lucky that that day something happened. It was a blessing in disguise for you. The security problem for Martha Karua, the incoming deputy president. But otherwise, hiyo manifesto yako tungeichambua day in, day out, na today he wouldn't even be speaking. So the other guy who spoke, I want to tell him that state capture is William Samoei Ruto, and William Samoei Ruto is state capture in Kenya by definition. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex, for making that clear. And I wouldn't agree better. I think William Ruto is playing with Kenyans' mind. He wants everybody to believe he's innocent when he is guilty. He wants everybody to believe everybody's against him when he is against himself. He wants to blame. It's now something calling handshake government. I don't know handshake government is from which constitution, when was it inaugurated, and when it did it begin to work. So mtu muongo afai kuwa kiongozi. Jakindube ametuambia hapa kila siku, na tutaendelea kusimama hivyo. Waongo wote wasipewe nafasi ya kuongoza nchi. Hao ndio wameangamiza nchi, na tutawaruhusu. Laban.
Yes, Bernard.
Endelea. Vipi lakini?
Salama.
Go ahead, make your submission.
Sasa mimi kuna masuala mawili matatu nataka kwanza tuongelee kuhusu nchi tatu ambazo nitasema moja kwa moja. Nchi ya Tanzania in relation to our issue, nchi ya Uganda na pia Marekani. Mimi nataka huyu mwenye alikuwa anaongea hapo kuhusu mambo ya William Ruto kama deputy president, na tunajua kwa sasa tunaanza kujifunza lugha mpya, former vice president ama former deputy president. Hizo nchi tatu zenye nimetaja, where are the deputy presidents active anywhere kama vile alivyo William Ruto hapa Kenya? Hilo ni swala moja. Swala la pili, naongelea kuhusu Fred Matiang'i. Najua mimi natoka huko pande ya Kisii, so lazima nimuongelee. It's an issue in a government, by the way, yeye akiwa tu just an interior minister, na alipata mtu mwenye alikuwa idle kazini, akapewa kazi yake na akaifanya. Where are they complaining? Jambo la tatu, nafikiria nataka nilizungumzie kwa njia ambayo ni tofauti kidogo, yangu 10 ya Ruto 10. Issue, unajua mimi nataka niulize, tuliona Ruto anataka kufanyia Biblia amendment kwa kutumia verses ambazo haziko, lakini nataka niulize hivi, yangu 10 ya Ruto 10 iko wapi, either in the Bible ama katika constitution yenye tunatumia? Haya mambo lazima yawekwe vizuri ndio tuyaelewe. Na ya mwisho kabisa nikimalizia ndio wengine wachangie, tuko na miaka 59 tangu tupate uhuru. Ingawa hiyo jambo itaonekana kama ni ukabila, lakini sitaki ionekane hivyo kwa mtu ambaye anaona kama ni nini tunaongelea, mahali ambapo tutarotate presidency between two tribes. Hilo swala nafikiria jinx yake kuwa imefikia mwisho ni tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8, and I hope kitu yenye Rais Uhuru amefanya ni kujaribu kuwa statesman, hata sio tu Kenyan president, but kutambulika in Africa and the world. Ndio sababu akaleta issue ya handshake kwa mtu ambaye amekuanga rival wake for a very long time. Sijui kwa nini hiyo kitu inaonekana bitterly with our competitors, hawa wenye wanajiita Kenya kwamba ni Kenya kwanza. And lastly, Mudavadi, kwa sababu tunajua Rigathi Gachagua hako hapa, Kindiki hako hapa, hiyo itakuwa after 20 years kutoka saizi. Mudavadi kama the president akiwa 90 years, kwa sababu wanasema kwa saizi Raila amekuwa mzee sana, hawezi ongoza. Nafikiria nitakomea hapo.
Thank you. Soul searching questions indeed. we'll need to look at it. Let's listen from maybe Richard to help us by responding and submitting.
Thank you so very much, Reverend Bernard. I'm very much happy for what has been going on today until Muruko man, I don't know if Muruko, he decided to run away. I wanted to get him here. I don't know why why he decided to take off very fast. All right. Thank you so very much, everybody in the house. You actually generally the topic so good for today, and straight away I'm putting all presidential aspirants on the ballot. And number one, then begin from Wajakoya. Wajakoya is a guy who is focused. He knows what he wants. It's only that some of the things he says here and there, somehow it does not concur with the constitution. The guy says if we get in power, he would do away with the constitution first of all. You know, somebody who wants to rule without a constitution, you may not know exactly what he's up to. And actually, he might put on some laws that you may not actually want to see things happening in this country. But otherwise, we understand him. But some of the policies he thinks about, like, could be part of what will actually bring our economy up. They are good if they are actually looked into. We're hoping that when Baba comes in to be the next president, he can be able to call in Wajakoya and bring in some of those things he had in his how do you call it, in his manifesto. They can be able to look into them. What is good can be able to actually be adapted. Because at the end of the day, we have one country. We have the same people that we need to see that their lives grow to another next level. What cannot be adapted, we simply do away with them. Number two, we have Maure. Maure, he talked about something that actually captured my mind. We are hearing about 2 billion shillings actually that is being lost every day. Maure put it on a perspective that it's actually, that is the minimum. That is what can only be put on the face value, what we can only hear about. But there is much more than what we are hearing. And Maure actually was expounding on it, that actually it could go to even over 8 trillion. Yeah, just within 1 year, over 8 trillion. You can imagine if money, what the money that is lost can go up to 80 trillion. And we only have today, we only have a budget that goes up to about 3 trillion. It means we have much money in this country that can run the government so well. Looking at him, he does not have the capacity. He doesn't have the support on the ground. He's not a man you expect to be a president, not this time round. His background also does not allow him for now. Because why do I say that? We are looking at our communities, how the structure of our communities have been there in leadership since 1963. Let's not lie to each other. Kikuyus have been in power all along. Bringing another Kikuyu right now, it can't work. Even the Kenyans cannot imagine. Wajakoya was a better candidate because he's coming from the Luya community. That would be better. It's only that his policies are not so much acceptable for now. They need to review so that it can be adapted, some that can be applied. Let's come for the two, William Ruto and Baba. The guy is talking about the state capture. Many people have talked about what he's talking about. Allow me, last time I said it here, and I answered some of the questions on your behalf, Reverend, because when I came in and I said I'm a man of the clock, and people really brought me many questions. I said they have been looking at Bernard and they say, wacha tumsamehe, leo wamepata another one, wacha wamwataka. So I had to answer questions on your behalf. But I believe, guys, they got satisfied with my answers. Number one, looking at Ruto, the way he behaves, from 1992, This guy is coming fresh, straight from the university. And then the guy is given a role straight by the then President Moi. He's recruited into the YK92. He becomes a man in the government straight away. So this issue has been lying to people. You see, I used to go and start selling chicken. Those are some of the things people do with the help money they eat around, some money they get from the university. They can do some small business, a side business. You cannot tell people that you've been a chicken seller when actually you have enjoyed right from university. How many candidates actually graduates come fresh from university and they're tammacking for years, did not even have a single job. But this man, he wants to lie to us that actually he has been hustling, when actually he has enjoyed power, he has enjoyed financial breakthrough all along. One of the things that comes out as a part of the state capture that he has enjoyed is actually a man being in all these governments, and he is a man enjoying the monopoly of tendering. When you do that, you stand a chance of looting every corner. For those who do not understand that, I thank God I've been, apart from being a part of the clock, I've been part of the government. I'm a police officer. I just resigned two years ago, almost now 3 years. So I understand the inside job, what goes inside there, how people behaves, how some get rich so quickly by actually masquerading and come around and do the tendering instead of being government officers. These things that are happening everywhere. And actually that's how Ruto has managed to amass all the wealth, stealing here and there, use the power in the government. And today, look at the man who calls himself, he wants to be the president. You want to criticize the government that you are part of, you cannot actually think of resigning. I like it the way Baba does it. When he's dissatisfied, he walks out. Look at how he behaves during my time. When things are not working, he moves out. He tells everybody, we have moved out because of ABCD. We are forging on with our ambition to become the leaders of this country. And the people say these are the kind of leaders we want. The same thing happened during the Kibaki time. Raila walks out, works with him only one term. When they get dissatisfied, things are not working as they agreed, he moves out. That's how a statesman behaves. Ruto wants to cling in power, be the deputy president until the day of swearing in comes. I don't know how he will be sworn in because imagine he becomes the president and again he's the deputy president and he's supposed to be sworn in as the president. Now, how does that work? It even becomes very difficult. How do you do that? Yeah, because it has never been there like that. Number three, the fact that the Kalenjin community has led this country over 35 years in leadership. About 40 years, actually. This guy has been in the leadership. If you put the Moise era, since from 1982, he has been in the government until today, it clocks almost 40 years. Ruto in government. And then the same time, he wants to take advantage of other community, ask for a seat. He does not qualify. That leaves only for the candidates who are there, Raila to be the only preferred candidate to lead this country. We need another community. We need a statesman. We need a man who speaks right from his word and he behaves in the same manner. The character of Ruto is very much unbecoming. That one has been out and is been singled out. So there's nothing to argue about. You cannot actually criticize the government that you are in. You cannot talk behind your boss. Like I said, I've been a police officer and I know when I saw what Ruto was talking about, I felt like this man, he should have actually been killed, but somehow he should thank God because of the character of Uhuru. He's a man who does not behave like actually a president. He's just behaving like he's having his buddies around. They can just talk and have tea and finish this thing and go home. But if he behaved, they imagine Uhuru could behave like his father. Actually, Ruto should have already been penalized for treason. He would be in prison, actually. There's nothing to talk about. But let's leave that aside. The guy is incompetent. He does not deserve to be there. Today I was checking out what he was doing in ISIOLO. The guy behaves in a very clever way. When he brings in a topic, maybe part of his manifesto, he wants to explain to people. He realizes that the people are so disconnected. What does he do? He dumps the manifesto thing he starts talking about mnataka tuanzie chini, si tukienda juu tukiweka pesa kwa mfuko na si ndio hapo. That's the only slogan this guy knows how to talk about, kuanzia chini kuenda juu, tuwaweke pesa kwa mfuko, but does not explain to people where did he get this money from. So the guy only dwells and works in, actually holds on the cheap politics, just trying to masquerade around the things that he knows himself it can't work. That's how he's putting on his politics on the way, actually, that you look at it, you don't see anything worthy out of it. Today's Baba's campaign, it was wow. One of the most difficult places I expected Baba to go to is Nyeri. Because number one, looking at the governor candidate of Azimio, Ephraim Maina, to me, I would say he was not the right candidate. The guy is a bit soft. His way of doing politics a little bit difficult for other people to catch up with him. The guys under him seems to be very much aggressive, putting there the likes of Karini Kega, the likes of Ngujiru Wambugu, and even that the Kabandos. So you put him on the you put him on the measuring rod together with these other guys. You find that his way of doing politics actually was very bad, very much low. And even you would see the way the mobilization was not done so well. But somehow people managed to come. That was the funny thing with the Mount Kenya. People just came. I liked the way it happened at Chaka. You would see people creeping in slowly, just a few people, not mobilized crowds from their homes. Before you know it, the place was full of crowds. It's like, wow, where do they come from? I like the way it was done. That was so good. At Nyeri, we had full, and in fact, that was in Odhaya. That was wonderfully attended. And even Karatina, that was powerful. I think Baba has broken the narrative that he's not needed in the mountain. Because if it was a place these guys had actually put every effort to make sure Baba does not, because you remember even last time he was there, it was in Nyeri where Baba was heckled. These other places, even in Kiambu, he has never been heckled, but he was heckled in Nyeri. So they had planned this clearly so that when Nyeri becomes a problem for him to go, he can never claim to be able to be climbing the mountain. So kudos to Baba. Things are happening, and actually it has already brought trouble in the camp of Kenya Kwanza, if we call them Kenya Kwisha, but let's call them the way they are, Kenya Kwanza. Look at what is happening to this man. I'm just following the topics here. Mwangi KIUNJURI. It was awaited. That was going to happen, because the same thing that happened to Akina Kabogo, Moses Kuria is just behaving like things are okay, but things are not okay. But Kabogo came out clear. I don't know if he's crossing over to Azimio. We are waiting for him. Mwangi KIUNJURI is just wasting his time. He needs to come over clearly. We are waiting for him too, because there's nothing Kenya Kwanza can provide. What Baba needs right now is only 20% of Mount Kenya. But from the look of things, he's going to hit over 40%. And that will hit RUTO down under the belly. It will take it over 70% of the total vote cards. It will go to Azimio. You can take that to the bank, my brother, Reverend. That's what I'm looking at, because this thing is already gone. And there is no way, there's no way out the other way around for RUTO to actually try and masquerade around. There's something I wanted to share just briefly before I finish. There is an information that is going on. I don't know if Bernard, you have seen this about the recruitment that was done in the IBC. That is part of the staff, the ICT staff. Actually, it has been known that the people who are put there part of the ICT department, it was recruited by one Chirichir. I don't know how they managed to do that, because the information is all over. Even today, I tweeted the same thing. I tweeted it even to Baba's Twitter handle. I said, Baba, if this is true, please find out. We need to find out. And I think you are better placed You need to find out about that tweet. I pinned it to Baba. I pinned it to Junet. Please go find it. If there's some truth in it, I know there's a lot of things they do. They may not be able to see it. Look for a way on how to push. Read it through. Find out the authenticity of that material. If there is some truth in it, we need to realize that this guy has already invaded the IBC at another level. And that's part of the things why he's been bragging. Nani anaweza iba kura yangu? Hapana. Mimi unafikiria mnaweza niibia? Hapana. Because he knew some of the things that he's doing. So that atafute njia ya kutumia machine. That's why you remember even when the time of clearance was saying, mimi sina shida na mambo electronic, tuko sawa tu tuendelee. Because he knows some of the stuff has already been put there as part of his molds to ensure that they catalyze the whole electronic process, and he claims to have won. So please help us, Bernard, to be able to reach out so that we want to make sure that this guy does not have anywhere of a shortcut to cling to power. He does not deserve it at all. 34 days now as we are talking, let's keep on looking for more votes. We want to make sure that Baba hits over 70%. That is the desire of our hearts. We need a fresh blood. We need another community. And somebody was talking here, please. For Kikuyus, they can stay relaxed. For Kalenjin, let them relax. They can never think of presidency until for the next 20 years, at least the next 20 years. We can think if we can review and give it to another person. This one, they should forget it. Thank you, Bernard.
Imetosha. Thank you, lakini nashukuru. I think Kenyans have learned a lot, and we need to remain focused. The presidency is for those who run and win, and what we want is it for us to have an election that is credible, reliable, transparent, so that the loser loses fairly and the winner wins fairly. No squabbles around it. The people planning to do monkey business, I think this time around, the highway to Kamiti is complete. The highway to Kamiti is complete. So from Bomas straight to Kamiti. This time around, including Chebukati and the team, any person who volunteers, mama ashasema, hakuna kwenda kotini at IBC or IBC officials individually. Kila mmoja unaenda kujibu mashtaka kivyako, alafu unapelekwa moja kwa moja Kamiti. Kwa hivyo kina Kipichirichiri and the other chirichiris who wants to go and play games, they are welcome. But this time around, sioni mahali watapitia. 2017, they were caught. This time, they must be stopped. But for William Ruto I would say, I'll comfortably say here and now, he's a paper tiger. Simple and pure. He wants to look scary. He wants to look on top. He wants to look, all that is for perception. Nothing underneath. No teeth to bite. No numbers to win. No content in terms of the messaging for campaign. Nothing. Tuanzia hapa chini he's playing with Kenyans' minds. You can't play with people's minds forever. Na wazee wamemwangalia hivi wakamuona through. You can't be a leader. It's just like elders in a village. When they see a young man who is lazy, who cannot speak coherently, he cannot reason, the elders just shake their head. And that's the end of the story. They won't talk to you. They won't engage you in anything because they know you are not going anywhere. So mkiona wazee wamenyamaza na wanaangalia huyu kijana akirukaruka hivi, washamuona tu na kuna mahali anaenda. If there was any hope for William Ruto to become president, it got lost long time ago. It got lost long time ago. And any right-thinking Kenyan knows William Ruto cannot be the president of Kenya. I have said here before, I will repeat. Ukitaka kwenda kwa msichana, uchukue ndugu zake na dada zake, wapeleke bar, wanyweshe kila kitu ilionayo mfukoni, wanunulie mazawadi, wapeleke shopping center, wapeleke Naivas, wafanye shopping ijae gari. Ndugu za msichana wapeleke nyumbani, waseme hey, this is the correct son-in-law, this is the in-law, hey, ametunywesha mpaka tumelewa. Siku ya kuchukua msichana, you don't talk to the brothers, you don't talk to the sisters, you will meet the elders wenye msichana. Ndugu zako hawezi kuja kusema ndugu ya msichana hawezi kuja kusema mzee, wacha tu achukue yeye mzuri alitupeleka kunywa jana. No, the elders. So William Ruto lost the election when he insulted the elders. Mount Kenya Foundation, they are the elders. Kikuyu, what is it called? The Kikuyu elders are the elders. Kiema are the elders. He insulted them. There is no way anaweza beba huu mlima aende nao. Hawezi. Hata kwa dawa haiwezekani. Na watu wanakimbia nao kina Ndindi Nyoro na nini, hata hao wanajua kwamba hawapeanangi msichana, hao ni ndugu ya msichana. Siku ya kuchukua msichana ni wazee, unakutana nao, ukimalizana na wazee ndio unapewa msichana. So William Ruto alipoteza mlima. Na William Ruto asipopata mlima hana chake. Sababu ya William Ruto kukataa kuresign si eti hataki, na si eti hapendi kuresign. Ni vile akiresign atakuwa too small. He will be so exposed. He will be so handcuffed. He will be so incapacitated that he won't say anything or do anything. So he's holding on that office until the last minute because it is the only thing giving him significance and giving him a voice to speak to Kenyans. Without that office, he's finished. And everybody knows that, including his bloggers. They know that. Without William Ruto being called deputy president, William Ruto alone cannot sell anywhere. It's not anything. And so, it is that way. So, kila mtu aelewe mambo hivyo. Na tusidanganyane hapa. Tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8, 2022, mbivu na mbichi itakwenda kujulikana. Rift Valley, my Rift Valley people are going to pull their surprise. Mtoto wenyewe Atuoli alisema kateni miti. Naendelea kusema kateni miti. Kwa sababu ukikataliwa mjini unakimbia mashambani. Na ukikataliwa mjini na mashambani unakimbia hapo jijazie wenyewe. Alex, ulikuwa unaenda ama umekuja? Alex, wewe unajua sheria. Okay. Yes, we were told Ruto used to spy on fellow students in the University of Nairobi who are fighting for change in Kenya. True. True. Kashagwa and William Ruto and all the people who served in Kanu during Moi's time, they were spies. Hao ndio walikuwa wanapeana majina ya wale watu wanatafutwa wakipotezwa. All the people who are being your detention with that trial, all the university students who are being frustrated by the special branch and the rest, the informers were this kina Ruto and Gachagua and team. And they know it. So, and then sasa wanataka kuwa hivyo. Now, I don't want to talk too much. Alex, make your submission.
Yeah, Bernard, I have a quick submission.
Can we take one video before?
Yeah.
Okay. One quick video, and then you come in immediately. Let's take this now.
Muko ngangari kinoma, tusalimiane na mkono mpaka kule nyuma. Mimi nataka niseme machache ama niulize swali moja. Yule mtu mwenye chakula mingi na yule mwenye chakula kidogo, nani anapea mwingine? Mimi najua Wakikuyu wako na kura 6. Na najua ndugu zangu wa Rift Valley wako na 2,000,000. Si mnajua hiyo? Sasa nani alipatia mwingine zaidi? Si nyinyi mlifanya ule akakuwa naibu wa rais? Sio naibu wa rais alifanya rais kwa rais. So mnataka mfungue macho. Kuna watu wanasema, sisi ndio tulifanya Uhuru akakuwa rais. The fact of the matter is that it is Uhuru who made Ruto to be the deputy president. Lengine la
Take it, Alex.
Yeah, very, very true. Very, very true. I mean, were it not for Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, Ruto was nowhere. And I guess, I don't know. I mean, the ego that Ruto has is beyond explanation. I mean, sometimes you wonder if he just sits down and cooks the words, or he's a psycho, or, I mean, he lives in another Kenya we don't live, or it's because of entitlement. The guy just from university, he has never worked. He's just been tendering, as our friend has said. I mean, what he says, sometimes you just get mad until, vile Mama Ngilu alisema, sometimes you just don't want to listen to that guy. Ukitaka tu kukasirika, just watch William Ruto speak for 5 minutes. I mean, you lose your appetite. You know, hata mtoto akifanya kitu kidogo unaweza tu mshautia. Because the guy just, I don't know, hata sauti yake nowadays inaendelea tu kuwa mbaya. I don't know. I mean, that's me. That's how I view him. But this issue of the court issue, you know, our to a court, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if they understand what they are doing to our country. Njonjo wrote a very good op-ed when we were passing the 2010 Constitution. He said, and I wish we could go back and read the warning of such as Njonjo. He said, the Constitution is very well written. The only problem is that we have given the judiciary the dictatorial power over what is going to happen in this country forever. No country in the world has given power to the judiciary. It has taken from, from the executive and the legislature, and we have given power now to the judiciary. The judiciary is messing this country. Now, let us go to the figures, Bernard. And I want us to be honest. Now, let us not talk politics. Imagine you're going to vote. And I thank God for Raila. Raila has been sharpened and chiseled over the years, and everything we have done this time around is pristine and clean. I will come to that. But imagine you are going to vote and you are in UDA and there are almost 50 presidential candidates. Now you start with the presidential. It's a booklet you have to open. Before you get to UDA, it will be page 8. I don't know who has that patience to do that. Now, then you go to the governor. The governor, some places, it's a record. I know a place which is already 16 governors. 16. Then unatafuta. Unatik. Unakuja kwa senator. Probably it will attract about 10. Unatafuta, unafika. Bernard, in my ward, in Kisii, in Kisii, Jogo, now I'm saying where I've built, not in my father's where he was born. We have a 22 people seeking to be a ward representative. 22. We have 17 who wants to become members of parliament. Okay, Bernard. We have about 16 who wants to become women rep. Bernard, now look at that booklet. Now, I want us to talk as Kenyans now. When in any advanced countries, from Scandinavian countries, from the greater India country, from China itself, Japan itself, German, from Europe to South Africa, Bernard, the booklet for voting is something that is barely one page. A page that if it has to go long, it has to be two. Because in doing so, you are giving the voters an opportunity to make an informed decision. You are not tiring them with reading and making a voter's booklet to be actually a novel. Now, that is for one person. Now, Bernard, now calculate that again for voters who are in my ward. We are about, I think, 8,000. Now, from every polling station, if, as we say, every polling station at least has to be 700, there are some will not be, but when they are full, then you have to look for another polling station. Now, let's look for a polling station that has 700 people. Now, one person will basically has to take a minimum of 5 to 7 minutes, Bernard. Now, 5 to 7 minutes for one person. In an hour, we are voting, Bernard, about 7 to 8 people if we are very fast. Now, if you get a mama or somebody who has to be assisted, and remember, you have to be in the booth. Nobody will come. You can't put 2 people in a booth to vote at the same time. How many people are going to be left without voting because of these kind of decisions? We have a rogue judiciary which is hiding under the so-called state capture and corruption. They have looked at the deputy president, the incoming deputy president, and they are fearful. And the person who is pushing this cloud of fear is Ahmed Nasir. When he took over the seat of Judicial Service Commission, he did terrible things to a point that when it came to voting, he was 100% sure, the way RUTO is sure, that he was going to be voted in. But fortunately, through the grace of God, he was voted out because nobody could deal with him anymore because the guy was just a rogue, corrupt, and a deal maker. So we are asking the judiciary to reconsider their decision and stop putting Kenyans back to a point whereby you will find a majority of people will be standing. It is 8 p.m. Barely 40% of Kenyans have only voted, and then you have to decide that voting has to continue. It happened in South Africa. It has happened somewhere else. It has happened in this country whereby by 8 p.m., barely 40% of the people had voted and they had to reopen. Now, what happens in that case? You can't start counting the votes while people are voting. You have to wait. The people who are manning the voting center are human beings. Bernard, you can't be there 24 hours. Kwani utakunywa Red Bull ngapi? Ama utavuta bangi ngapi ndio sasa wewe ukae ridho unachunga hizo vitu? It's going to be difficult for these people. So that means we are going to increase the capacity. Now, very soon, the bunge imeshavunjwa. I don't know where we are going to get the extra money, because I don't know if it's a recurring expenditure. I don't know, because Chebukati is going to ask for money. With 54, we are going to ask, because they're going to be booklets, we are going to ask for more money, for the capacity to man for the votes and the security too. And my friend should tell us vile wanachunganga hizo votes, because wanaenda huko is a police officer, just barely. I think you can reveal your term of not revealing things imeisha. Now you can tell us how vile mnafanya, because you man the votes, all of a sudden ballots come stuffed in. You need to tell us, so that sisi wengine tutachunga kura, we should know what to do. But the situation that the judiciary is putting us is so complicated. It is making sure that Chebukati doesn't do his job. And in the end, we are going to blame Chebukati for failing. But basically, it's the judiciary which has put us in this conundrum. So I think if that is the case, Chebukati may end up asking for more time. He has no option. And what happens? Because 54 presidential candidates, 16 governors, senators, women rep, MPs, and MCS, one booklet in my ward, it is almost like 10 to 12 pages. I think we need to come out and completely reject this ruling, because if that is the ruling, then we are not going to have an election, Bernard. Then we should prepare for announcing the candidate that is preferred by IEBC, not the will of the people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alex. I think for the first time, I support ignoring court orders. IEBC had the deadline when people should submit the application for presidential candidates. IEBC had a deadline when the people will be cleared. IEBC should continue with their timetable. Nobody should come and draw a new timetable for them. The other people can try in 2027, 2032, 2039, like that, as we continue to 2080, still open after every 5 years. Hakuna mtu anakufa kuwa president ama kuwa kwa ballot. So, Chebukati, you are hearing me. Continue with your timetable. Forget about anybody who was, including Sakaja, that should stop printing ballot papers. Ballot papers should continue being printed according to schedule. We want to have election on 9th of August and no other extra hour. The 2017 election was rigged at night, especially in Bungoma, in Kisii, the places where the ballot papers went late and people were told they can continue voting after 5. That's how the rigging took place. That after we went in the polling station and voted in a certain member of parliament, we were shocked that the people we voted against are the people that got announced as winners. That cannot happen again. So let Chebukati follow his timetable. Forget about the people who want to interfere with that timetable. Hiyo tutamsupport. Lakini akitaka kudildal, plays along and destroys the election, we get into a constitutional crisis. That is unacceptable. And the judges, kwa sababu Ruto amesema he will swear them in anytime. He will swear them in 7 days. That's why they are doing their madness. They will not be sworn in. In fact, we are going to vet all of them under the new government. Wacha mama aingie. Mama nakuja na kifagio. Kila mtu ata apply afresh. The Matiang'i style. You apply afresh. You work on contract. You give in every month your performance. Umesikiza kesi ngapi? Ruling in Likolini. Kila mtu afanye kazi. We don't want these games of people putting stop over here. the judiciary arbitrating between two cases is supposed to facilitate the moving forward, not to cause delay. Look at what is happening with Sakaja. This is denied. This is accepted. This is denied. This is accepted. For what? So with all due respect to all the parties, let the country move forward. Chebukati move on with their timetable. Hii story ingine tutadili nayo, as we have different courts. When the other court refuses, we have the street one. And the street one has always worked for us. From the 90s, it has worked. So we can always revert to it. And na hiyo ikuangi na order. That is not a threat. Now, naomba tusonge mbele. Sasa nimeanza kutafuta kina Makiadi wakuja hapa mimi nitoroke. Lakini nashukuru sana kwa wote ambao mnaendelea kujumuika nasi. Nashukuru kwa wale ambao mna join kama members wa Mtembei TV. Asante sana. Ningependa pia kuannounce kwamba wale ambao wanataka kujiunga na Mtembei TV WhatsApp group, we are not admitting new members as at now, but there are other sister groups that we are working with on the WhatsApp group. So if you give us your number, we'll add you to any of our sister groups. There are several of them, but the Mtembei TV WhatsApp group, we are not admitting new members as at now, because there are people who had infiltrated the place and messed it up, and we are yet to vet everybody so that we keep the group clean. There are people who are determined to mess up Mtembei TV, and we are not giving them room. So don't take it any personal. We have 3 other groups that we are working with. They are all vibrant. They are all for debate. If you are a good debater, you want to debate in the WhatsApp group, we'll add you to one of those groups. Lakini kama ni lazima ujoin Mtembei TV WhatsApp group, don't give us your number, because we will not add you for now until we are sure of your intentions, number 1. And number 2, why don't you want to debate in another group? Why must you debate in Mtembei TV? Because the members of Mtembei TV are also in these groups, and they are the moderators. Others are the admins. So I don't know what you'll be looking for to insist that you have to be added to Mtembei TV. So nimesema tu announce hiyo mapema ili nisiletewe lawama. And this is everybody want to be. We'll add you to the WhatsApp to a group. None will Katwe, a little assignment. Sorry, where is this? He has already deleted. If you want to give us your number, don't put it on the public comments. Katwe, there is Jacob Fiora. Copy for me that number, please, in the private chat. Have you seen it? +1 2 4 0 6 4 2.
Let me check. I'll just copy to you. Let me just check. The name is
Jacob Fiora.
Okay.
It's chatting on Facebook. I can't copy it from my end. It's impossible to copy because I'm in the back office. But if you type it in the WhatsApp, in the private chat, I will be able to access it. All right. Mama Selina has come. How are you? Is she still on the phone? Okay. Have you captured the number?
I still can't see it.
I'm just reading it for you. Type for me. +1 2 4.
A minute. Okay. Say it.
+1 2 4.
1 2 4.
0 6.
0 6.
4 2.
4 2.
9 8.
9 8.
9 9.
99. All right.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Jacob Fiora. The name. Okay. Pomp says Chebukati disobeyed the court order and refused to open the server. Therefore, there is no problem if he disobeys the present ruling. Yes, the presidency has already been set, so you should just. We are not supporting impunity, but this is a good impunity. I don't see the reason why we should have 54 presidential candidates. Not at this time in time. If that's the case, let us all be presidential candidates, all of us, because you see, no need of 54. Waweke kila Mkenya, 50 million of us, we are ready. But 54.
Bernard, even in countries whereby there are 1 billion people, China, India, where there are 700 million, Indonesia, Pakistan, they've never had a record of that kind of numbers. I mean, those kind of rulings in themselves are impunity. I don't even understand how somebody can make such kind of ruling, honestly. 54 presidential candidate, not China, not India, not US, has that number of presidential candidate. So does it mean that everybody who want to contest, even in parliamentary, should be just allowed? That's not an election then, you know?
Your black is here. You say, why are you not talking about Iris polls? Because they are cooked. They are cooked. I've watched it. It's here. I've watched it. It is. It's not talking about what the ground is saying. So we will not waste time with that. The same way you cooked it, go and serve it. You don't think we have time for that. There is the political reality and political perception. Your perception is imaginary, and your imagination will not work out. So tuachie tu hapo. Tunamleta nani? Duke. Between Katwe was here before Duke, if I'm not wrong. So Katwe will go for another assignment.
Katwe was before Duke.
Yes.
I captured that. There is another number. Please, watu wako share number. Don't share number on the public chat. Itakuletea kizaza. Utaanza kupokea SMS hapa za kusema nini na nini. Right for me this one too. Plus 160.
Just a minute. Plus
160. 24 73 31 54. I mean 59. Sorry.
59. All right.
Yes. Thank Eric Relson. Okay. Thank you. So if you want to share your number, you come to the studio. There is a private place where you put your number. Don't share it on the public chat, please. If there is room in the studio, you click on the link, kuja kwa studio, utaongezwa kwa screen, unaingia tu, unaweka kwa private chat, alafu unangatuka. If you don't want to be added on the screen, nobody will add you on the screen, but you'll get the opportunity to share your number and the private chat so that the public will not access it. Only the people in the studio can be able to see your number. Otherwise, thank you very much. Tusikilize Katwe, alafu tuende kwa Duke.
Yeah, thank you so much. I really want to start on a very disappointed point of view because there is that misengineering an election deliberately. somebody is reading from multiple judgments from election petitions and is doing the best that he can to misengineer an election. The engineering, it might be on the x-axis and somebody is trying to pull it to the y-axis because they know that is the only way to stay in power. In an election where you see the judiciary and independent bodies are fighting, you can see EACC is fighting IEBC. IEBC is being fought by judiciary. There are others, NCIC fighting with NCCK probably. When you see such an election, just know that there is somebody who is benefiting from all those chaos. And probably that person might be the perpetrator who is engineering such a kind of a commotion to create a diversion of his own political stability in a way. The judiciary has really shown us that in one direction they can be fair and on another direction they can decide not to be fair. Basing our argument in that, I remember there is a panelist who came here, Black, saying that the judiciary lacks infrastructure. The only thing that judiciary lacks is the digitalization of everything in their department. In this sense, the judiciary, you will find that there is a court ruling of Mumia Sugar in Kakamega. Later on, you find that there is another counter sue in Meru. There is one court order in Kakamega. There is another court order in Meru. There is another court order in Embu. What am I trying to say? The thing is this. Most of these kind of confusions are not just by chance. Somebody is creating them for their own political gain. And if we do not watch very closely, this election can be a very unique election that we've never seen in Kenya. Thank you so much.
Sorry. Thank you, Katwe. Now, let me say this before Duke comes in. There are some of us on this platform who are not here for debate. They are not here for good. They are here for evil. Somebody has just inboxed me, says he wants to be added to Mtembei TV group. I said no. I said that you'll be added to other channels. That's the announcement I've just made. So because I declined to add her to Mtembei TV WhatsApp group, she just sent some ugly pictures in my inbox right now. It's very sad that you go all the way to look for my number. You inbox me begging to be added to Mtembei TV when your intention is to share your ugly pictures. It's very shameful. Okay, Duke, go ahead.
Good evening and good morning. For me, we have the provisions. It regards to the court ruling today. We have the provisions of the constitutions, and we have the provisions on how elections should be conducted in a nation. And it specified the requirements, the conditions which you must meet before you are allowed to contest or to that case. And we have one body, that's the judiciary, which is mandated to interpret that, because not all those who know how to read and write can interpret specific clauses. Therefore, IPC should not come up with its own procedures, its own methodologies of deciding who should be allowed to contest and who should not. I'm giving that point in reference to what causes many individuals to be independent candidates. Most of them, you find it's because of the primaries in major political parties. You find that most political parties are owned by individuals. And there are individuals who try to use undemocratic ways of deciding who should carry the nomination. And we have seen that across parties. Therefore, if individuals feel that they are going to contest as independents because maybe they are the favorites and they are the one which the majority wants, here is an individual who decided because he has some control of that party that we don't want somebody here, then that person decided to go as an independent. And now the IPC comes in and tries to curtail that. So that is undemocratic in a way. Therefore, I support the ruling of the courts today. And the issue which Alex was raising, talking about that we will have like a booklet, that's false. Actually, no ballot paper will be more than one page. It's about designing the page. The font size will be adjusted. The photos will be adjusted. And that should not be the cause of, it should not say that it will confuse voters, because I don't think a serious voter should decide who to vote for during the voting time. You should have made your decision before that. So you will check the person whom you have decided to vote, and then you will take that. When it comes to the presidential race, I agree that some individuals may contest. The ruling is fair to MCAs, MPs, and senators, because most of them who are locked out are serious contenders, and many may win. But when it comes to the presidents, it is true that some of them are just there not because they even themselves know they cannot win. But the provisions allows them to fight. Therefore, if actually that can be like, it is good. Maybe if we have 100 of them now contesting for the presidency, which causes issues, it's good so that we can look at the clauses or the provisions of the Constitution, so that you can be able to adjust that, so that we can maybe to have those who are just seeking the office for the sake and they are not serious contenders. But if the provisions, if they have met all the provisions, they should be allowed. And actually, this is stupidity of trying to bring photocopies of Riley's signatures. It's not unfolded, because you can see that there are books which goes across the country, people signing. We don't even have the signatures to counter check. An individual can even go to the IPC database or another database which have asked the names of Kenyans and their ID numbers, and can sign, and you cannot be able to counter that, because we don't have like a benchmark of the signatures and the details of individuals across the country. So that's what I can submit these are the issues. Like, I don't feel that I can contribute to other topics here, unless somebody asks a question. Who has a question?
Carry on. There is a conversation.
Okay, yeah. All right. I just want to ask you, Duke, before I ask you something. Yeah. Let Kavita come in because I understand that he wants to leave. Let him submit. Kavita, submit before I ask Duke.
Yes, I think I did before, and I haven't got some. But my question is that we have spoken about protecting our ports, and I remember, if I remember well, when Martha went to IBC to clear, I think they said that they will be using, at least somebody will have a smartphone to make sure that they do take the portal, But I wonder, how many are going to be doing that? Is there anybody who is following to make sure that we do not have many people capturing this and that? And because, as you know, the other side can also take a different portals, which are shown different numbers, and then that becomes an issue for us. So that's just my concern. Yes, you try the very best, but I want to make sure that if we take, we snap, if the other side also they're going to snap. So in the case of anything, we can produce the same document for any clarification. Because I feel like, you know what I mean, some kind of manipulation. Someone goes inside with a smartphone and other papers and you snap, and I don't mean I mean different police stations, and that can become a big issue for us, that we are cheating and this and that. So if Bernard or somebody could follow and make sure that we do have the portals from both sides, if at all we have to go that way. So thank you so much, and we shall catch up again.
Okay. Thank you, Kavita. The IBC King's Kita is framed in such a way that please mute so that we converse. Okay, thank you. It is created in such a way that when it sends the result, the image, it cannot retrieve it. It cannot be accessed from that end anymore. It can only be accessed from the receiving end. So when it has left that polling station, nothing can be done in terms of revising it. Then, of course, the physical form will now be delivered physically to the polling. So there is the image, the scanned picture, then there is the physical form, and that physical form is the one that is given to the agents, to everybody's agents. So these agents, they are snapping the same thing at the same time. The same agents are snapping the journalists, the reporters are snapping the same thing. So it is almost impossible for somebody to come up with another form and then, of course, also obtain those signatures from agents. So it will be very tedious for that to happen. But of course, we cannot rule out the crookedness of people who may attempt to do that. But those forms will be so many because, like, for example, I vote in Makadara, Jericho Hall. Jericho Hall will have like 10 streams. Okay, so we are talking of 10 streams. Each stream has the form of the 700 voters. So how are you going to fake the 10 streams, the form? So in my opinion, it's a good thought out plan to avoid the rigging if it is done transparently and in the open. But when it's done secretively, that's when now the devil comes in. Who wants to now change the figures? But the figures are usually, like, the rigging takes place at the like there is what the constituency tallying center. At the polling station, everything is clean. But when you begin to tally the forms from this station, forms from this station, where there is 1, you add 0. Where there is 9, 1 turns into 9, and all that and all that. So all those corocochos are not supposed to be allowed to take place if all the agents are going to be vigilant and follow the due process. That's what I can say on the same. Yes, Jose.
Can I add something small to that?
Yes, carry on.
Oh, good evening, all of you, Kavita, Duke, Katwe, and Bernard. What I wanted to say that as far as that transmission is concerned, there is something which only appears to be working with WhatsApp application, whereby when you send it by WhatsApp, there is some technology encryption that takes place, and you will not be able to interfere with it, or even if you hack it, you will not be able to make sense or read it until it gets to the other end. But as far as rigging is concerned, Bernard, it is only the rigging after the form is ready. Before, there are also other rigging. So those ones may still take place. Before you get to the form stage, you know, Kenyan elections are full of all manner of mimics and monkey business. So so long as it is something which takes place before you get to the tallying form, you can maybe get away with it. So those ones, IEBC must still find ways how to protect the votes. That's what I wanted to add. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. They attempted to rig it. This time, means you only come rigging if possible. But all the same,
let me ask you a question, Bernard.
Yes.
You see, what it takes to end up with rigging is collusion. And that is why people are so suspicious about Chebukati. So long as parties are colluding, there is nothing, you know, they even take place before you enter the polling station. So at that stage, you have not even reached the form we are talking about. Yeah. So people have to be vigilant. Thank you.
But now, if they agreed before we go to the polling station, when do we begin to be vigilant?
That is why it is. Have you seen Chebukati sweating sometimes? This thing is not easy, especially in the Kenyan scenario. Kenyans are a very queer lot of people. But unfortunately, why so much? There is so much danger. Like now, they see the disappointment with this court ruling. You see, unfortunately, in the recent past, you realize that money plays almost the second god in Kenya, and it's like they can buy justice in court. You can buy whatever you want. You can buy electorate. You can buy almost anything, so long as you have the billions. Yeah. So there is a very serious challenge. You have seen what is even happening in churches. You see, by the time the churches realized that they were receiving illegal, bad money, so to say. You remember last year, the bishops came around and started saying that in any case, how would you know if somebody brings sadaka? How would you know where he has gotten it from? In fact, I remember the bishop saying it is not our duty to ask people where they have gotten the sadaka they are getting. So that is how it is so difficult. In fact, sometimes me I sympathize with Chebukati. He has to do a lot of balancing act.
No. The Chebukati needs to own up his responsibility. In my opinion, he doesn't take his work serious. He doesn't take his work serious.
Correct. That is part of it.
Yes,
but there is more to it than just that.
If he wants to save he wants to save himself, he must take his work serious. Because this time, committee is not far from Bomas of Kenya.
Bernard, I hope you remember the other time when I was saying that along the way, even during KIUNJURI days, all along, the electoral bodies have always been found with some faults, even in the by-elections and in the petitions. Now, you will be surprised that you check the history all along the route. They have never been punished. Other than repeat the election, people go for a by-election. They always get away with the ills that they commit.
That is why this time around is going to be different. And it must be different. We must go for individuals. We will not take IBC to court. We'll take individuals.
IBC is an independent body, remember. Then they enjoy security of danger.
And actually, what I wanted to ask...
It is a very tricky thing, Bernard. It's not as easy as you say.
What I wanted to ask Duke, before I gave out that chance to somebody else, is that so IBC, in this ruling of today, when you're saying that you're supporting this ruling, IBC has laws that govern an election, and that is what they go as per. One of the rule is that you're supposed to be having a degree before you get cleared by IBC. And that one is acceptable all across. Some of them were removed because they could not meet the threshold of the elections law.
Yeah.
So in the event you're saying that you're supporting this ruling whereby we are going to have a lot of candidates as presidential candidates, and it's going to be cumbersome. We are going to have an unengineered voter apathy because of this kind of ruling. So what I really needed to ask you is this: are you again going to complain after the election that the sequence at which the photos were printed was wrong? Because somebody will feel entitled because these people are too many. In the event that I'm placed number 1 at the front page of that booklet, the chances of me being elected would be very easy. And that there are some people, you find that there is a photo and the symbol which are almost the same color, and some people cannot be able to differentiate these colors. If you're put on the front page, the likelihood of people getting tired because they want to vote and go are very high, and they might stumble at someone and tick them in. Are you going to complain that the sequence at which they were printed was wrong, and some candidates should have been favored to be on top because of maybe popularity? Because I don't understand. Why would the court bring in people that have been disqualified by IEBC to come and contest again? It does not make any literal sense. That means that IEBC should not be following the booklet of the elections law, because there's no point of following it and then being overturned by the court, by a judiciary. My take is this, as you answer that question: somebody is misengineering these elections, and that person is the benefactor of this chaos. Whether you like it or not, there is something that is cooking in the offing. And somebody is really... Remember, William Ruto said that he has a battalion of lawyers to contest in case of an election petition. A battalion of lawyers.
50 of them.
So why would you preempt the future if you are not the one who is going to misengineer the election so that you go to court, and because you created those lacunas, now you are going to use them to either force a handshake or rather to bring chaos in Kenya? That is my take.
No, you see, you are confusing the two issues. The ruling today did not say that those who does not have degrees or academic qualification to be around. It was about actually the independent candidate being asked some requirements which are not within the provisions of the election and the constitutions. Also, it's false that the
Can you be able to highlight some of those things that you think that were being asked that are not in the constitution? Just highlight even 2 or 3 so that you can be able to understand if those things are provided or not. Instead of you speculating that they were asked of things, kindly confirm them so that we get along.
Duke, they are not in the constitution, but they are in the Elections Act. Remember, the constitution, the parliament went over and introduced the Elections Act. 2012, then they amended it in 2017. So, but to say that they are not in the constitution, maybe they are not, but they are in the Elections Act 2017. So the way Katu is saying, if you think of one, can you give us 2 examples? What you think? But you remember the court issued named 4.
Yes. So but you should.
They named 4 which they think are unconstitutional. In fact, the word they were trying to say they are unconstitutional. But where the Chebukati did not introduce them, it is Parliament. And remember, Parliament is in recess.
You see, actually, you know, the requirements are very straightforward. We want to contest for president or another seat. Then you find that out of maybe there were around 50 independent candidates, most of them were actually disqualified, having met almost all the requirements, with an exception of maybe the academic credentials. So it's like IPC was not fair. It was actually like trying to. The aim was to prevent them. They did not actually like follow the specific. They were not scrutinizing the provisions of the act or whatever. And regarding to the pages.
No, before you go on, so in your own opinion, Duke, if I'm not wrong, somebody like Jimmy Wanjigi is going to contest, and one of the bare minimum requirements that you're supposed to be having is a degree, and is going to contest.
The court has not. The court did not actually state that as one of the requirements. No. That's not.
Listen. Wait. The court has ruled that all the presidential aspirants to be on the ballot. True or false?
No, Katu, it is not like that. What they have said, the ones who are affected by the ID, the number of voters in 24 counties and the ID requirements. If you are one of the people affected, that is what knocked you out. Then they are the ones who are being. The court is saying no. That requirement is unconstitutional.
Okay,
So,
let me ask you this.
Was like Jimmy Wanjigi. Jimmy Wanjigi will, even with the new ruling, Jimmy Wanjigi will not.
It does not put him inside. Okay.
Yeah,
so now,
right.
my question is, but there were candidates that were vetted on those grounds of the 24 counties, the number of people who nominate you. There were that passed that threshold. You did not pass that threshold, and the judiciary has decided to forcefully cross you over to the other side, where these other purified ones are. So does it mean that the IBC should not continue using the elections law that is there? And
that's why it's going to the appellate court.
Yeah, and that is why I'm asking this back and forth, this chaos. You can remember even that tape that was released, Juicy, it was not by mistake. It wasn't by mistake that it was released. This back and forth thing of people creating chaos so that, if you want to really get out of a crowd of people and you see that they are coming at you and you have a tear gas, you throw that tear gas in the midst and then you disappear within there because you use chaos to get out of a problem. So who is really bringing out this chaos that you are seeing every day? Somebody, Martha Karua being heckled, maybe in Garissa, in Kisii, you're seeing all this, that every day there has to be chaos. Who is bringing, and whose benefit is it to? That is.
Let me predict to you what my guess is. what's happening is that, as I said in the beginning, Kenyans just love money too much, and people really like shortcuts for money. Imagine most people, majority of people who in Kenya are like almost underpaid. If you check the people who the remuneration, so many people cannot meet their normal requirements with the current pay rates. So that, what does that do? It makes you so vulnerable. Somebody coming around with some strange offer. You see, for example, in the judiciary, you have seen how people buy justice. It is almost 50% of the cases in judiciary are bought. So what does that tell you? And what keeps going on is that the price for buying is what keeps going up. If you have done something and you just know the lawyers who have their ways around the judiciary, so you find certain people go towards certain lawyers because they know those lawyers, they know how to maneuver cases, how to bend things. Mpaka you get released, no justice. Now look at this very, very strange case. First of all, you wonder whether that is, for me, I wonder even whether that is a qualified judge. At one point, I was thinking that, you see, if your matter goes to court and the court, the judge misrules, or the judgment gives very, very questionable judgment. Now, what do? You are told that your option is to go to the appellate court, isn't it? Now, the thing is, for me, when you get to the appellate court and the lower court is overruled, what happens with the judge which gave a wrong ruling? They get scot-free. Do you see it? Sometimes the judgment they had given was bought. They were bribed to give that kind of a judgment. Now it goes to the appellate court, it's overruled or turned down. What is clear at that level is that the lower judge, the lower level, they made a mistake. Now, I wonder whether the judiciary themselves, they go over the lower judgments which are overturned, whether they try to find out why did that judge do that. They have already pocketed their loot and are off, and nobody follows them. You see where the problem is. Look at the judgment today. Now, this judge, first of all, is overruling the Chebukatis on a Practicing Elections Act. The 48,000 required voters in 24 counties, it's not Chebukatis making. Do you get? It was done by the same parliament. Parliament, as we speak, is not coming back. So who is going to adjudicate again, to come up with the new laws? What they ought to have done is to find a way how to overturn the Elections Act, which they can say it was unconstitutional, but it cannot apply in the current elections. Chebukati has got some of the timetable dictated under the Constitution. What is he going to do? This judge wants to push us into a constitutional crisis. What I can read between the lines, they don't not want the elections to go through. They want the elections to be postponed or to be put off due to technical reasons. It's not fair. And that is why I'm saying, in the event that this matter is overruled at the appellate court, they must come back and deal with this judge. Duke, I don't know what you think.
You see, I feel that, I think they mentioned something about the verification of the IDs. It's maybe about providing the photocopies of the photocopy of the IDs of those who may be signed for you. And actually, they were arguing that maybe the IPC have that in their system or their data storage systems. So, and I agree, because if you find, for instance, actually, if you have come across how they collect those signatures, you can see just a booklet circulating, and it is not actually strictly assessed or scrutinized who to sign or who not to sign. So it would be very difficult for the signatures of the, I think, across the 24 counties to be accurate in us. Even if you remember the first time when Raila Odinga wanted to have an amendment, a constitutional amendment, they said that some signatures were, I don't know what, but they don't have like a benchmark of stored signatures to counter check. They just individuals just saying that these signatures are not good without having a benchmark of the same. So I think it is actually on that background that they found that it was unfair
But did you get the reason, the court's ruling for overruling the idea of the photocopies of the signatures? They were saying that IBC have got in their system those signature numbers. So if I present to you a list of IDs, you can quickly go to your system and verify that they are there in the election register. The challenge is, don't forget that we had 400 and how many dead voters? You know what the parties used to do? The parties we started long time ago, like ODM, the first time you entered there, your ID details were captured, and they are the ones they keep using day in, day out. Now, today, if they present the same signatures, would you know who have died? Would you know who have double registered? The people who are falling in that 1.1 million category of people, you wouldn't know. And that is why IBC was saying that the Elections Act, when Parliament considered it, they were saying that to make sure that we are dealing with the real people who exist, first of all, being a president is not a joking matter. It's not a walk in the park. We want to make sure that you have support across the country. We want to make sure that you produce the signatures of the so-called supporters who are seconding you to be their president. Now, it had all the good reasons why it was in the Elections Act. Now, if they thought it was unfair or whatever, they should have petitioned that Elections Act. Not when Chebukati is using it, you get.
But the court actually waits for something to be raised there before they decide. They cannot just start deciding.
I agree with you. My issue is elections are not a joking matter. That Chebukati timetable is strictly under the Constitution, and he has to follow it. What you read between the lines, Chebukati will not be able to meet those deadlines. Then somebody will find a reason to go and challenge the election itself in court. Because you remember, you cannot, Chebukati has to do everything according to the Constitution. If he flip-flops on any of them, that will be enough grounds for the so-called 34, 57 candidates to go straight to the court. And that may be what they are after. Surely the judge ought to have seen what is the bigger picture. You cannot play around with the whole election, which is less than 30 days to go. And that's why
it's okay. Thank you. Let's wait for the appeal. I'm sure there will be an appeal for the same. But as long as there is an appeal, it will suspend whatever that has been given as a ruling, and so Chebukati can continue with his program according to schedule. In my opinion, such rulings are inconsiderate in the sense that there is the Constitution provision, then there is the Act of Parliament. Okay, when the Act of Parliament contravenes with the Constitution provision, the Constitution provision prevails. Okay, so the story of 24 counties, it's both Constitution requirement, okay, as well as captured into the Act. You cannot brush it off because it is still within the Constitution and you can't revise it in the Constitution by your ruling. Judges don't make laws. Judges interpret laws. So what our judges are trying to do is create laws or write new laws. They shouldn't be part to that. In my opinion, they are allowing themselves to be used and they will suffer for it because you can't get away with playing with Kenyans' lives that way, in my opinion.
Bernard, did you get the reason for putting away the copies of ID aside? Did you get the reason for putting the requirement of the IDs aside? Under the Data Protection Act, they can be misused.
So they want it to be done what?
Well, see, that is what we are saying. You see, that is even preempting a misuse, which has not even taken place. And under the law, they are like preempting, because that was the reason the judge gave. That when I give you a copy of my ID to go and give it to the IBC, who is going to look after it, and it can be misused. The citizen, the voters' data can be misused in terms of ID and.
So where did I get that ID? Did I not get the ID from the government? And the government doesn't have a copy of my details. When I lose the ID, where do we go for reprinting? Is it not from the data that the government has? Some of these people, the more they learn, the more they become unlearned. But it's okay.
I was proposing, if that case is overruled, this judge, they should find a way of punishing him, because he's playing around with a very.
We'll find a way. That's the reason why they were running away from the ombudsman. The ombudsman is coming back. The ombudsman is coming back, and more than that, Mama is going to arrange this thing properly. We are going to get credible rulings from the courts. Hii mchezo iwache wasitucheze. All the same. Now, where is this? Tunarudi wapi? Tunarudi kwa Laban.
Yes, Bernard. Nafikiria unanipata.
Unapatikana.
Issue ya judges, mara sijui all presidential candidates, mara nini. At the end of the day, even if they are 90, 100, 200, ama 1,000, we know saizi tuko na only first two. Issue ingine ya majudges, mara sijui nini, mara ni constitutional, hii vitu yote hii naona ni waste of time. Hata iwe ni mahakama, mimi hata sioni kitu hapo. The thing is, Chebukati should assume already the decision has been made by the electorates ambao wanangojea tarehe 9. So churches, kama ataenda kuvote, hiyo itakuwa his own decision, and I think that day wanakuwa na enough time kulala na kucheza na watoto wao. Waachie wa Kenya wa make the decision yenye already wamesha make. In fact, itakuwa hiyo siku ni just exercising that day their democratic right. Mimi sioni kitu ingine hapa yenye tuna discuss about churches and the high court ama appeal ama nini. That is just a waste of time. Watu uangojea tu tarehe 9. Tunajua it's between the two candidates, tuna pick one. Hao wengine hata akina kura kote ama hata hao wengine sijui akina nani akina Mwangi wa Iria, they are only coming here to talk with Kenya's minds. Hakuna vitu vingine hapa yenye inaendelea. So mimi hata hiyo kitu yenye wanasema sijui mambo ya vitambulisho sijui collect nini, that's just a waste of time. We are only deciding between the two candidates who are Raila Odinga and William Ruto, period. So mimi hata sijui hata hao watu wanafikiria nini, lakini kitu yenye mimi nataka kusema hapa ni kitu kimoja tu. There is a clique of judges ambao wako wrong. Wako tu kama judges, but they are wrong politicians in the judiciary ambao ni sycophants wa politicians fulani. So hii kitu yenye inaletwa saa hizi, I don't think kama hii ni kesi yenye inaweza withstand any judgment in the court. It has to be struck out. Wakenya waende mbele na mambo mengine. Mimi hata sioni kitu kingine ya kuchangia hapo sana. And at the end of the day, hatuweza afford kufanya kitu yenye inaitwa postponing the election ambayo inajulikana in the constitution. So mimi hata sioni kitu yenye sahizi tuna discuss. Hawa ni just rogue people wenye wanataka kuleta kitu yenye inaitwa constitutional crisis in the country. Otherwise there is nothing here yenye naona kama tunge waste time ku discuss. Hiyo tu ndio nilikuwa naongelea kwa sahizi.
Thank you very much. Let's get this video. We'll come back.
told us that no, just a minute.
Yeah.
He has told us that
there being a debate between the two. No, we'll come to you, Jane.
Let me just address some of the things that he's raised. Yeah. He has told us about this rosy performance of William Ruto, stellar performance when he was the Minister of Agriculture. It is during his tenure, Vicky, that they liberalized. He liberalized the importation of maize. And we know that that is where the price of unga started going downhill. It is what demoralized our farmers in places like where he comes from and where I come from. They stopped planting maize because it was no longer profitable. They would have their maize rotting in, in their stores, and then Ruto and his friends would have trucks upon trucks of imported maize put in front of the farmers' trucks, And when the farmers complained that this is no longer a sustainable business, we want to get out, It is William Ruto who told them to try avocados. Now, we're asking William Ruto, those avocados you're asking us to plant, tunaweza siaga hiyo tupike nayo ugali. Can we do that? So if some
people who do not know William Ruto begin to believe everything he says. I want to say categorically that I know Ruto, and Ruto is a man of impunity and a person who is driven by hatred and driven by dark, evil spirits that this country cannot have. I want to appeal, and I want to talk to everybody here to think about the integrity of Mother Karua against that of William Ruto. I'm not even talking about Raila Odinga today. I'm talking about Mother Karua, a woman who has been champion of justice, stood shoulder to shoulder.
Yes, Cartway. What is this?
Yes, it is Kuseo who raised his hand.
Kuse still want to remain in court? Yes, Kuse.
I'm in court, but I want to follow the clip as well. Personally, what I want to do, you remember the other day, maybe you were absent, when we were saying that actually Mama Selena had promised to try her best. We get Martha one of these, even for 30 minutes on the platform, so that we can just call it brainstorm. We can also air some of the issues we think are really going bad and going real bad. Now, one of the things which you remember the other day when I was saying that when the Supreme Court went over their deliberations and they found some people with faults and what have you, instead, they just ordered what the Constitution expects of them. They ordered a repeat election. Now, as we said, we did not see where they said who occasioned this, who occasioned the errors and the illegalities and the irregularities, and how are they punished. Now, you realize it's like, that is for me, I came to the conclusion that for whatever IBC did or whoever were found at fault, they got away with everything. Instead, Kenyan went back to repeat elections. A very, very expensive exercise, which consumed a lot of money. Now, I just want to extend that issue now to the courts. All along, you did mention here that the BBI was thinking of having an ombudsman, blah, blah, blah. Now, the truth of the matter is that, you see the way the legal system is, whereby from the High Court, you go to the Appellate Court, then you go to the Supreme Court. Now, what we are missing when you go to the Appellate Court is that somebody did not do something right here. Now, for whatever reason, if some people suffered consequences and their damages at the lower court, where the matter was again overturned at the higher court, it means somebody did something not right. Now, the judiciary has come to a stage where to trust them is becoming a very challenging thing. How do you trust them? It's quite clear that a number of the judges, I don't know some of them, a number of the judges are committing crimes also by throwing around wrong judgments. Now, do we punish them? Instead, no. Instead, we take it to the higher court. If the higher court overturns it down, the matter ends there. But the people who occasions it do not get punished. The people who try to buy justice, who bought the judges to make the wrong reasons, get away with it. It's high time it be looked at so that they are punished. That way, judges will not play around in the lower courts, giving people wrong, erroneous judgments.
Okay, thank you, Kuse. But I will give this in response, especially in relation to the Supreme Court. And I think the normal traditions of how courts work. Judges respond to the prayers that are made by the lawyers and the people prosecuting the case. And like the one for the Supreme Court, there is the time limit, the 14 days. And the main focus is to get the result that were declared to be overturned. So usually the prayers are framed in such a way that they are not looking for how to punish the people who did this. They are looking for how to get enough evidence to prove to the judges that this was flawed and therefore it should be overturned. But the criminal acts that happened can be reopened afresh in a different setting of the case, so that now we look for the perpetrators. But if you combine the two, you will always lose, because you will not be able to prosecute the criminality perspective of the act by the IEBC or the people involved, as well as prove that this election was flawed and you want it to be overturned. So because of the limitation of the time and the prayers that are made, the judgments are given in that perspective. If you want a judge to be investigated or for giving a wrong ruling, that's why that ombudsman was suggested in the BBI, of which it became a thorn in the flesh, because most of the judges don't want to be checked. The only thing you do is you report them to the JSCA, okay, the Judicial Service Commission. And the Judicial Service Commission has
for judiciary.
Do they have? It's the judiciary now itself. So you report, it's just like reporting the police to the police. That this police mistreated me, say, unatukana police. You'll be arrested for the same. But I think we need that ombudsman's or a desk to be established, and then just due diligence. I think the Chief Justice needs to now get in the office. You know, since she was sworn in, we have not seen her the way we were seeing Maraga and all that. She seems to be laid back in her operations. We need some kind of actions that makes her authority to be felt, because some of these judges seem not to be aware that there is accountability for the judgment. And then also there are some judgment that needs consultations. You don't make them solely. You seek other people's input. Like matters like this one, the election is in 34 days. These people are saying they want to overturn this. What have they been denied? That they did not get the signatures from the required numbers of numbers of counties. Then how does that now become a legal issue to go and prosecute? Except you want to defeat justice, because the justice demands the justice demands that you get this number of signatures in 24 counties. You have managed to get in 12 counties. Others have managed to get in 5 counties. Others have managed to get in 6 counties. Okay? You did not meet the threshold of the requirement of the law. What are you going to the court to look for? the signatures. They are not in the court. Ziko na wananchi. Go talk to the wananchi. Let them ratify you, second you, and support your bid. If you are unable to do that, then you have not met the requirement. Mambo inaishia hapo. Yes, Duke.
Regarding that, you know, Kuseo, what you are trying to propose cannot work. You know, in politics and law, it's not like science or maths. It's more about argument and evidence. Even if you go to US, whichever country, there are a lot of cases which are overturned by superior courts. Maybe they have more superior interpretation and expertise in specific issues. Even in the US recently, if you see some cases, you find that a section of judges are supporting and a section, even in the Supreme Court, not all of them. There is no point where all the 9 justices we have read from the same page. So do you propose that those who don't agree, they should be? That cannot work because it's all based. But if maybe they made a ruling because they were bribed, that I agree and I support you. And the issue
how will you deal with it?
What?
What you propose to deal with? And please do not give US examples. You know why?
No.
You know why you shouldn't use the US examples? In the US, moral rules and what have you are not in writing, and they are the ones which guide this country all the time. They hardly go to the gist of the issues. The moment you see your integrity is challenged, you do not wait. Those things are non-existent in Kenya. You agree with me?
Yes, but you also
at morality level, they always sort their issues. Have you noticed?
Yes, but I'm talking about interpretation. You see,
no,
people can
saying, don't use the US as an example with Kenya.
Yes, even if I've used the Kenyan context, for instance, lawyers and advocates can interpret specific issues different. Even individuals, even the way we are here, we have very different opinion. There is a differences in how we interpret specific issues. And also, I was adding that the ombudsman cannot solve that because you see, if ombudsman was like an independent arm, maybe we have four arms, then it will work. But when you find that that person is appointed by the executive, then the independence of the 3 arms ceases.
So in that case, you should be challenging how the ombudsman is arrived at, not the need for the ombudsman. I think what Bernard referred to was the need for the not the way he comes into office or the way it is structured, but you realize from your own words, you said assuming a judgment is reached based on, call it bribe. Where is the recourse? You realize in the entire legal system there is no recourse for such people.
No, you can. Any person can report that. For instance, if you are the one who was having the case and the case has been ruled unfairly, you can actually file for that. You submit another case. There is a provision for that. Maybe the individuals. Maybe you can say there is a corruption within the judiciary whereby specific charges cannot be prosecuted. That I can agree with you. But if maybe you are talking about ombudsman, also, you know, we have all those 3 arms of the government, so they need to check each other. I think even the parliament can have they can pass some legislation which, for instance, can guide or the way the judiciary conduct itself in a way, in a constitutional way, about checking the illegal actions of the judiciary in a way. So that I support, but the issue of ombudsman, I think it will like curtailing the independence of the institution, unless and otherwise it becomes like it's also independent, not linked with the executive nor the legislation. So that's my argument.
You see, I agree with you. It doesn't have to be the ombudsman. It simply needs to be an avenue. Call it some avenue whereby these judges which are corrupt you can have leeway to deal with them. Right now, let's say I bribe a judge and he gives a judgment in my favor. You realize so far nothing happened. The best you can do is to go to the appellate court, isn't it? And if things work out there, the appellate court may actually overturn it. But you would have gotten the bribe and gotten away with it. And that's the end of it. You get? So it is not so much about the ombudsman. No. What we are thinking, basically, I think what Bernard was suggesting, there needs to be an avenue where you can have Wananchi can be able to deal with it, or call it the citizens can be able to deal with these issues.
I propose maybe we have a different institution which actually is not composed of members of the judiciary, and also which is not actually controlled by the parliament or the executive, so that if, for instance, somebody has taken a bribe in the judiciary and you are taking the same case to the judiciary, maybe there is corruption within those. So I'm proposing maybe we have a different arm which is also independent in a way.
Maybe an arm of parliament, or I don't know.
Yeah?
The ombudsman is supposed to be a place where, like, for example, you feel the ruling that you are given was wrongly given or unfairly given. So you not only take the grievances, but these grievances are done in such a way that the judge will be investigated, okay? And if it's found that he ruled a certain way because of being bribed or being unduly influenced, then he will be taken to book. That's the purpose of the ombudsman. It's not just wherever a desk where you write your complaints or suggestion box.
But the problem with that is that who controls that ombudsman or who appoints it? The reason why I was disagreeing with it is that it was like controlled by the executive. And maybe if you find a malicious president and the judiciary has made a ruling against the president can use that office because he's the one who is controlling that office, maybe to unfairly target specific advocates or judges. So that was the issue. But if ombudsman was to be equidistant from the arms of the government, not controlled by the parliament or the executive or the judiciary, then I would support that. So the problem is about who controls the
your issue was how the ombudsman is appointed.
Mr. Duke, who after the judges have been vetted and approved by the Judiciary Service Commission, who swears them in?
Is the Chief Justice.
The president is not involved.
Yes.
It's the president.
The president? I don't think so. Swearing in?
the six judges from the Court of Appeal who President Uhuru refused to swear in. The ones RUTO is saying that in 7 days, when he assumes office, he's going to swear them in. You remember the story?
I don't think it's like swearing in, like there's a form of approval, I can say. Somebody who's
the three arms of government are interdependent. They are different but interdependent. Each one depends on the other, and they need to work together in harmony. In other words, for example, there is information that the president was given by the intelligence concerning the 6 judges about certain cases they did, the bribes they got, things like that. If you remember very well, there was a time when the judges said, whatever he has against us, let him table it. Okay? And then it went to a level whereby Uhuru got angry and said he's going to publish the information. And what followed was the judges went to court and obtained a court order barring the president from publishing the information. All these things have taken place just, it's not long ago. And so you will notice that there is some truth. It may not be all the truth, but there is some truth into what the president is using as a ground upon which these people are not fit to be on the bench. And so if the president has information, he should share that information with the Chief Justice. Let the Chief Justice take action based on that information. But if the Chief Justice insists that the Judicial Service Commission has already finished, the vetting is already finished, we are not going back to that, swear them in the way they are or leave it alone, then there is something wrong somewhere. Somebody doesn't want to use the available information so that they do the right thing for the country. And as a responsible person, I support the president for refusing to put people on the bench who you know these people are going to be used to crucify Kenyans, to fleece Kenyans. And so let us be able to look at this thing holistically, not from one side. And the ombudsman's office desk is important for Wananchi to have where to go and you know, cry when the justice offered to them is wrongly adjudicated to them. Denying that office is not helping. Whether it is by parliament or by the executive, it is a necessary office. As at now, our judiciary has been doing very well, but as it stands right now, it needs some oversight. It can't be left on its own. It's just like we say that the media should regulate itself. In the process, what has happened? Some of the things that we are airing are trouble because of self-regulation. Churches, I'm a pastor, they said church should self-regulate themselves, okay? Look at what self-regulation has brought us to. We have sold everything, handkerchief, holy water, holy broom, holy everything. All of that in the name of self-regulation. So not everybody can self-regulate. Some of these people need some supervisory positions. Mr. Kamau, inaonekana unashukiwa na Roho Mtakatifu mapema hivi na mimi ndio kukua hapo kuanzia saa 3.
Nilikuwa nataka kuuliza nani Duke, you know, sometimes we the reason why we anticipated the president to be bad, and that is why we should have independence of what and what, is because of the hangover of Moi days. But my question always is, how did the president get elected to be the president? And the simple answer is he was voted by the majority of Kenyans, people who believed that he is going to be the representation of the Kenyan people in international things, but in the issues that pertains Kenyans. So he hangover mtu anakuanga nafikiria ati because there is an ombudsman and they should not be there because the president might abuse it, then I usually don't understand it, because as you said, the government is interdependent. And being interdependent means there should be checks and balances from every direction. It doesn't mean that we elect president today and then tomorrow we are so scared of him. He's like a monster. He is a devil. He is a Satan. Now we should never ever trust him again. No, I don't think that is it. Those are people who are living or having the hangover of President Moi and Kenyatta, who led this country on an iron fist. I don't think with the constitutional changes that we have made, anybody will try. Somebody like Ruto can try because he wanted even to slap the president. But I don't think he can go far. because this is a liberal country. It's one of the most democratic country in Africa, and we cannot allow people to come and bring those Moi things again in this country. So I want you not to worry. If you elect a president and he is sworn in, it means you trusted him, and don't fear him. He's not a monster. Kwa hivyo Ombudsman si mbaya, koti si mbaya, parliament si mbaya, kila mtu afanye kazi yake na tufanye kitu inaitwa checks and balances. The reason why safari rally zinawekeangwa checkpoint, zinawekeangwa so that at the end of the day mtu asiingilie katikati na akashinda safari rally akasemekana yeye ndiye mshindi number one, na kumbe hakupita kwa zile laini zote zinatakikana. And that is what we need, checkpoints. Now Ombudsman is one of the checkpoints. Parliament is another checkpoint. Hata hii vitu unaonanga kwa Senate ni checkpoint. They are very very important. Sawa bwana Bernard, mi sija submit ni network inanisumbua siku hizi. I think nimevamiwa na UDA hackers Unajua those are the specialists. There are so many specialists there, but I want to say this that we have a month to go, and this month is what we call the home stretch. The home stretch, and we have seen what has happened today in Kirinyaga and the mountain. Baba is at the peak. He's at the peak. So we want him to stay here, there at the peak kidogo, alafu sasa a stride to the victory on 8th ni tarehe ngapi? 8 mwezi wa 8 tarehe 9. Kwa hivyo we are happy because things have changed a lot in Mount Kenya. I speak for Mount Kenya, and I want to tell people that let us just tuzoe president yetu mapema. Yeah, those who thought that Raila will not rule this country, they will be surprised because he's going to rule this country. You have a 65% of the approval of Kenyans. We don't want jokers, people who are talking in theories and things that don't make sense. Bottom up and bottom down, those are things that should be taught in Sunday schools. They are not things that we cannot, as mature people, educated Kenyans, we cannot buy stories. In fact, Wajako has a narrative, has a story that can be sold. But any other person bringing stories of bottom up, mara atatenga bilioni 10, hapa bilioni 20 zinaenda zikichange. Those are kind of things we don't want experiments with the people of Kenya. And therefore, let us wait for 9th, and I'm sure the president of the Republic of Kenya will be none other than Raila Amolo Odinga. And we are waiting for him to be sworn in. Akule Bible before saa 4 hivi. Asante.
Okay, asante sana bwana Kamau, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako. Na kuna swala hapa wanauliza ni nani huyu? Kwa Raila na Ruto walipeana signature.
Sasa unajua the reason why Kenya is a case study. The reason why Kenya is a case study, I think,
yes,
is because of many things that happened that have never happened in any other part of the world. Because kuna watu ambao hata prosecution ni shida hii Kenya. Today, if you are knocked by Raila Odinga akiwa anapita wrong side, or Uhuru, or even Ruto himself, you cannot take them to court. These are people who are larger than life. And because they are larger than life, you don't even question some of these things. You don't even question whether they are educated or not.
it becomes you're the one that knocked the car.
You're the one who knocked.
PK is not answering the question. Bernard. You have given him a direct question. He has not answered.
Ose ngoja kwanza tafadhali. Relax. Thank you. Yes, Mose. Ben. Unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen.
Oh,
You're
thank you,
unmute.
thank you. I
Yes.
thought you had muted me earlier. Now, thank you guys. I'll have to introduce myself. Hata kama kuna jina hapo Ben Mose. I'm on YouTube by the name Gigi Benson. I do some political analysis. I've been doing for the last like a month and a half. But that's not what I'm here to market. What I'm here, I joined when Duke was talking, and I also had Kuseo. I've had Mr. K Kamau giving us a good narrative about Mount Kenya, and that is what we want to hear. But let me pick quickly from where I got the story about the ombudsman. The ombudsman is a good statute. It's a good body that is under the constitution, but apparently it is not given the strength that it deserves. It's like some committees that we have in parliament, the finance committee, the other thing. They are just there because it is under the law. But when the rubber meets the road, these organs are not executing exactly what they are supposed to do. Like the ombudsman gets a lot of resistance trying to represent the common mwananchi just because the judiciary in Kenya is under capture. It's actually under state capture. Just what Mr. K has mentioned, that if Raila knocks you, you are driving and he knocks you down, there's nowhere you'll take him. Unfortunately, that sounds very true. In Kenya, the law only favors the person with a deep pocket. If I've got money, in Kenya is one of the examples where I can hit you and pay you, and you'll not take me anywhere. The judiciary is twisted. There are some things our politicians do, and they go scot-free. Not just in Kenya, even in South Africa. Zuma was in jail the other day. He came out that he's going for a funeral. Are you telling me that funeral is still, the person who died or the relatives are still dying? Zuma is out. He got out to go and attend a funeral. He's never gone back. Oh, I've seen Christina Dika, my friend from the US. Karibu sana. So in Kenya, the judiciary is twisted. And until we get a stronger judiciary, and just like parliament is also under capture sometimes, we go to parliament instead of coming up with people who can make decisions based on logic. They go there and they are bought. They are given money and they make funny laws. They oppose even the best laws that could end up helping the common mwananchi. But because they go to the toilets and get some few coins, they end up taking sides. Even the best brains, you wonder what happens when you step into the door of parliament. It's like Wanarogwa, a person who's been talking a lot of sense in public. The moment they go to parliament, they become useless. A good example is Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali, we've got so many clips of him criticizing RUTO and the way he's a thief and all those things. The moment he got to parliament, I did not know what happened. All of a sudden, Muhammad Ali is now singing RUTO, RUTO, RUTO. So what happens when people go to parliament? They are compromised. The same thing, the courts are compromised. And just to conclude, to give others a chance to speak, Kenya is a banana republic. If you don't have money, please look for money. Try your best. Don't steal. Just try your best and look for money so that if you are arrested today over petty offense, you are able to bribe your way out. And if you cannot bribe, at least you are able to survive or leave your family to survive out there. If you don't have money in Kenya, you are done. That is my take.
Wewe Mose, umekuwa Kenya mara ya mwisho lini wewe? Unajua Wakenya wangapi hawana pesa?
That is what I'm trying to say. I'm actually trying, what I'm trying to say, the law in Kenya and all those stories you are talking about, even the ombudsman, it may not represent you well if you don't have money.
But you have just told us in South Africa, Zuma left to go for funeral, and he has never come back. They say in our village where I come from, Amasika Katswea, that means funeral is always continuous. You can come anytime, so it cannot end. So he's still in the funeral. Don't disturb him.
Anyway, I hope you picked my point. My point is,
no, I get what you're saying, but there are two sides to what you're saying. One, we can have good laws, but if you have bad people executing the good laws will not deliver good, to deliver bad.
Exactly.
So first and foremost is the bad people that we are entrusting with good responsibilities, that their badness get into their way, so they can't do the right thing. But is our Kenya situation hopeless? No. Are we a banana republic? Not yet. We may be bordering it, but we are not yet there. At least we have a few things working. At least we have elections. Some of them are wherever going through the usual routine, but at least we have transitions. There are still systems working. We don't have transport system in Nairobi that is government regulated, but there are still things working. We are not a banana republic. Far from it.
I like your attitude. Honestly, Bernard, I love your attitude.
No, I live in Nairobi. I live in Nairobi, and I was here when we had a transport. God, yeah. I was here when we had a transport
Nairobi,
system that was working.
I'm a Kenyan.
Exactly what I'm telling you. There are things that were working in the past that are no longer working, like the Kenya bus and all that, which was very effective. After every 10 minutes, the bus will be here and the bus will go. So you could budget yourself and still make it to wherever you're going on time. That is dead completely. The matatu industry also came and took over. And now even the garage where the buses were going for repair has been turned into a shopping mall. Big one. It's now a private property. And we are yet to investigate how that transfer took place. But all in all, it's not hopeless yet. The judiciary can be fixed. We just need to get right people in right places. In Kenya, we seem to be people of working under supervision. We are not self-driven in terms of doing the right thing, especially when you are working in public office. Mtu akifanya biashara yake, achezangi na biashara yake, he will focus, he will do the accounting, he will check, he will subtract and all. Lakini akiingia tu mahali panaitwa GK, the attitude changes. They think vitu za GK ni vitu za bure. That's the attitude we got from our colonial. Ni vitu za bure, so you can misuse it, you can mishandle it. So that ownership, sense of owning Kenya, whereby you are the protector of the resources of Kenya, haiko, and that's what needs to be brought back as a culture. Our civil servants need to be taken back to orientation class to understand the difference between playing with your nation and serving your nation with the required commitment. But all in all, I still believe in Kenya. I believe in this Kenya. It will pick up. We just need good leaders. Can we get nani, unless we wazee uko mbio sana, hebu relax, tupatie wale watu wajaongea kwanza wamalize, alafu wewe utakuja. Umeongea sana mpaka tuko karibu kurekodi. Tutakurekodi Kisongo. Then we go and play in the public. Adika, how are you?
I'm fine. I'm fine. How are you?
I'm well. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. My time ilikuwa ijafika, but I've missed this Ben for so long. And nikasema lazima tupatane. And now you see your channel has connected us, Bernard. Keep it up.
Thank you, thank you.
So, okay, Ben tutaonana kando. You have my number. So,
yeah.
Okay, so mi nataka tu kusema, just like I said yesterday, the IBC and the courts are letting us down. Adam, you have a question before I even make my submission?
Yes, please.
Adam, you have just arrived. Ebu, relax.
I just arrived to ask a question. I'm going away. Something has just been done there wrong.
Oh, hold on, please. Thank you. Christine, go ahead.
Adam, what? Okay, so I just wanna say the courts and IBC is really a letdown to the country. We've fought for this independence for so long. And these are brains. People that are in our courts are people that have the brains that should support us to achieve all that we want as a country. So, and unfortunately, yesterday, Themba made explanation about the court system, which to me as a common mwananchi, I understood from his point, but I'm still not taking it like, why can't they see the obvious? Okay, to me, I believe the court should also see the obvious as much as they have discretion of dragging the cases as they want. IBC is a letdown too. For me, I don't mind all presidential candidates being put on the ballot box, on the ballot papers. I would like the presidential candidates and their deputies to be put in the ballot papers. That would give us a good start. Yeah, because some people will relate with the deputy president, some people will relate with the president. I'm so happy about Raila's reception in Nyeri. At first, I thought it was a place in Nyanza. Then I had to read again, is this Nyeri? So I believe things have changed. Things have changed for the good and better for our Azimio side. It's unfortunate that the likes of KIUNJURI are saying they have been alienated or segregated. I thought these people were smart, and the things me as a common mwananchi, not so much conversant with politics, I could see RUTO is playing the Kikuyus, RUTO is playing the Luyas. He wanted to have the clout that Raila has, but he's forgetting that despite Raila having that organic crowd from several regions of the country, he also uplifted people from those places. You know, Raila never took everything all for himself. And killing the Kikuyu parties, we knew his intention. Taking Mudavadi and dragging Mudavadi to the mud, we knew his intention. Unfortunately, things have not worked as he had expected. I want to correct my friend Ben, who came and said that Kenya, kama hauna pesa umekwisha. By the way, to be honest, and I keep saying, Kenya, economically, we are ahead. What we are going through, even here where we are, if we can get the structures that are here, if they are put in Kenya, Bernard and the crew, to be honest, we don't need to come all these miles to get jobs here. We are overworking to make ends meet, you know? When I look at the likes of Kina Jalango back in Kenya, the way they are making their money, I envy that, and they're leading the life that some of us here cannot even manage, cannot afford to live. So Kenya is a very rich country. How they came out of the COVID just amazes me, you know? So I just believe that let us try putting right leaders. And ikiwezekana, just like I said the other time, this is my opinion, we have to go back to the streets to make the IBC and the court system work for us. That is my own opinion. I'm putting a disclaimer, and that is my submission for now. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana, Christine. We appreciate it. Yes, Adam too.
Thank you, Bernard. I don't know whether you can request this gentleman, Ben Mose, to bring his face forth on the screen.
Hey, Ben Mose, it is against the law to stay behind the curtain.
Yeah, Mr. Ben, good evening, wherever you are. I came specifically to address you, then I disappear. This is not my time. My time, I'll be here back in 3 hours' time. Let me tell you something. You had a very good point, but there are certain things or certain words that you don't have to use them if you don't have to, or where necessary, because it is very wrong of you to come to this forum and claim that Kenya is a banana republic. It is not. Kenya is not a banana republic, and we are very, very far away from there. You need to understand what it really means when you say a banana republic. Right? We are not. We are not economically, economical. You know, we are far away from being a banana republic. We are not dependent. We are not unstable. We are not politically unstable or economically unstable. Yes, a lot of stuff, a lot of things are going on in Kenya. There is corruption. There is this, a lot of stealing, a lot of things going on. But we are not a banana republic. We are not dependent on export of bananas and those simple cash crops that qualifies or quantify us to be a banana republic. Yes, we are not. How many countries are we in Africa? I think we are in top. We are in top. We are in top 5 in terms
Sure,
of.
sure. You didn't mean bananas in the literal sense.
No, Mr. Kuseo, relax. I know what it means, banana republic. I'm just trying to bring the point home. He knows what I'm saying. I don't mean what you're saying, and you know what I mean. So, I think we are educating people here, and we are learning from people too. So, misrepresenting facts is very dangerous. So, it is in that regard, Mr. Mose, with all the due respect, that I beseech you to withdraw such kind of sentiments and disassociate yourself from such, because we don't like what is going on in Kenya politically and economically, but we are not a banana republic. You can be a very bad man. This is example. You can be a very bad man in the society, but that one does not mean that you're a brother or a cousin to the devil. You understand? So that's what I mean. We are not a banana republic. Me and you know it, not unless you want us to go into the nitty-gritties of what a banana republic is. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Adams, too. But you know, you are very, very, you're very good politicians, okay? Politicians are people who mount the podium and speak, but say, use many words, huh? But don't tell you what they say. So you introduced a terminology called banana republic. And all you're telling us that it is not banana republic, it is not banana. What is banana republic? That's what Kenyans are asking. And we still say Kenya is not a banana republic. It's not exporting bananas. It's not buying bananas. So let's just slow down. Eh?
I can explain to him. I can explain to him in a simple term what it means,
Yes.
banana republic. But I believe this guy knows what a banana republic. Because when you look at him,
no,
when you listen to him,
let Moses tell us what he meant.
We are talking about our viewers.
All right.
Yes.
Okay, but a banana republic is a country or a state which is politically and economically unstable. Kenya is not. We are politically stable and financially or economically we are stable, but we have some hitches going on. So we are not a banana republic. I'm just trying to explain it in a a simple term. I don't want to go so much deep into the economics and into political science. I'm just bringing it in a layman's view. We are not politically unstable.
Let Jose now respond. Let him respond and prove to us that Kenya is a banana republic.
Yeah, thank you, Bernard. Adam,
Yes. Do you agree with Adam's definition of banana republic first?
The definition is correct. The only wrong thing he's doing is taking politics and my comments into his nerves, which he shouldn't. These are opinions. Everyone is giving their opinion, and my opinion about Kenya, by the time I called it, I regarded or I referred to Kenya as a banana republic. I was explaining the situation where there is state capture, and most of those institutions have been captured. The judiciary is under capture. And I said, if you have money, you can get your way out of most of these things. What is going on with Sakaja, for example, and the way they are trying to maneuver their way around, even if he doesn't have a degree, and they just thump that he'll be on the ballot. They know what they are going to do. A lot of other people have gone scot-free. It is only in Kenya where a governor can loot money and still be cleared to run. Waiguru carried money on a bag, a gunia, and she went to Kirinyaga and was cleared to run as a governor. So if you want Kenya to reach that level where we are carrying money on a wheelbarrow like Zimbabwe to go and buy bread, then you realize that it is a banana republic. It might be a banana republic, and we have different types of bananas. We have large bananas and tiny ones. So Kenya is actually, at this moment, it is a tiny banana. It is growing up to be the big one that you want to see. There is no institution in Kenya where you'll get mostly the government institutions. The only institutions that are working in Kenya are private sector. The likes of Equity Bank. When Equity Bank came up,
Ben, that is where I differ with you. That's where I differ with you.
Yeah, it is good to differ with me.
I was in this country when you needed a passport. You started at Catoloni Prayer Center.
That is another thing. That is another thing you're bringing up.
Marura Forest, another 20 days. You have not made the application. So we are far. We have improved, please. We are not where we were. We are not where we want to be, but we are not where we were.
But we are a small banana, Mr. Bernard.
No, the government system is working. The birth certificates are being processed. The death certificates, the registrations of persons. The greater part of government functions are working effectively. We cannot be related or associated by banana republics. Do we have some vices? Yes, there are vices, and those vices are not peculiar to Kenya. Those vices are not peculiar to Kenya. There are places which are worse. Go to Lagos. This is Lagos. It is not welcome to Lagos. You see, this is Lagos. At your own risk, walk around. So there are places that are worse off. But where we are as a people, let's just fix our electoral system, get right people into office, get working people. This country will take off. The infrastructure, look at the infrastructure we have. Me to go to my village in Navaholo, it used to take me 13 to 14 hours. Now I can go in 4 hours. Not by air, by road. We were bordering Banana Republic under Moi. in the 80s and in the 90s. But now we are better off, please. To see Jiloe namna hiyo. Somalia, which is Banana Republic, comes to do elections in Kenya. They elect their president while they are in Kenya. They elect their MPs while they are in Kenya. They get sworn while they are in Kenya. Then they go. That is what Banana Republic is. They cannot hold nothing at their home. They do it at the neighbor's place. That is what Banana Republic is. Lakini if you relate us to that, ni kuturudisha nyuma kabisa. Msioni kama tuko vibaya hivyo.
Okay, now for the sake of this debate, do you want me to let me withdraw? Let me withdraw, and I think Adam, where is Adam? Adam disappeared again.
A question for him before he goes. Before you go, Ben.
No, I'm not going. I'm just withdrawing that statement of Banana Republic because I think we'll argue the whole day. And Bernard, you'll agree with me that the points that people are raising here are valid points in as much as they are divergent. My sentiments about Kenya being a banana republic, that is my opinion and that is how I see it. And it may take a whole day for someone to convince me that Kenya is not a banana republic.
In my opinion is that you have been long gone. The Kenya you're talking about is not the Kenya that is on right now. Please come home. Come home and check. We have a different Kenya. It's not the one you left. Hey. I cannot even relate to that Kenya. It's far behind. Where we are better off. We may be dead, yes. We may be owing, yes. We may have some troubles with Chebukati and the rest, yes. But we are better off. We are better off. Things are working. Systems are working. We just have a few vices here and there of corruption here and there, and maybe police here and there. But tuko mbele. Kwanza compared to our neighbors, we are very far. Politically very far. Economically very far. You know, that aspect of feeling that the government is working, it's all over us. It's not that when it used to be accidental, mzee moya amepita, tukaimba kwa barabara, alafu mkarushiwa kitu. You travel, we went to Marsabit. You feel things are happening. Marsabit is ISIOLO all the way. You feel you're moving in a country. Those days I used to go to preach in I went to preach in a place called Timau. And the road was narrow like this. And so the place you could go for 2 hours, you will go for 6 hours. But now it's super highway. We are almost flying to the place. Things are moving. This country is not what it used to be. So calling it banana, no. Not for now.
I give up.
Thank you. But you need to come back. Are you coming to vote?
I don't think so. But I'm looking at, I'm giving it a keen eye. I'm following Kenyan politics on a daily basis.
You better do. If you are not coming to vote, you get me 10 votes of everyone in your village. You facilitate those people to go to the booth. That is the law.
I will do that.
Thank you very much. Jose, what is it? Wewe mbona unataka kunitoboa macho?
Lazima macho yako itobolewe ndio uone what we are all seeing. You know, Ben has come here with a lot of this exporting of bananas and buying bananas, eating bananas.
By the way,
I thought bananas are very good fruits.
Ngoja Jose, kuna swali liliulizwa hapa. Sijalifanyia justice. Yes, Panda nauliza, what is state capture? The speaker kept on
actually that is what I'm driving at. So I want Ben to withdraw that.
So while you are answering and responding to bananas, respond to state capture also. Thank you.
Actually, the banana we are finished because he has even withdrawn. It is the state capture we are after. And you must substantiate or you withdraw. Given today's ruling, I don't see anywhere near where state is capturing anything there. And in any case, I hope you are conversant with the recent judgments between the executive and the judiciary. For you to talk about state capture of the judiciary, you are way off the mark, unless your definition of state capture is only known to yourself.
Umemaliza?
Yes, please.
Now,
Yes.
Saul to Saul, speaking to Ben, he said, I'm sure if Ben Mose doesn't live in Kenya and he can't make to his home independently without Google for such assistance. So Jitete. Now, I'll confess about myself, okay? I went to my village and I alighted on a stage that was because the things have changed, are not the way they used to be. So I alighted far from the place where I was to alight. Then I had to find my way to my compound. So Google has a way of assisting some of us.
We are waiting. Ben.
Oh, Adam is here. Mm-hmm.
It's
Did Mose get our question?
Hello.
What is the question?
The question is that alongside this Banana Republic, he did use the word state capture, and that that was what he was hanging on. So we were saying that unless we don't seem to all understand what this state capture is, according to Ben, because just look at the recent judgment from the court, and more particularly today is the elections and the presidential candidates. Can we say the judiciary is under state capture for whatever reason? Ben, can you explain?
Bernard, you have allowed this show to be a question and answer session. So at this point, I think I'll be answering questions. And maybe what you need to do, my advice is then can all the people ask questions and then I answer them at once. Because now I think after that, Duke will also ask a question. Christine may have another question. Adam asked a question and I answered, and I even withdrew that statement of Banana Republic because as I said, that is my opinion and that is how I look at it. So there are other people who've come in, Bob and Mora. So probably are there any other questions before I answer about state capture? That's my threat.
Okay, Adam.
Yeah. I know, Mr. Mose. Thank you. I know you've withdrew the term that you used, Banana Republic, but just a point of clarification so that the viewers can know that I want to give you just a list of countries which are Banana Republic. Okay, the Banana Republics that we have currently as we speak today. Number 1 is Bangladesh. Number 2 is Botswana. Number 3 is Guatemala, Costa Rica, Honduras, Nigeria, Panama, and Zambia. That one tells you that there is no country in East Africa which is Banana Republic. I know you've withdrawn, I appreciate, but that is just for purposes of clarification and being on the right page. I thank you so much, sir.
Any other question before I answer that part of state capture?
Yes, Mora.
Yeah, give me a second. Let me get to where you guys can see me. 1 second. Hey guys. I was listening to this while I was driving from work. So hey Ben Mose. How can you call Kenya Banana Republic? Seriously?
I withdrew.
Thank you.
I know, but we still have to educate other people about this. So when were you in Kenya last?
That's a good question.
Yes, I want to know. I really want to know.
1 month ago.
And you call Kenya like a banana republic?
Kenya could actually, I'll probably bring another debate, but from the countries Adam listed, I'll actually tell you Kenya could be worse than Nigeria and Zambia. I'm just picking examples, and Botswana.
You know, a banana republic is a country or a state where like everything, like totally, like nothing is functional. That is my understanding of a banana republic.
Yeah, you are correct.
So you were in Kenya like a month ago, and you believe nothing is working in Kenya completely? Nothing?
There are things that are working. I'll give credit where it's due, but about 60% of the systems in Kenya are not working as they should.
Okay, and why? Why do you think that is?
It's because of corruption mostly, and probably other factors that are chipping in.
Yeah, now we're on the same page. Let me tell you the truth. If there is no corruption in Kenya, if we can get leaders that can deal with corruption, actually Kenya could be one of the best places to live in this world. Myself, if there's no corruption in Kenya, I will move back home. Honestly, I will. I mean, have you gone like to, like Bernard brought the example of the passport. I actually applied for my East African passport while I was in Kenya in April. And I made sure I did not bribe anybody, but I still got my passport within I think it was 3 days. I made sure I did not hunger anybody. I did not bribe nobody. I made sure. So some things are working. Actually, many things are working in Kenya. Our problem is corruption. If they can curb corruption.
On that line, can I give you a quick example of what happened to me on the passport story? That 1 month ago that I was in Kenya. One of my sons, who is 8 years now, I applied for his passport and I paid for money to fast track, the one that you're supposed to get the passport almost the same day. But I got my passport after 4 days. Reason? Somebody hid that passport because on the form, when I filled the form, I gave the addresses and details of someone who doesn't live in Kenya. And definitely that is the case. I gave the details of my place of residence and everything. And somebody thought if we put this passport somewhere, we probably, by the time it is being searched or something, the whole office was turned upside down. I even got to know some of those officers' names. I even went there almost crying. That is when the passports were found somewhere. After somebody was trying to ask for money to help me look for those passports.
Exactly.
So something that you are mentioning about passports, and I've gone through that experience. I have so many things that I went through within a short period. I was in Kenya. I was in Kenya for just 1 month, but I went through a lot of stuff. And those are not the things that I'm not a visitor in Jerusalem. I know Kenya. I'm a Kenyan.
Yeah, so we actually agree. Me and you agree on one thing. So these people that hid your passports, they wanted you to bribe them. That is corruption. Yes. So if those things are ironed out, like nobody's expecting to get any bribes, and you the person that is trying to get a service, you are not like out there trying to bribe somebody so you can get the service faster. That is what we are talking about. Let's curb corruption. Let me tell you, Kenya, what it really, you know, even those cases you are talking about, the judiciary, people have infiltrated the judges and whatever let me say, like the judiciary, like people with money have infiltrated those people. Everybody in Kenya, I mean, let me not say everybody, many people in Kenya have been compromised with money. That is why services are very poor in Kenya. I mean, why would we be here, Bernard, sorry, why are we here crying that we think Jebukati has been compromised? Why are we crying? Why are we thinking like we are thinking right now like the election is not going to be fair, like true and fair? Why are we crying? It's because we think someone somewhere amepatia Jebukati kitu ama ni aje? Isn't that what we are crying about, Oseo? Yeah, so if we can curb corruption in all areas, I mean, according to me, and that's why whenever I come to this platform, I always challenge Duke right here. Tell me why Gachagua and RUTO do not talk about corruption, or if they talk about it, they have no plan of curbing it. With all the corruption things that are going on in Kenya, I mean, I don't think any government that will ever come will ever work. Corruption has killed Kenya. That's, I just wanted to interject. Maybe I'll come in again. I just got home from work, guys. Unless Ben, you have something else to say.
Before you go, Mora, the things you've actually mentioned there, if you are not careful, probably you will start answering questions to Hosea and Adam and the rest.
That's perfect. I know these are my guys. These are my guys.
Okay. The things you mentioned there are probably 60 or 70% of where my argument is based on. That is exactly where my argument is.
I have an issue with you.
Ben, I differ with you.
Goja kwanza. There are instances that take place. Then there is system that is working. Things can happen. That does not mean the system is not working. We may have bad people who would want to take advantage of you because you're in a hurry. You told them that your ticket is already booked and you need to be out of them. So they want to milk you. But it's not the system that sent them. It is not the government that sent them. The government is not aware of what they are doing. They are just bad people in a public office that are taking advantage of the situation. Those are the things that we must address. But we will not blame the whole government, okay? Because one minister asked you for this, like when KIUNJURI was Minister for Agriculture, and there was locust problem, and he told Kenyans that mkiona kitu inakaa kama nzike, nipigie picha, mnitumie kwa WhatsApp, ndio tujue kama ni nzike ama si nzike. That's when Uhuru got fed up and fired him. Now, we have people who have been charged with the responsibilities, but they don't take that responsibility serious or use that responsibility they have to benefit themselves. So those are the bad vices that we must get rid of. But as far as the operation system of the government is concerned, we are better off than we have been in so many years. Where we are right now with the Huduma centers, and with how, at least you know where it used to be a nightmare looking for birth certificate. You had to prove you are born. And if you come from a border district, they needed the ID for your grandmother or your grandfather, and you needed to prove this is your true grandmother. It was a hell. And then you go Sharia house, they say first floor. You go first floor, they say 10th floor. You go 10th floor, they say it's 3rd floor. By the time you come back, you don't know yourself. But today is walk-in. You get served. Abstract, police abstract. It used to be, I went to Jogorod police station some years back. I was told, I was given a copy. Say, go to the photocopy. Ukuje na copies, ndio tukuandikia abstract yako. Hey,
I know. I mean, yeah, Bernard, I agree with you. Actually, systems in Kenya, let me be very honest. Most of the systems in Kenya, the way they're set up, they're actually set up to work. And if things are done in the right way, we have one of the best systems. I mean, some of the systems that we have in Kenya, I compare them with the systems we have in the US. Honestly, like applying now, we apply for a passport in Kenya, we apply it online, just like we do here. Like when I'm applying for my visa, because I had to get a visa, like I used my American passport to fly to Kenya because my Kenyan passport had expired. So I just did that online. I just sent my picture to the Kenyan embassy, and whoever, like the e-citizen, they sent my visa to my email. Those are Kenyans doing all that. So the systems are supposed to be working. Let me say that. But they've been compromised by corruption. Everybody saw, like Ben Mose he's gonna be flying. I don't know where you live. Maybe you're flying to the US. They hid your passports because they thought they can get money from you. When I went, I gave them my return ticket. I showed them. I told them I gotta get my passport before this date. Then they asked me, "Are you a dual citizen?" I said, "Yes, I am." Then they are like, "Why don't you use the passport that you used to fly back to the US?" I'm like, "It is my right. I choose which passport to use when I'm flying. So I need this passport ready before the 3rd of May. And actually, my passport was ready before the 3rd of May. But you have to be very, 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 very categorical. You have to show those people like you're right. Because I ended up telling that lady, "Hey, if I don't get my passport, I need to talk to your supervisor." Then akaona sasa I'll put her in trouble. Then she just approved my passport, and I got it in time. So it all depends. We all have to agree. Au watu wote huko nyumbani wanatafuta ways of getting money from other people. Corruption. So let's see what Baba and Mama, if they can change this, if they can change Kenya, let's give them a chance. Because the two people have not been involved in any corruption. I've not heard. If they have, I've not heard. So they're the only clean people that are on the ballot. I mean, Gachagua, look at 12 billion. There's a case. RUTO, Mashamba, Western Hotel, what? I mean, name it. How is he going to fight corruption? How is he going to fight himself? It can't explain. He can't explain how he's going to deal with corruption because he's corrupt
Bernard,
himself.
Mose has not answered us.
Ngoja kwanza tafadhali, I will begin to send people to quarantine now.
You guys, I came in with Fujo. I came in with Fujo before because
ngoja kwanza, ngoja Mora.
I wanted to meet Ben.
Okay, Ben is here. Ben seems to be on high demand.
Okay. Ben, glad to see you.
Let's hear Christine, then twende kwa Papa.
Glad to see you, Ben. I just want to ask my fellow panelists. Ben has admitted some of the slip of the tongue that he had. I believe it is his first time. I've been here long, at least it's his first time to simpeleke mbio sana. You know, people like Black wamezoea. So, tumkaribishe tu kwa upole, he'll understand. Yeah, tusimpeleke mbio sana. He knows, there are things that we understand better, especially you people in Kenya, you understand better. We go through experiences when we come from abroad, and corruption has been in Kenya for so long. When people see us, they think we are money, They just think we are money and they want to mint from us. Maybe he had a bad experience. People do have a bad experience. Yeah, so tusimpeleke mbio sana, Bernard. That's all I wanted to say. But I just wanted to remind him that Kenya kuna do, by the way, Bernard. Ben, Kenya kuna. There's good money in Kenya. It's just the system and the structures that are failing us. If Baba can take it, Bernard, I'm leaving this state job. I'm coming back home, So, yeah, so we just need to support them, and ikibidi tuende kwa barabara. That's my slogan. Thank you.
So, thank you. I think Panda says we need to go back to today's topic. let's do this. Let's do this for justice sake. Eh? Let's for fairness sake. Mora, what is it?
It's Christine. It's not that we are killing Ben. He just said something that we needed to clarify. That's it.
Can be your son.
But we don't.
Everybody
We don't want.
It's gonna be on him.
We don't want someone. We don't want someone else to refer to Kenya as a banana republic. We were just clarifying and just cleaning that out. Okay.
Yeah.
Sawa, thank you. Now, the advice I will give to Ben is, when you've been away for long, okay, like right now with these flyovers and the whatever, if you've been away for long, ukirudi na unataka kwenda Nyayo House process vitu, ongea na wenyeji, watakwambia njia zile za kupita. Kuna njia zingine ukipita lazima ukatwe mguu upende usipende. So it's good to work with the wenyeji. I part of my work is traveling. Okay, when you travel around, like I landed in Dar es Salaam around 10 p.m. and I was on my way to Zambia. And then that 10 p.m. the person who was to receive me had left. So I'm landing in the hands of two guys. I don't know them from anywhere, and they are coming and be a shemeji, bro, brother. So I had to take on my Nairobi, Nairobi way. You suspect everybody. You don't trust anybody. Sasa kuja naye Kiswahili nini niambia mimi natafuta ubalozi wa Kenya. So there is how you speak to the people. They will give you assistance, but just by the way you present yourself. But if you come where like you look, you're lost, you don't know what you're saying, they say huyu ni samaki mzuri, njoo. Then they deal with you mercilessly. But all in all, we are praying for a better Kenya. We are voting for a better Kenya, and let us look forward to that better Kenya. From where I sit, this country has made giant steps forward. Nikikumbuka zile siku za Moi, tumesonga mbele. Tunashukuru Mungu. There are things I miss from the past, like the education system. I went to school when school was still school. Nowadays, there's no school. There's no schooling taking place here. It's just gathering children and singing. The really holistic education that you are taught everything and you are trained to become that thing you're learning is no longer taking place. Teachers are just, mbia ukitaka usome, kama utaki shauri yako, mimi napata mshahara wangu. Now, nataka turudi kwa Papa. Hey, where did my guys go to? Where's Temba? The day is breaking when I'm here.
Yes, I'm Jamboni.
Hatujambo, Papa. Niko salama.
Nashukuru kuwa nanyi. Namuona Juliet, presidential candidate wetu hapa. Kuna Mora, Ben yuko pale, Duke ndugu yangu, Mose, Laban na Christina. Now, I just want to mention one or two things. I'll be very brief. First, I want to tell Ben Mose that if he was just frustrated by one or two few incidents, kindly be informed that the police IG, while going to his home in Ukambani, and he was in a cab, the cab guy was asked for a bribe, and the IG paid for that bribe by M-Pesa. Then that was on a Saturday. On a Monday, the fellow who took the bribe was in his office, and he could not believe that he had just been bribed by the IG. The guy was so consumed about the bribe, he didn't even notice his boss. So Ben, don't get frustrated. This is Kenya. We are trying to fix this country now, and we shall fix it. So briefly, I am not so sure about what transpired in the courts, and we are now going to have a booklet. a booklet for I don't know how long it will take for me to go through 50 plus candidates for presidency. That will be quite a difficult thing. Whatever informed the decision, I am not so sure. I am here to read that judgment. Maybe Juliet, I can see Juliet has come back. She must be having the reasons that that made that judge, make that decision. However, before I
I'm
read that,
dying to speak. I'm so happy to speak, Papa Bernard, when you're ready. I can't just, I'm just waiting. I'm so pleased. If I just feel it, I just had to log in. Despite the time I had to log in, and I couldn't resist not to come back to Mutembe, because Mutembe, you're a local station. Mutembe, no matter what, I'm sorry I had to just cut in there. But I'm absolutely delighted because, I am the person who's called for IEBC, and I'm the person who's called for Chebukati Wafula to actually ask that ordinary Kenyans, and I started it here in this program. That is why I'm so delighted that ordinary Kenyans should be given an equal level playing field, because I sincerely believe na haki ya Wakenya. I sincerely believe na Kenya mpya. I sincerely believe in the rights and, believe that Kenyans are the best people to really call upon what we want to look at. So I'll leave it there, Papa, and when you're ready, please, I'm really wanting to just say this election should have a woman in that presidential election, and it stipulates this in our constitution of Kenya. And you know what? I sincerely believe in the Court of Justice of Kenya, and I sincerely believe in the right competition, not competition that just gives 2 people or 3 people and an election that has got so much irregularities. Otherwise, I'm blown away. When I read that results and I was sent that clip, I saw it in a newspaper. You know what? I was just like, am I reading? I had to ask my chairman, is that true? Could you check it again? And I can't wait to speak to my representative, everyone, because I'm absolutely delighted. And I woke up literally when I saw Mtembe right now. Nimejikaza niko kwa kitanda, lakini nikasema I must come to Bernard and Mtembe and all the news stations and every Kenyan. Please, Kenyans, I ask for you to really, really look into the political situation. It needs transformation. I have called upon alternative, and I will continue to call upon alternative. I will continue to fight for every ordinary citizen, so that when it's your turn to compete, when it's your turn to come and give solutions to Kenyans, and when it is your turn to come and give us and transform the country, you are given a level playing field,
Juliet,
not every single time ati wale tu wanajulikana. I'll leave it there, everyone. Asanteni. I'm so happy. Please, Chebukati Wafula, tell the truth to Kenyans. Chebukati Wafula, tell the truth to Kenyans. And I thank Milimani High Court. And I thank the judges. And I want them to look at the case that we have put through. Asanteni.
Thank you. Juliet.
Now, Papa,
I'm sorry. Please, Papa, please. I'm begging you today. Thank you. Please, Mr. Mayor, asante sana. I took your space there, but I want to appreciate your presence here, everyone.
Order, everybody.
Asante.
Thank you. Asante. Everybody mute your mic, please. Thank you. Now, Papa, are you going behind the curtain or the curtain is rejecting you? The camera is rejecting you? All the same, I'm happy that Themba is here. Please, Bana Themba, how are you?
I'm trying to be fine.
Please, I want to leave you the disease.
Themba, I like that. Thank you. I'm so happy, Kenyans. I'm so happy. Oh my God! Please, Kenyans, I'm so excited. You'll soon have a competition, a
Juliet,
real
Juliet, you're out of
competition.
order. Hold your answer, Juliet. You'll be given time to
Jamani.
speak. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. So, Bwana Themba, I want you to take charge. Let me do the handing over. Papa was the one on the floor making submission. Let him continue, finish his submission. And then from there, you will give to Juliet. And then back to yourself. These other people have made their submission. You can arrange them the way you want. Jose has spoken too much, so reduce his time. Cut it very short. He has almost finished the whole Constitution plus 3/4 of the Bible since he came here, so they control him. But the rest are good. Ben is here for the first time. Please deal with him smoothly. We have roughed him up. He tried to make our country banana republic tukakataa, lakini mkaribishe, mwambie Kenya nchi nzuri, hakuna matata, ya kupendeza, hakuna matata. So
Okay, Bernard.
thank you, Remember. See you later, please. My day is gone.
See you later, Bernard. Aya. Papa Bob and
Good night, Bernard. Thank you.
Let's stay muted so that we give Papa time.
Yeah, thank you very much. You know, our presidential candidate, Juliet, is so excited about the court decision yesterday.
Juliet, you have to stay on. Eh? You don't go on the curtain when you're on here. Okay, Papa Ndele.
Yeah, I'm very happy to see Juliet that she's happy about the court decision that all that happened in the court yesterday. However, I am wondering whether she, given the chance, she will be fair, because she cut me off when I was presenting. She took over everything out of that excitement. Now, when excitement gets you to that level, that is a dangerous trait. So we might deny you the vote. Anyway, let me go to the menu. DP ISIOLO, I had 2 minutes of what he was talking about, and I don't want to listen or discuss what he was talking about, because the level of discussion of coming from somebody like the DP who wants to be president, that kind of discussion that he was trying to have with the people is not, it's not even worth listening, because it was all insults and nothing concrete for the people. And also, what do you call it? Can I call it trying to indoctrinate or something like that? It was just horrible for me. I will not discuss that. Now, yes. Now, this what I'm about this decision in court. I'm not so sure whether the court pronounced itself for the sake of Kenyans, or is it for the sake of the rights of the individuals? Because, you know, sometimes, for instance, I'll give an example of a presidential petition. There could be irregularities and what have you, But sometimes when you look at the what Kenyans stand to go through again, sometimes the courts uphold that election, even despite the fact that they may have had irregularities and a few things here and there. Because what primarily dictates that decision is it is the what, you know, I don't know how to put it, but it is what is good for the people of the country, the majority of the people. Now, is this decision good for all Kenyans or for a few who want to be on the ballot like Juliet? That is my question. So I will stop there and hopefully listen to the other panelists on that issue, because for me, I don't think it is for the good of Kenyans, because it is now, whereas it is the right of every individual to go for presidency, there is more at stake, as in there are more risks when we have more candidates, and that is not good for Kenya. Thank you, Ndemba. I'll contribute later.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Papa Bob. I want to allow Juliet to make a submission, and then of course we'll find time to ask questions. Ben Mose, you can't be on a curtain when you're here. When you come on, you have to be on all through, and then when you want to drop off, you drop off. Then for the purposes of us seeing the people who are speaking, you cannot be on Juliet, you can't be on a curtain.
Oh, yes. Okay.
You can't be the curtain. We have to see you for the quality of. We want to see who is speaking and who is here.
It's okay. I agree.
Those guys who are in the curtain, comment section, they don't come up here. Now, I'll allow you to speak, give your view to any of the subjects. And Karibu Tena, it's been a while. Now you start. I want you to start here. I didn't see you among the people who are shortlisted as presidential candidates. The ones who are being vetted. I didn't see your name, neither did I see your running mate. So I want you to start there first, and then now you address the court proceedings. Thank you. Karibu.
First of all, thank you so much, Chair and Bernard, who's just left. Temba, absolutely lovely to see all of you here tonight, and I'm grateful that I popped in, and grateful that you're all here and following what is happening into our beautiful country, Mama Kenya, I call it. So where do I start with this journey of presidential election and my experience? Let me say my great experience, but more so a wonderful experience, and also its challenges. It's got its challenges. And where do I start with your question, Chair Temba, here today? So let me put it this way, in a positive way and in a challenging way, perhaps. Let me select my words a little bit. How will I explain to Kenyans? So last time I was here, and I was quite excited, because democracy, as I always say, is about bringing together the candidates who have all put themselves forward. That is good democracy. Okay? And I want to assure Kenyans that that is good democracy. And I hope Papa or Bob from Azimio is going to be joining in that discussion, because I know he's mentioned me, whether it is just me wanting to be in that election. I sincerely believe in a good country. That is why I put my name forward, both as a woman and both as somebody that I am tired of seeing how Kenya is. I have spoken about my manifesto in different platforms for those who've given me a chance, for those who have wanted to hear what we have to offer as Republican Liberty Party. And I have asked Kenyans to look into every aspect of what we have to offer. Let me talk about Republican Liberty Party because that is where my candidate is right now. So I will also explain that, or let me say the importance of bringing in all the candidates that have brought themselves forward. And when you have a situation and
Juliet,
you're a candidate.
were you a candidate?
Correct. I am a candidate. Was I a candidate? I am a candidate gazetted for that matter, Temba, and I'll send you. Text me your, yes, let's come to that. Text me your mobile, then I will send you, I'll send you the script,
the list released.
Yes, the list. I'll send you that. Yes, then you can showcase it. Then we pass that section. So what I want to explain to you is what happens behind doors, what Kenyans don't see. And that is important because it's really, really important.
Wait, Juliet, wait.
Ngoja kidogo, please. Ngoja kidogo, Temba.
Mbio, tunataka kukuelewa.
Sindio?
When did you submit your things to IEBC?
We have all the receipts, by the way, Temba.
No, hold on. You see the days that presidential candidates, there was Nyambane, there was the other guy who burnt his ID card. There was another lady. I didn't see you there.
Let me explain. You are asking me a question and you want to continue explaining, and I want to give you the story behind all this. It's important you hear.
Okay, no, you didn't get
It's important you hear the stories. If you don't hear the stories, you don't get to learn. You don't get to know what really happens behind the scenes. So I want to speak about my experience, and my experience as a Kenyan citizen, my experience as somebody, an ordinary Kenyan citizen who has put themselves forward for the presidential seat because I want to make a difference to fellow Kenyans. So if people want to give me a chance and to hear my story, then fair enough. But if you want to tell your side of story as it is, then fair enough. And the side of the story, hang on, and the side of the story that people hear is both from Azimio's side and both from Kenya Kwanza. So I want people to hear me being amongst those presidential candidates, and on behalf of the many, I thank God I'm here. On behalf of many, Chair Temba, you Kenyans need to hear the side of the other presidential candidate. And the answer to you is simple. The receipts speak for themselves. So hear me out. I'm answering you. So did we submit the signatures, and did we submit the what we're expected to submit? The answer is yes. Did we get told that we are being rescheduled? Because there's something behind there. On the same day that they were announcing that Kenyans should do whatever, these are the presidential election, and this is why the court is looking into details of what exactly transpired. Kenyans have to be told the truth. I'm voicing out for that Kenyan ordinary citizen, right? And I'm wanting everyone to know that what transpired on that day, I took Chebukati Wafula to court. I'm not denying that. I took him to court. And I'm telling you, Kenyans, I feel so happy doing it. I am happy because I believe in good justice. I believe in every one of you has got a talent. I believe in, hang on.
Juliet, calm down. You see, listen. We have decorum, okay? We want to listen to you, okay? We want to hear you out. And also you need to help us understand you, all right?
Yes.
Now, the way you can help us understand you is by appreciating also the questions we are asking you.
And
So
I'm answering.
I asked you a question, all right? On the shortlisted people in the day that they are going to IBC, did you appear there?
On the short, yes. On the shortlisted, yes.
Was there a day-
There was, yes. That's what I'm trying to
No,
tell you.
Wait, Juliet.
A few of us were handpicked, Themba. That is your answer. A few of us presidential elections, plus
listen.
myself. In fact, mine is even worse. Many other candidates were disqualified, and those candidates that were disqualified also have got what you call, they presented their arguments and said, in fact, some of them, because of shortages of cash, they could not even afford to go to a solicitor.
So at what level? Okay, fine.
So
fine.
for me, I'm answering your question. I was excluded, right?
Oh, okay,
I was excluded. Yeah.
Calm down.
And I'm sending send me your number so that I can send you that to showcase.
If everybody here wants to hear that, it's not about me. It's about everybody. Now listen.
Allow me to
hold on.
Allow me to just
calm down. You listen. It's not about Themba. We have over 327 people watching, and there are so many people who want to hear the information. Now listen. So you are submitting that you took your things to Chebukati, but you are not shortlisted to appear before him, and that's why you went to court. That's what you're saying.
What I'm submitting to you right now is the irregularities that have happened in IEBC office in itself, Themba. And what I'm also submitting to you is, for myself, I was excluded. And for myself, I feel I was handpicked. And I tell you as well, what I'm submitting here, what is interesting is the day that I appeared in your show, a few days before that, I can't remember whether it was that day or after. I woke up to, to this, what you call People's Daily News, in Nairobi. And I woke up with this fake news that they put out. Oh, Professor Wajakoya, a few of us listed, which was interesting to read. And these are fake news. And I really want to say, this fake news people, cartels, mnanisikia leo. I went in and I checked it out, because we will not have this fake news, which is in Nairobi trending with some sadly horrible people, whether you want me to, I don't know how to call it. And it was trending like a page. All these people have been no longer.
Fair enough. Listen, Juliet. Now go straight to the
after that.
Wait.
After that.
Wait. Now, you were eliminated even before.
I wasn't eliminated. That's not the right language. I was excluded.
Good. Fine. Let me use your word. You are excluded. Now, what is the significance of the court case and the judgment on Juliet Makapila's candidature? Kindly just address that. Don't go to the many things about whatever. What is the import of it on you? Is it going to affect your candidature? Are you going to be on the ballot? Do you think it's going to change? I mean, that's what we want you to address, not the reasons why.
Okay, I get you now.
So go straight to that.
Thank you. Right. Let me just put it in a summary. Seeing today's judgment, I'm absolutely delighted, because it means that some of the lines, as you would put, or some of the some of the things that I had also raised in my case, which I felt was unconstitutional, has actually been accepted by the courts. And I feel grateful that I have challenged, especially the lines on the specified, I am one of the people who challenged. It was me who challenged, and whether they've said it or not, but I am grateful with the judgment, because on one of the conditions which I put was to explain that it's unconstitutional if you're asking the candidates to submit all these signatories, because, for instance, and I'll tell you why I'm saying that. If you're a political party, all of you Kenyans have already submitted your names to which political parties you may want to belong to. That's number one. So the political parties already knows which kind of affiliation you might want to belong to. So you've already gone into your phones, or you've already gone into your decided I'm supporting whichever political party. But that doesn't mean that you might vote for that political party. It might come to that day and you decide, actually, I've changed my mind as a Kenyan Themba, and I actually want to vote for a particular candidate. So based on that fact, it means that, yes, you belong to a political party, but on the day, your vote is your count. So if your vote is your count, my argument is you as a Kenyan could decide whoever you want to vote for. So that's one of my arguments in that. The second thing is, in our constitution in Kenya,
Juliet, listen. Can you listen to me?
Yes.
I asked you a question direct, okay? The question is, what does the judgment mean to Juliet as a candidate, and how is it going to benefit you as a candidate? The judgment has passed, fine, you submitted your case. It has already been, the court has pronounced itself on it. So where does it leave you? Are you going to vie? Are you in the ballot?
Am I going to vie? I'm already vying. You see,
okay,
there's a difference. So I'm vying. When you're vying, and what I'm asking Kenyans to do is to understand that there has not been any equal level playing field in these elections.
Okay, now, since you're
vying, because it has not been like that, there was two options.
Hold on.
There was two options.
Hold on, Juliet. Since you're vying,
yeah,
we don't want to go to the merits and demerits of the case. It's already been passed. So you're vying. Who is your running mate? And where are you campaigning?
Our running mate for Republican Liberty Party is a youth. I said it here last time.
No. Who is your running mate? What's the name of your running mate?
His name is Jared Matayo, a young youth.
And your party is Republican Party of?
Our political party is Republican Liberty Party, which believes in. Yes, and our running mate is a young youth. I bless that young youth. He's a computer IT.
Why are you saying our? You are saying my running mate because you're the presidential candidate.
I'll say our running mate of Republican Liberty Party because he was chosen by our members. So I feel our running mate of Republican Liberty Party.
Why are you not taking ownership? Where Juliet, where
No, I'm saying it because I feel the members of Republican Liberty Party, bless all of them, deserve the credit. So I feel honored. I feel honored being elected as thank you so much, Ben. Let me take your question. I feel honored being the presidential candidate for and it's great to see Richie McCandy here. I just love listening to him as well. I feel that I am honored to be elected to be the standing presidential candidate for Republican Liberty Party, and I want Kenyans to transform this country. That is why I'm fighting so hard and I'm voicing so hard in your presence.
In summary, Juliet is the presidential candidate for Republican Liberty Party.
Absolutely.
And your running mate is Jared
Matayo Obwegi.
And you are officially, because of the ruling, now you know that you're going to be on the ballot.
I can't even wait to show you the certificate because all along, I said it in this program, on your marks, get set, go. We should have been given those certificates all at the same time.
Yeah, good. Relax. Yeah. You'll be here. You'll come with the certificate and we will see you on other presses and everything. Don't worry. Now, there's a question from Ben. Let's hear the question from Ben. You respond to that. You can mute so that he can ask you the question.
Thank you, Themba, and thank you, Juliet, for the time you've taken to explain. Though you've taken too much time, as Themba was saying, to explain to us that you are running or you'll be on the ballot. my question is, I do not have an issue with you being on the ballot, but I'll ask you two questions. What are your chances of winning the presidency? Question number one. Question number two, what is your stand on corruption? Where is the probably you can mention about 2 or 3 key highlights on your manifesto. From there, we'll make our judgment, because we are also voters. In as much as some of us are not in Kenya, we can influence the pattern in which the voting is done. Because if we have a presidential candidate on this panel, we should also feel that then this is the Kenya we want, where we debate. And I wish next time, Banathemba, just send invites to Raila Odinga, William Ruto. Let's have them here. We can ask them very hard questions. But today, my question goes to Juliet, and I hope you've heard my question. And please take the shortest time possible to answer. Thank you.
Okay, Juliet, your time, 2 minutes.
Asante sana to that question, Ben. My stand to will I win? I will win. And I sincerely believe that given the chances right now, and if Kenyans would look into what we stand for, and especially myself, who I have told Kenyans, we want the alternative vote. We want Kenya to change, to transform. I keep even saying change. I want that word a little bit out. I want our mindset to change. And our mindset means that if we are to change in any matters in Kenya right now, my belief is we must be able to remove the old politicians out who have not delivered for 59 years. You've heard me saying 59 years of services that have not been delivered to Kenya. That has been my voice, and that is why I have continuously articulated and raised my voice to the highest Milimani court to say to Milimani court, we need alternatives for Kenyans. That is why I believe that, yes, I will win this. And you know what is also really good in that question is I want us to fight corruption. What did I say here last time? I said I don't believe in the amount of money that is spent around the country running through all these roadshows and all this drama that I see, because it creates an equal level playing field. I also said in this very same show that we need a constitution in Kenya that ratifies and also allows Kenyans to make sure that we're following the correct rules. Competition should have started on the 29th of May, and we have seen Kenyans, some politicians, going around the country for the last 4 or 5 years, and I raised it in this very same platform and a few other platforms which asked me the same question, and I said, I asked Chebukati Wafula to dismiss those candidates because he is the returning officer. So I leave it to you, Kenyans. It is corruption starts. Corruption starts when we are not able to follow the requests that we've been asked for. If Kenyans were paying attention and ensuring that we are not taken as, just, oh, kujeni for the last 4 or 5 years, then that leaves us with it means that we are not really giving equal level playing field. And I have told the judge that. So I thank God that I was able to raise that voice for every one of you. All of you 53 million Kenyans or 47 million Kenyans, I've done my best. It's not been easy, because to be excluded means that it's wrong, because it meant that you're not able to tell Kenyans what is really happening behind. And I felt really unsafe by me being bold enough and by me being brave enough to bring that case to the magistrates and just say, look at it. I didn't lose anything at that time, but I asked for the judges to sincerely give it, and I want to also thank my representative, because I had many. I want to appreciate all of them, because they've been the people who've done the work as well. Asanteni sana, and you've not done it because of me. You've done it because of you and me, because good governance means that we are able to share the governance process and fix our country. on the issue of corruption, I want us to fight corruption from where it starts. We need to fight corruption from the heart, from the root cause of the where it starts. There is no way you can be going to the county, unapatio shilingi 50, 100, whatever, and that kind of idea from voters. For me, that is something we have to do away with, and that also takes away in the whole of Africa. So I will leave it there. I hope I've answered that, Ben.
Yes, you've tried, and
Thank you.
Now, I want to give you, since now, don't go too much into the court case. It's already imepitwa na wakati. Now you move forward. I want to give you at least if you can, in the most brief way you can. If you can highlight at least 5 points in your manifesto that you think Kenyans should be able to look at. When we love that you're dreaming, we love that you have you have plunged yourself into it. You have not. Oh, she disappeared. As soon as we talked about the manifesto, she left. I hope she comes back. So we want to move on. Kuseo, what is it? I hope she comes back and then we listen to what she has in her manifesto.
I want to ask a question. I'm just, you forgive me if somebody else already asked it to her, because I believe she can hear anyway.
She's already gone.
Well, maybe if you people already dealt with it, then you let me know. You see, I really appreciate her excitement. And it's like she has really gotten there from the look, the way, the excitement. And I really like that. If the judgment can make her that excited, so
she's back. So let me finish my question too, and then I'll give you time. Now, Juliet, we want to encourage you as a team and as Mutembe. You know, we are very positive people. We support anybody who dares to dream, and you have done that. You have provided. I mean, there are many people who may not have had the courage, and you have stepped forward. And they say that those who ask how it should be done are disturbed by those people who are doing it. And you are there, and that is a first step towards a positive direction to encourage many people to follow. Now, I want you to, in a very brief way, assuming that now these are your voters. You know, voters, sometimes we want to vote positively. We may not necessarily just want to vote against other people. We want to vote for someone. So we want to have a positive vote for Juliet. So assuming now we are not talking about any other person, can you talk about Juliet and what you're bringing on the table? Yeah, at least 5 things maybe that your party and your candidature gonna help Kenya with. Convince these Kenyans who are listening. There are more than 300 people listening to you, and most of them will be voters, and they have other people that they will be talking to. And it's not just enough to talk negatively about other candidates. It's also good enough to talk positively about what you have to offer. So kindly, 5 minutes about your, I mean, a few minutes. Let me make it 3 minutes. Kindly just talk about 5 areas of your manifesto that you can sell to us. Give you that time. Kindly. You're on mute. You're muted.
Oh, thank you so much, Chair Temba. So I will start off by saying that one of the things that I love about Republican Liberty Party is our slogan, and our slogan means liberty, powers of the people. Let me start off by that, and that is what attracted me to stand within this party. So can I also once again appreciate our executive and even its founders. and also all the members of Republican Liberty Party, and kindly ask all the Kenyan voices to join us in this call of presidential, and understand that just because some people have broken the rules in the past does not mean that they should be given the winning seat. So I ask Kenyans to look carefully to be able to transform this country into what we desire it to be. So the first, I've got a few things that we started off with, and things that I would love Kenyans to do, and things that I would love Kenyans to spread in the whole of 47 counties. So I take opportunity to thank Mtembei TV as well, and all its organizers, and also for helping us who are not sometimes able to visit all the counties because of lack of resourcing. But with your voices, Kenyans, I want a clean win. I'm asking Kenyans to come, all of you, because you can see when there is irregularities because that is poor governance, and we have been able to present that for every ordinary Kenyan. So some of the things I will just run through in no particular order, but the things that I really believe that we will bring on board as Republican Liberty Party with all the MCAs, if you get to elect all our MCAs in the various counties. And by the way, we were not able to find MCAs for all the 47 counties, or MPs or governors or senators for all the 47 counties. But one thing I'm going to say to you, I want you to vote for the alternative. I want us to vote for alternative votes and be able to remove the ordinary politics that we see on board. So my call has been throughout Kenya Mpya, Haki Zetu, and I've always said fresh politics. And for the young people, I have always said Tosha Gari, liberty, powers of the people. So our manifesto is in no particular order. Once again, I want us to be able to improve our health. Last time I remember I got asked a question by Lamek, I believe, and it was a question on health. So because of Lamek and because of his question, let me start off by randomly selecting the area of health is wealth. And because of that question, I really feel that when we have good health as Kenyans, we're able to build our wealth. And one of the greatest things, and because my background is I'm a social scientist by background, and so I love problem solving. And because I love problem solving, not just in Kenya, but Africa and around the world, I want the opportunity, I want the equal accessibility and equal equity from all of you to be able to lead this country, so that we are able to promote the talents and the youth for every single child, and so that our children can thrive and we are able to fix our generation and thereafter. I want to say that we need to improve our agriculture and address food security almost immediately, our youth empowerment and employability, create jobs and industrialization, manufacturing sector. That is something that I want us to do together, Kenyans, and bridge those gaps using diasporians, and also be able to call upon diasporians, and especially Kenyan diasporians, to be able to fix some of the gaps and the borrowing that we have seen that is happening. Sadly, diasporians have not had equal opportunity in the direction of building our country. And sadly, the only thing that they do is tunaitisha tu pesa, lakini we are born Kenyans, we love Kenya, we love to support you, we love your welfare to be the best. I want us to be able to promote goods and trades, promote peace, fight the social inequality that we have. I want us to be able to improve the health security, improve security around Kenya, because without good security as well, we are not able to really build our manufacturing jobs and industrialize our country. I want us to have a blueprint and open the economy and continue from where the ideas of the blueprint of having a 24 hours economy. I want us to be able to build our infrastructure. We thank the president for helping us to start building the infrastructure. But let's hope that kind of infrastructure that has been started can be finished. And also we need to look at carefully what is really happening to our assets as Kenyans. The other thing is to fight corruption. As I say, corruption starts by voters voting correctly, and by voters understanding that by voting in the wrong leaders, what we are doing is we're encouraging bad leadership. So I want to ask every single Kenyan right now, if I've got 1-2 minutes, to make sure that we are voting out all these political leaders, old political leaders, as I called it last time, recycled political leadership. I want us to remove the recycled politicians. Let's send them, all of them, home. And the reason I was quite sort of like excited is because of the idea that Kenyans have got an alternative vote right now, whereas before you didn't have it. It was just like wamewekwa. We know what has happened, and sadly, Kenyans have got no balance. It's the same recycled politicians that you have. And that is why I was able to come here. And I want to again thank Papa. I know I batted in, but I know Papa said he's not voting for me because I batted in. Can I just spread my hug and say, Papa, excitement means that we have good governance. Excitement means that, and I want to really, really thank your humbleness and humility for not fighting me back. And I want us to respect women. Women were not given the chance. I know you want to say that, oh, we've got Martha Karua. Let me say, I want to appreciate her for coming forward as well. But let me tell you, I want you to also be thankful that actually, I believe it's because I put my name forward. And that is why Azimio took the efforts to put Mama na Baba. So I thank Azimio for taking that as well. But I want my credibility back, and I take my credibility back kwa sababu mimi sikubalingi mtu ananinyang'anya. I want to appreciate Azimio as well. And I thank some of the campaigns that is going behind as well. When it comes to the position of improving women's rights in every sector, that is something that I care about. And finally, raising standards for the poor and vulnerable, and equal access to justice for the poor. And I also want us to improve our water and sanitation, and finally improve our climate issues. I think I've gone through most of it. Promote good and good health, and also promote peace. So yeah, so some of those things, have a taster, but feel free to ask me question. My telephone number, I have put it there. I have put my WhatsApp number. Every Thursday, I'm able to answer question every Thursdays. Allow me to say to you every Thursdays, because I get so many messages and I want to be able to answer all of you. So yeah.
So you can give your media handles. You can give contacts where people can reach you to get answers about your manifesto and anything you're doing. I mean, personally, I support anyone who dares to dream. I mean, you miss 100% of the chances you never try. So if you have dared to dream, that is good enough, and I really appreciate. I appreciate the effort. So for anything, I think you deserve a lot of patting in the back for trying. We wish you well. You can give us your contacts. The people who want to reach you will do. I think I'll only allow one more question from Kuseo, and then we proceed on. Kuseo, you had a question to Juliet so that she can respond in 1 minute, and then we can let her go. As a presidential candidate, I'm sure she has a very busy schedule and she needs to go rest so that she can continue with her campaign. So Kuseo, tafadhali, if you can.
Oh, thank you, Themba. I think mine will be short. The first question is, that's why I was just apologizing in case it has been answered earlier. Then she can skip it. It is to do with there were very many candidates who had applied to contest the presidency, and I believe you are one of them. And I do realize that different candidates were turned down for different reasons. Why they were not clear. So, what were the reasons why you are not? Juliet was not clear. Then, secondly, I really like your excitement regarding the court ruling. And I'm sure you have also heard about other sectors, I think, who are equally disappointed. And for that, they have actually apparently moved to the appellate court. What happens if the appellate court overturns the lower court? What will happen to your case?
Okay.
I think the other one is hypothetical. The second one is hypothetical. You know, the status quo right now is that the IBC has been told that the question was on the verification of registers. I mean the signatures, and what the court addressed itself to is that the person doesn't have to bring you know, ID copies of of the people. You know, that was the prayer that the court was asked to. So Juliet, kindly briefly you can respond to very
why are you
quickly.
saying it? Why are you saying it is hypothetical and the matter has been is being taken to the appellate court?
Yeah, it's hypothetical.
Let me answer that. Let me help Themba to answer that.
In my view, it's hypothetical because the court hasn't addressed itself to it. So Juliet is yeah. So we wait for the court process. You cannot. That's why they say you don't comment on matters before the court. So it's a matter before the court. There's a joke that if you want your wife not to access money, you put it in the court, and then you tell her that's a matter before the court. You don't talk about it. I'm just kidding. Now, Juliet, I wanted to respond to the first one on the reasons why you specifically, you were not, you said you were excluded. That is what Kuseo has an interest in. What made you be excluded? I mean, briefly, please, not so much detail.
That is a matter for Chebukati Wafula to answer himself. I could not answer for him, so I will leave that for Chebukati Wafula, never to exclude any Kenyan, ordinary Kenyan. So I don't have an answer for that. All I can say, my experience was exclusion, and my experience in that matter was there is no complaint procedures or good complaint procedures within the IEBC, let me say that, but they are working on that, so we thank God for that. So let me say that I chose to take my matter to Milimani Court, and as you can see, it was called by some of you, it was called, let me see what it was called. It was called the Titanic battle, as you can see, Juliet Mahapila versus Chebukati Wafula. I really want it to be known. And the reason it was called that, because for the very same reason that you're picking up on today, I called it unconstitutional, and I called it that there is no way someone like me can really come to you and you give me your kitambulisho for me to take it back to the IEBC, and especially when I am vying my seat from a political party. Now, what is interesting, which you may not know, all of you Kenyan, is there is only one candidate that actually was able to present the vitambulisho, and that candidate knows himself. I don't want to give names here because I don't think I just want to leave it open for you to know there's only one candidate out of all the presidential candidates that came in. So you Kenyans ought to know the truth. Only one candidate. And I'm also putting a case here for you today. How was that one candidate able to produce vitambulisho, 48,000 signatures, photocopies, because that candidate has got privilege? I questioned that to the court. And I also present that as corruption at the highest level in your show here today, because it shows that something is missing in this competition. I have questioned that because every candidate was not able to fulfill that particular clause. So I thank you, Kenyans, for listening to that. But I will say to you that myself, I was able to present the numbers of the people who support the call of the 48,000. In fact, I presented 52,000 signatures or beyond that, I can't remember. But what is interesting, Kenyans,
It's okay.
is
It's okay,
has
Juliet.
we
No,
yeah.
no, no. It's
So
okay. We
did I
appreciate.
answer that,
Yes, you did,
Giselle?
and
Yeah.
to the best of your knowledge, you did.
Thank you.
And thank you so much. We
Asanteni.
want you to go rest. No, Makiadi, I think that's enough.
Please,
Thank
Makiadi, let me just
thank
hear his question. I really
you.
want
No,
to
no, no,
hear
no,
from
thank you.
Richie.
I want
Please.
to let that stop. We will
Okay.
have you. We will have you another time.
All
We
right
really
then.
appreciate you. Unless it's just a comment, not a question, Makiadi. Just a comment, not a question, because we really want to move on.
Yeah, hi Juliet. I'm happy that you got cleared, but I would want, of course, I wish you all the best. I'd want you not to answer me right now because I think this is something that might be something you meditate on. You've had your issues with Chebukati, and you've also actually showed us here and told us here that you have your issues with Chebukati. My question to you, and like we said, you don't have to answer me, is this. We have a list of almost, I think she's listening. We have a list of almost 50 something candidates in Demba who are supposed to be running for president. We are looking at 35 days. We are looking at 34 days to go. I'm sure we will still have the IEBC going through the paperwork of the candidates. Let's assume that before the appellate court decides whether IEBC wants to actually appeal the decision. So probably we are looking at another 1 or 2 weeks. And if the decision is stayed, it means that the IEBC then has to clear all these candidates, 52 or 55 or something, I don't know, 2 weeks from now. And then we will be in August. And then it means that the IEBC has not yet printed the ballot papers. So my question to you is this, and I don't want you to answer me. As much as you celebrate that you have had reprieve from the court, do you believe that the IEBC has the capacity to run this election within the stipulated time? That is my question.
Makiadi, that question, I think, if you listen to the judgment, the prayer before the court was on the signatures and the requirement that there has to be verification. That now there has to be the IDs of those who have brought the signatures. Now remember, there are those who are thrown out because they didn't have enough signatures. Those ones are not captured by that ruling. There are those who are thrown out because they didn't have academic papers. There are those who are like Wanjigi, Nyambane. Those were thrown out because of other issues. There were those who were thrown out because they were late. Okay, so it is only capturing, I think, only about 2 people. As far as Wairia, there's Wairia, and there's, I think, Okuru Court. Those are the people who at least managed the signatures, but they didn't provide the evidential, like the ID.
Photocopies.
Yeah, photocopies. I don't know. According to Makapila, she says she provided. So if she's also captured in that, that's okay. Those are they are about only not many of them. So it's we are going to see how IBC interprets the judgment and how IBC responds to that judgment, because IBC is yet to respond to the judgment and apply it within their system. So we await because the judgment was there today, I think yesterday, and they need to get it, interpret it, and then now see if they are going to apply it. I mean, within whatever it is, how they are going to apply. So let's await and see if Makapila, like she's saying, she's going to be in that ballot box. It's up to IBC if it is going to run it. We wish you well, Juliet, and we have to let you go because you have to move on. We will have you again as soon as that list is out and IBC has responded and you are there. We will be glad to host you again here so that you can speak to your people and continue giving us more insights into your candidacy. So thank you so much, Makakipila. We have to move on, and we wish you well. Thank you.
Asanteni, Richie, thank you for that question. And you can always get an answer, a personal answer from me. And just a quick one. I sincerely believe that if the right procedures are followed, I believe that every candidate should have equal access. And I'll leave it there. If you want to get hold of me on my Twitter handle, it is Twitter at Juliet November Mikey 1000, JNM 1000. That is my Twitter handle. Every Thursdays, I will be able to answer you any questions. And if you want my telephone number, it's +44 774238405. Some of you asked me why I use my London number. That is my WhatsApp number, sadly. So that I left from London to come to relocate back to Kenya. So I'm delighted to want to have innovations of things that I've been exposed to. I want to leave you with love. I want to leave you with ensuring that we vote alternatives here in Kenya, and it doesn't matter whenever they give any of us the certificate. What I want you to know, you are the voters that decide. Hata kama ni hiyo siku moja, vote for the right candidates, and the right candidates means that we have to vote and all these recycled politicians. Asanteni. Good night.
Okay, thank you. Good night.
Just read the number once again.
There are people.
My number is
yes.
+44.
Yes.
77.
Yeah.
423.
423. Yes.
84.
84.
052. And bear in mind, I never answer anyone who doesn't give me their full names and where they're calling me from. So if you're just texting me, and because I wake up to over 80,000 messages a day, or
You are a
sometimes,
presidential candidate.
so
You should
what
be
I'm
having an
saying,
assistant,
just bear in
Makapila.
mind, yes, bear in mind, if you don't give me your full name and I don't get to see, every Thursday I'm able to answer as many people as I can. Please, please, if you're contacting me, feel free to ask me any question, because I believe a fair society should have
Okay,
you.
that's okay.
And
That's okay.
yes,
What's your IG? What's your IG? Makapila? What's your Instagram? Someone is asking for that.
no, Twitter is Juliet November Mikey 1000. So I've
You
only
wanna
got
write
one.
it? You wanna write it in the message down there so that people can say?
Every time I try to write, I seem to cut myself out. So just write it. It's Juliet November Mikey 1000. And if you want to text me, always also be patient. Another good way to
Calm
find,
down.
hang on, another good way to find me is
hold on. Your number is plus what?
+44
Mm-hmm.
77
77
423
hold on 423
84052.
80.
No. So +44 77 423 84052. And also another good
Makapila 84052, right?
Yeah, 84052.
All right, I've given them. I've posted your number right there, so they're gonna get to you. And someone is asking for your ID. You said Juliet what?
Juliet November Mikey 1000.
Juliet November. No.
Mikey 1000.
November. It was a long November. Mikey. Well, spell Mikey.
No, JNM 1000. Just letter J, letter N, letter M 1000.
JNM 1000. Okay.
Yeah, capitals, as in capitals. Now, the other thing, the other quickest way of getting in touch with me, say, for instance, we've done Mutembei TV here today. If you send your question here at Mutembei TV, I will always make sure that I have answered your question. So if you send it here at Mutembei TV, because I get to see it almost instantly, and
Sasa
especially like now.
wacha
So
wacha
that's a good way
wacha
of
nimalize.
getting
Wacha
hold of it.
nimalize.
Yeah.
Mafisi wote waende huko wamtafute huko. Kwa nini? Wanasema ya kwamba kuna wengine hapo wanasema wewe ni mrembo, wameanza ku nini presidential candidate. Huyu ni president bana. Angalia manifesto na policy. Hapana enda kusumbua Juliet na ofisi. Mafisi wanaenda kwa Wajakoya. Kuna
And
mali
by the way, Bwana Temba, I also want to give you some good news here today. I have also got a program that I call the Peace Project, we call it Gunia Art. So if you're listening to me here today and you love things to do with peace, I want to invite you, put your name there, your logo, whatever you want to put in that logo, and send me a picture. Tafuta gunia ya 20 bob, andika jina yako, and tell me. I just want you to write peace in Kenya.
Right.
And I love that.
Is it on your Instagram? I mean, are they gonna find all that information there?
They could find it on our Facebook page, and if you just go to Gunia Art #2, I believe. So I want we call it Msafara wa Kenya. So we're calling it 70. We're creating this kind of movement, which I feel we need.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We wish you well. End up pumzika so that tomorrow you go campaign. I wish you all the best.
Asanteni. And I love you, Kenyans. Vote for me. Don't forget to vote for us. Vote for me and that youth. Put that youth into power.
Thank you.
Asante.
Okay, bye. Thank you. Makiadi, tafadhali.
Sasa mimi nitaanzia wapi? Unajua siku imekuwa mrefu. Na mimi nataka kuanza na at least kucheza video ndio tuanzie hapo. I would have loved us to at least have a moment to interrogate the court decision and the way Ndemba interpreted the court decision. I don't know, Osea, if you've listened to that court decision, because I'm thinking maybe I heard it differently. So perhaps I could just find the video in a few minutes and then I would play the video and then perhaps Ndemba utatuambia kama
atafafanua.
Yeah, ningependa sana, ngoja nione kama nimeipata.
Nairobi. Nairobi.
Haichezi vizuri Ndemba. Wacha nicheze ingine hapa, video ingine hapa ya IBC, the same question. Tunaongea ndio nione kama we are on the same page na hiyo story yenye IBC imepeleka kotini leo. I think I had a different approach, a different
TV Nairobi.
Let's now take you to the courts where High Court Judge Anthony Mrima has jolted the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC, by quashing regulations requiring independent presidential aspirants to submit at least 48,000 copies of national identity cards or passports of registered voters endorsing their State House bid. In a ruling that now hands a lifeline to presidential aspirants who were kicked out of the presidential lineup by IEBC Chair Wafula Chebukati for failing to meet the identity cards threshold, Mrima faulted the commission for treating independent aspirants differently from those sponsored by political parties. And as Francis Gashuri now reports, IEBC is staring at a possibly longer presidential ballot paper under Mrima's, or unless Mrima's orders are vacated by the appellate court.
34 days to the ballot, the electoral body IEBC has been forced back to the drawing board after High Court Judge Anthony Mrima quashed at least 4 sections of the Elections General Regulations 2012 as amended in 2017. Key among the regulations declared unconstitutional by Judge Mrima are sections requiring independent presidential aspirants and other persons eyeing various elective seats as independent candidates to supply copies of national identity cards of registered voters backing their bids for clearance by IEBC. This requirement, according to Mrima, was discriminatory and differential treatment in violation of Article 37 of the Constitution. In the consolidated petition filed by 18 applicants, among them presidential aspirants Dr. Ekuru Aukot, Ruben Kigame, James Kamau, Jeremiah Nyaga and Jeru Kathangu, who were kicked out of the State House race, Mrima ruled that IEBC had access to personal data of all registered voters, including copies and numbers of their national identity cards or passports, and should not have compelled the presidential aspirants to supply the same information to ascertain support for their bids. According to the High Court judge, IEBC was in breach of the Data Protection Act, and aspirants had no legal basis to collect personal details of registered voters. The commission also faulted for failing to explain how it would use the supplied copies of national identification documents of voters, how long it would keep such documents, and eventually how such information would be disposed without exposing the voters' data to abuse. Independent presidential aspirants were required to submit at least 48,000 signatures and copies of national identity cards of registered voters as proof of support of their State House bids from at least 24 counties. Those eyeing parliamentary, county assembly and gubernatorial seats were also required to submit copies of identity cards of voters endorsing their ambitions for clearance by IEBC. Aukot demanding resignation of Chebukati, who he accuses of failing to interpret the law correctly. He also wants the nomination of Raila Odinga, William Ruto, George Wajakoya and David Wahiga Mwaure to contest in the August presidential race quashed. The Third Way Alliance leader is also demanding the shelving of presidential ballot papers printing and a fresh presidential nomination exercise to accord all aspirants a level playing field. Sources at IEBC told Citizen TV that Judge Mrima's orders will be contested at the Court of Appeal as soon as he releases certified copies of his ruling. Francis Gashuri, Citizen TV.
Okay. And then I think you've heard what that ruling was all about. So one of the issues that was being contested, hold on, guys. I was just in the middle of making my submission. I've not made my submission. So one of the issues that were being contested was the issue of presidential candidates and those running for governor to produce copies of ID. And that was struck out. And there are, I think you've heard, there are 4 other sections that were in contravention of whatever, is it the Data Protection Act? I would love to see, I would love to hear what the other 4, I mean the other 3 issues are. But when I had this ruling today, I actually felt like this election has already been bungled, because like Juliet was here and I was asking her, I mean, we are only 35 days to an election, and we have the IEBC, which is also waiting for a copy of the ruling so that they can also go to the courts of appeal to try and contest this decision. So I don't know how long again it's going to take this decision to be heard at the courts of appeal. I don't know how long again it's going to take before the judgment is actually delivered. And then we have the IEBC now contacting their contractor, or whoever the person they gave the tender to print the ballot papers. Now, I also believe that before the IEBC does that, if the Court of Appeal actually upholds this decision, that was this ruling that was given today, then there are also some sort of paperwork that has to be done. And if we have these presidential candidates, from what I see from the list that I've read there, it's not like the way in Demba you are saying. It's not just 2 people. There are more. There are more presidential candidates that were also in that were also part of this case. And so my fear is, the more this thing is going to be dragged forward, the more we are looking at probably an election that will not be conducted on time, and probably the printing of ballot papers will not even have taken place. And I just fear for the worst. That's what I can say. I fear for the worst. Thank you, Ndemba.
Okay, thank you. Let me hear Kuseo and then no, Kuseo, wait. Let's hear Wangira.
Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning here in Kenya. You remember yesterday when I was deliberating here, Makede, I raised the same issue of the way IBC applied double standards in regard to the particular presidential candidates. That's the issue I raised yesterday. And you know, it has come out clear. And just like I was telling you yesterday, that IBC was cited in 2017 as being a law unto itself. One thing that you must realize that regulations always emanate from the IEBC, and they're only taken to Parliament for approval. So the question I will be asking myself is that it will be that in 2013 we didn't have this issue of people, and you remember in 2013 we didn't even have the data protection law. The data protection law is a very new act of, I think, 2019, and in 2013 we didn't have this issue of people attaching the IDs of their supporters, and the same in 2017. So the question that I always ask, the question that I asked myself when I heard about this particular regulation was, why was IBC moving the goalpost? Was IBC trying to make it impossible for other people to run as presidential candidates because it heard that there were around 48 candidates who wanted to become presidential candidates in this country? And look at the quagmire we are in. Although the way I've listened to that clip, there are no exact orders that, whoever was denied that right should be granted the same right, which means IBC can, unless there are those specific orders now compelling IBC that they must reconsider wakina Ekuro Court, wakina Kagame's nomination papers, then perhaps IBC could proceed with the election the way they are. But you never know. A court is a very cheeky guy. Given that today he has gotten those orders saying that it was illegal for them to have been told to present copies of IDs of their supporters, I'm very, very sure that tomorrow morning he will be appearing in the same High Court seeking another order to compel the IEBC to accept their nomination papers. And if that order is granted, then my brothers know that we are in a quagmire, because we will be Chebukati will be forced to go back to the Bomas of Kenya and start receiving nomination papers for 13 guys who you remember there were 13 of them who were denied that opportunity because of this issue of the ID copies. So he will be forced to go back to Bomas of Kenya and start clearing 13 new candidates. And if that becomes the case, then I wish that we are going to have the election on the 9th of August 2022. That would be my question. So because I've not read I'm also waiting for the exact judgment to see what it said. Let us see the way things develop. But it's not a very, very good picture for IEBC. And remember, we have even another ruling that is coming out, I think, on the 14th of this month in regard to the issue of the complementary system, on the issue of the manual voter register. And if the court rules that the IBC is supposed to present a manual voter register, then already IBC will be in very, very bad light. And many people will start losing the trust perhaps they developed in this particular organization, and they will be wondering whether IBC will be in a position to deliver a free, fair, and credible election. So there are many, many questions that are still being asked at 33 days to the general election. So let us see the way it plays out. Let me just allow somebody else to come in and also contribute.
Say, go on.
Oh, good evening, Wangira. Good evening again, Bob. Good evening, Richie, Pemba. You see, if I want to agree, I would want to agree with Wangira one way or the other. You see, there's, I think, a particular group of people who are determined to do something about these elections. Now, my guess is that what they want is that there are attempts to frustrate the process one way or the other, so that you know, when Chebukati released the timetable, he was following some specific requirements from the bank anchored on the Constitution. Now, the moment it flip-flops on any of them, what that means is that it will open up cases, people, even way after the election, for people to go to court, run to court, and claim this and claim that, with the result that the certain rules, certain guidance, certain procedures were not followed, and for that, the elections did not follow or are not conducted according to the Constitution. Secondly, it also, the way of IBC, the way IBC is conducting itself, it's like it wants to give some grounds for people later on to actually run to the Supreme Court to contest the elections. If they ignore certain things. Now, back onto this issue which is bothering us. You see, 2012, Wangira, there was under the Elections Act. Now, it was repealed in 2017. That's why you are saying that certain things you are seeing IBC is doing now, they were not there. They were not there because they were repealed in, the amendment took place in 2017. Now, the difficult thing is that in 2017, if you think that that act contravened any part of the Constitution, what these people now should have done was to go to the High Court for an interpretation so that they are declared unconstitutional. Now, nobody did that. So what has happened is that Chebukati has applied the Elections Act as amended in 2017.
Kuse, let me just tell you one thing, then you proceed. There's what we call the IBC general regulations, the same regulations that were used in 2013 and 2017. You know, in 20, I think last year or early this year, Nani Chebukati and team proposed an amendment to the general regulation that incorporated this particular issue of copies of IDs. It was not part of that general regulation in 2013 and 2017. So this was a very new incorporation that Chebukati was bringing in 2022, and that's why it is bringing problems here.
You see, Wangira, the bottom line is that Parliament looked at it and passed it. So whatever Chebukati is applying, Parliament has already okayed it. So if you are having any issues with it, the best you should have done was to go to the High Court and contest it so that it is declared unconstitutional. Now, we are in the middle of an election, and we are applying those rules as were passed by Parliament. It is rather too late to take IBC that why are you applying this and this? That is why most people who came here earlier actually were wondering what exactly is the High Court trying to do? Because IBC have followed what the Elections Act says as amended. Now, for the issue on the signatures, you know, when Parliament was passing these things, for those who are following, you'll realize that there were certain abuses that they were trying to seal. One of them is whereby some of the candidates, for example, which are making the 57 plus of candidates, are being believed to have been sponsored specifically. There are multiple candidates sponsored from certain directions here. And Parliament had these things in mind when they were passing these changes. Secondly, just normal other abuses. Some people apparently were going there so that they can enjoy the security accorded to the presidential candidates and such kind of things. Well, maybe if you have the money, and the money may cause a cause, you can do that. But nevertheless, the ruling today was specifically on the copies of IDs. But you see, what comes out, especially what has been captured in our topic, is like all the candidates are now on board. Not exactly. Not exactly. Only the ones who are affected by the issues of copies of ID. You see, the issue of Okuro Court is not part of the ruling. The one where he wants Raila, RUTO, and Wajukoya disqualified. It is not there. The issue about Jimmy Wanjigi, about the qualification document certificates, they are not there. But you see, the ruling, for those people interpreted the way they want. According to them, the entire 57 candidates are going to be on the ballot. Not exactly. Only the people who will be there are the ones who had issues with they have the signatures, but they didn't have, the way Juliet has explained. They have the signatures, but they didn't have their copies of IDs. And the reason the High Court gave for that is the possibility of the same, of data protection, that the same can be misused. How will they be disposed of at the end? So they according to the High Court, is like there is potential contravention of the Data Protection Act. I'll stop there.
Yeah, I'm looking for the video clip from KTN. I think that one is a better explained version. I'll play it when it's ready. Bob Papa, before we bring Njiru. Bob Papa.
Yeah. Now, you know, this decision has made me go back to basics. And the basics are reading of the Election Act of 2017. And the Election Act is very clear. There is nowhere it states that you should present copies of those IDs. So where did Chebukati get this kind of requirement?
It came later after the 2017.
No, you know the Election Act. The Election Act is always operationalized with what we call regulations, and that's what I was talking about. The general regulation, the IEBC general regulation that operationalizes the IEBC Act, and that's what Chebukati was basing on. And you know, regulations always come from the body, and the body in this regard is IEBC, and they're only taken to Parliament for approval. So the question that I'm asking as Wangira is, why was Chebukati trying to move goalposts from what we had in 2017 to a new one of presenting copies of IDs? That would be my question.
Now, these regulations.
I'll respond to that later. I have the...
Yeah, my question is, these regulations, were they gazetted? Is there a gazette notice to those to that effect?
Yes, they are. Immediately they are approved by Parliament, they get gazetted. Then they become part of the Kenyan law.
Okay, let me do this fast. Bob Papa, I'll give you time to continue. Steve, kama unanisikia, nimekuona unataka kuingia studio, lakini it looks like your gadget has not been configured properly. So try to restart your gadget and then click on the link tuone kama utakuwa admitted. Bob, let me play this video from KTN. Maybe it will help us, in our discussion here.
Nairobi. Now tonight, it is a sigh of relief for all independent aspirants who are seeking elective positions after the High Court in Nairobi quashed the requirement for the copies of identity cards of supporters before clearance by the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission to vie for office. According to a ruling delivered by Justice Anthony Mrima, the High Court found that the requirement was in contravention of the Constitution and the Data Protection Act. The court also nullified a list of other regulations by the Electoral Agency. Emmanuel Toh reports.
With 34 days left before the August 9 election, it seems the lineups for all the teams warming up for the contest may need some changes. The High Court in Nairobi handing the independent aspirant seeking office a lifeline after it quashed the requirement of submitting copies of identity cards of supporters to vie, terming it as unconstitutional, null and void. While delivering the ruling at the Milimani Law Courts, High Court Judge Anthony Mrima ruled that, and I quote, "The differential treatment accorded to the independent candidates is not justified and infringes Article 37 of the Constitution." The court adding that, and I quote, "There is no doubt that once a person is registered as a voter, the IBC retains the details of the voter, including the identification number of the voter or Kenyan passport. Such details are sufficient to ascertain registration." Finally, Justice Mrima concluded that it was incumbent for the IBC to explain the use of its data, the period it was to keep the data from independent candidates, and the manner it would be disposed thereafter.
If anybody submitted less than 24 or less for 24 counties, less than 24 counties, they are not part of the schedule.
This is now a big win for all the independent aspirants, starting from the MCA position to the presidential ballot. Presidential aspirants were required to submit at least 2,000 copies of the identity cards of their supporters from 24 counties when returning nomination papers. Those seeking the governor's seat were supposed to submit 500 copies of IDs, while aspirants for Senate were to gather 2,000. Aspiring MPs and women representative, 1,000 supporters, and 500 for MCAs.
It is not practical to actually photocopy IDs of Kenyans because it goes against the Data Protection Act, and the judge actually agreed with us on that point.
Third Way Alliance Party leader Ekuru Aukot, who presented the case alongside other candidates, has now called for immediate resignation of IBC chairperson Wafula Chebukati for failing in his mandate.
He has actually exhibited a lot of incompetence and unreliability, differential treatment of candidates, and as a party, we have no faith in Chebukati managing this election going forward. Very, very soon.
With the printing process of ballot papers already on course, it is evident the IBC may have to reconsider its options as time ticks towards the August 9 polls.
Well, either of two things will happen. One, the nomination process for all the presidential candidates stands nullified because of this finding from the judge, which means Chebukati will have to start this process afresh. Number two, or then to invite all presidential candidates who met the provisions of Article 137 and to allow them to be in the ballot.
The documentations are in order, and I approve the nomination of Raila Odinga.
IBC has so far cleared 4 presidential candidates from a list of 57 who had expressed interest to succeed President Uhuru Kenyatta. The 4 are Raila Odinga of the ISIOLO Umoja One Kenya, Deputy President William RUTO of the UDA Party, Professor George Ojakoya of the Roots Party, and Wahiga Maure of Agano Party. Emmanuel To, KT News, Nairobi.
It seems like every new day the courts are throwing a new spanner in the works for the IEBC. Remember, I'll be joined by the
Okay, Ndemba, let me do this before you come in. Bob Papa Azimio was supposed to make a remark, and then Jiru will give his submission. I think Jiru wants to leave, so Bob Papa. And then Ndemba, you can take over from Jiru.
Yeah, mine was about the signatures. I mean the ID copies, and Wangira alluded to the fact that it went through Parliament and it was gazetted. I am still looking for this Kenya Gazette because as it is, there's no way, there's nowhere that judge would have given that ruling if it was gazetted. So these regulations, I highly doubt whether it was gazetted. Unless you have the gazette number, then we can verify on that. Because the judges normally make some of these rulings in public interest, and there is no way. I really highly doubt. So let me allow other panelists to proceed as I do my research as fast as possible.
Jiru.
Yes, hello. Good evening, everyone. It's my delight to meet everybody here. Yeah, this is a place where we come to enjoy what is happening in Kenyan politics. Yeah, let me begin with the IBC. I try to be a bit rational as possible. to apply reasoning and other issues. But I don't know why. I think Raila Odinga team should not believe IBC. So if I was asked, I would just say that Raila Odinga to just make sure that he has his own people who can tell him what is happening. Because one thing which I would like to tell Kenyans here is that we don't have time of saying that we need the servers to get opened. And there is something which has always happened in Kenya, and I know maybe that is the script which maybe our opponents might be wanting to keep. At times, the person who is announced by the Electoral Commission is very difficult to snatch that thing from them, even if they are not the winners. And that is usually the reality. So, me, I don't want us to go into the route of trying to find out what happened when the things didn't work. So, me, what I want to say is we need to be speculative of IBC, and Raila Odinga and the team and the people who are Azimio, they just need to have their footing on this thing. We shouldn't allow Chebukati to give us any election. If we doubt Chebukati cannot give us a credible election, we have the time to stop him now. But it will be very expensive to start stopping Chebukati when he has bungled the election, when the election has gone against you, and you are now claiming that my election has been stolen. I don't want us to reach that level. If we know that Chebukati is going to bungle this election, we better start our process now. That is one. Because let me tell you, somebody who is planning to steal from you, it doesn't matter the percentage which you are defeating them with. They can still manipulate that percentage, or they can even switch. RUTO votes can be Raila votes, and Raila votes can be RUTO votes. I'm not saying that is what is going to happen. They can switch you. How will you know? So, me, what I want to tell Azimio people here, if they are hearing us, please, a contested election is very expensive. We lose life, we lose our time, our emotional support, and waiting for this presidency. We can't take a bungled election, please. So if there is a concept which can assure us, and remember, some people might even choose not to vote because of those perceptions. Maybe IBC might not give us a credible election. So people need to get that confidence. And it is not RUTO's side to give people confidence. Azimio's side has also to give us confidence that whatever is happening in IBC, they are aware. I don't want to say in control, because being in control means you might be subject to manipulate. Me, I don't want Baba to manipulate election, because I know he is capable of winning. All what I want is Baba can stand after the elections and tell me that whatever IBC is reading is the truth information. That's all what I want Baba to confirm to me. But the idea that the election has been done, tallying has been done, and we are complaining, we don't know what happened. Me, I don't want to go to that in that route, because we have not solved our past 4 elections. They are just in chaos. 2007, we don't know what happened. 2013, we don't know what happened. 2017, we don't know what happened. 2017, 2 times, we don't know what happened. So, please, Azimio, show us the concept. That's all what I would say. IBC will not give us any concept. IBC is as confused as any other person. IBC will only respond to the people manipulating them. And based on what is happening, you can see how the manipulation might happen. So these ideas we are talking of register, what this, me, I hope Azimio has a concept, the register which will be used, they have a copy, the people who will be tarried, they know. So me, I just want that assurity, and I know Baba has, he knows. So the ideas of saying we want the servers to be open, me, I don't want that one now. Okay, that is about IBC, because I don't want to talk too much about IBC because I don't know if they can give us anything. But if Baba trusts them, he can take us to election. But if they are going to give us a shambolic election, I will not say that we boycott the election, but we need a concept. IBC needs to write and state clearly that they are going to give us a fair. All we are demanding is a fair election. We don't want any person to be favored. We want the votes which have been cast, they be counted 1 vote to 1 vote. We do not want that computer to be, they start putting factors. We are aware in 2017, they put factors. That is why people in some counties, votes were constant, 54-48. We know it. They put factor, 1 point something. There was an equation. So we have to be sure that those equations are not there. It is 1-1. And so Chebukati has to give us something serious. I don't want to talk about Chebukati because these people are learned and they are playing with the learned society of Kenya. They don't, let me tell you, I don't know why learned people and these people have been given authority to lead us. They are working in a limbo as if they can't make strategic decisions. There is a problem here. Somebody wants to steal this election, and we have to stop them. Me as an ordinary citizen, I might not be able to do it. Me, I don't want to go for demonstrations. I'm tired of these things. All we want is we have to. I don't want to say control. I don't want to tell Baba to control this election, but he has to be aware. At least if you are aware, you know that how your votes came. You can be assured. That's what we are demanding. Baba to be aware. So we can stream Azimio. We can be getting those results live. We can be getting all those things live. So we are sure what we are receiving, and we are confirming with the register so that we do not have those gymnastics which they are used of doing, because we know Chebukati is ready for gymnastics. So let's be clear on that. Let's go to Mount Kenya. So today, Baba was in Mount Kenya region. He was having a Mammoth rally, and in that Mammoth rally, there's one thing which I picked. Number one is that there is still some work to do. Yes, I know Baba has made the inroads, but again, I will say it here, maybe, and I want to say it here clear, because there are people here who might not be understanding Kikuyu and other languages. There is a lot of propaganda which is being talked about Baba in Mount Kenya region, and I wanted to say it here for that, so that the people who understand Kiswahili can understand. Moses Kuria and the rest and some other people in Kiambu, they have started using age as a separation factor for Baba. And that is what they are selling in their small communities there. And they are going and using that thing to try and show that Baba has no capacity. That's why I'm trying to tell people here, if you are hearing me, that is what is now trending. That is what they are circulating there. So Baba is energetic, he can lead people. So those are the things now which we need to tell people, because that is what they are selling to people. They are saying, I don't even want to say those things because I don't want to market the idea, but they have now used the issue of age. Now, I said the other day about the creep here. Yes, I said that creep which was sprayed was good. Yeah, they have talked about it. But again, the creep is not having the wavelength which I was expecting it to build, because that creep, despite the deputy president, maybe if you heard what the cousin of Uhuru Kenyatta said today in the TV, I can 50% agree with him. The creep doesn't have the magnanimity of showing, because you see what was happening is that Ruto was trying to defend their presidency, which is something good, if you may say it that way. So the creep is not bringing the real issues about Ruto character, which we want people to know about Ruto. So I would like us to, in fact, it is emboldening, because it is showing that maybe this is the person who, I don't know, talk about those things. So, but there are some things we can talk about which can show the character of Ruto, like what Baba said today, and the people understood the issues of maize, and he was able to explain some of the issues which watu wamekuwa wakisema, the reason why bei ya vitu imepanda. Baba ameelezea leo vizuri sana, and he was able to explain what happened when Ruto was given the Ministry of Agriculture. Vile mahindi report, at least today he was able to mention those are the issues, those are the things which people can understand, and they were able to show that these people, they are not green. They were given responsibility, but when they had time to make a decision, they plundered Kenyans into much problems which are even spiraling up to now. Actually, the problem which we are having now, it is 10 years old. It is not a problem of now. The food insecurity which is happening now, it is something which you can connect to 10 and 15 years time, because there are some policies, you know, governmental policies are cumulative. There is a policy you might implement in 2009, but that policy will come and will keep on affecting you for so long. So now those are the things now we have now to accumulate and tell the Kenyans. These people had gotten an opportunity, but they were not able to do anything serious to Kenyans. So, and going forward, what I'm expecting to see is, because you see, Ruto is playing hand on the propaganda and what he used to build his campaign. So what I'm expecting Azimio to do now, they have to show the real concept of how they are going to make the government work, because Tanga people in one direction, they will keep on showing how defective the government is. But it is now the responsibility of us as Azimio to show how the government is in control, and also, because you remember, a portion of the government is in Azimio, that is Jubilee. So Jubilee has to play another role in Azimio. Jubilee has to play a role of explaining government projects, what has happened. So that's why I'm saying, like 10% of Azimio, we have to still talk about what the government has done through Jubilee. As also Azimio, ODM and other parties in Kenya, the people who have not been in government, explaining what we are going to do. So Jubilee should not isolate itself completely, not talking of what the government has done. So that is, so Jubilee has to explain what the government has done and the project which they have done. And they try to demystify the lies which are coming from the other side of government in opposition, which UDA is effecting on the other direction, because UDA is trying to play in a mid-range. They are trying to take credit on what is good, and what is not good, they are trying to deflect away from it. So now Jubilee has to know how to intermingle those two and be able to isolate wheat and chaff correctly, because that is what is airing, and those are the propagandas which are spring around, and people are unable to separate to what extent is Azimio, to what extent is Jubilee. Now those are the things that we have to separate now, and I would like to advise Jubilee leaders, they have to stand strong and they defend their government. But us as Azimio, we can't ultimately defend the government. We will only stand with the government on handshake. So our input to the government on the handshake, and that was purely on peace handshake brought peace, a working environment. So there is nothing else beyond giving government a working environment that we gave through the handshake. The handshake was not a partnership to implement projects. The handshake was a goodwill. And that is what we have to keep on telling people, and the people who are talking about the propaganda that Azimio has been helping government to implement projects. It is clear, even a baby knows, Azimio has not been doing government projects. It's a portional part of Azimio through Jubilee, which has been doing those things. So Azimio, we are only concentrating with the goodwill we gave Jubilee government to be able to function, just giving them, depolarizing the country, making the country workable. They can be able to go in every corner of the government and implement the project and work. We were able to bring just giving them good relationship. Investors can come back to the country. Those are the things we gave them. But there is nowhere Azimio has done policies for the government. We have not helped them to do anything. Those are the things, because now the government in opposition is now inverting the whole thing. And now those are the things which we have to keep on telling Kenyans the truth. Thank you, and that is my presentation today.
Thank you, Njiru. Good comments. The clip achieved its intention. Its intention was not to make them go viral, as some of you. You're also buying into propaganda that it didn't achieve its intention. Those who are saying that it didn't achieve intention are basically trying to divert attention, and I think you are a victim of that too. The intention of the clip was not to make it like you are trying to say that, oh, it was supposed to trend, no. The intention of the clip was simple: to divert the attention from marketing their manifesto. That's what happened. And for the last 3 days, they have not said anything about their manifesto. Tell me where they have talked about their manifesto. Where? They have spent, the UDA guys have spent almost, I think this is the 4th or the 5th day, attacking the president, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, who is not even a candidate. So that was the intention of the clip. And of course, you know what they do. They say that we give you a squirrel, you chase a squirrel while the antelope is escaping. So what was it supposed to do? Get them busy. And in their campaign, you see, the clip came, I think, a day immediately after launching their manifesto. What are they supposed to be going to do in Tharaka Nithi? They are supposed to be selling the manifesto, the key things in their manifesto. They were supposed to give points about their manifesto. You can't launch a manifesto and the next day you're going to attack a president who is not even in the race. So what did they do? All of them, their attacks were targeted at one president, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, the whole time. In Tharaka Nithi, wherever they are going, whatever anybody is rising to talk, where Uhuru, where. That was the intention of the clip. And for 2 days, for I think the 3rd day, even today, they are just busy attacking the president. Simple and clean. There was no any other intention of the clip. Anybody was thinking that, oh, the clip is supposed to go viral, you do what? No, it has achieved its intention. And whatever the cousin was saying, you cannot agree with the cousin. The cousin took some few elders he collected to RUTO and has been bought, so he's trying to sanitize RUTO. Now, what the cousin was trying to say was to water down the clip. So that was part of his intention, to come and water down the clip. But the train had left the station. It had already achieved its intentions. If you remember, the cousin's argument was very shallow, that the people who called the president, what names did the president call Uhuru? Ile matusi walijazwa walikuwa naita Raila around that time. Why didn't he mention those ones? What were the things that the president and his people say? So if you have to go that route, and that is where the president and Raila came and had a handshake that hata tusiana sana. Nilikutusi sana. Na wewe pia ulinitusi sana. Hiyo walisalimiana. When did we see publicly Uhuru and Ruto saying that nilikuambia nitakuchapa wakasameana? Where? So you can't equate the two. It was to try and water down the clip. And of course, some people, of course, will run away with that and say, I tend to agree with that. No, you can't agree with that. In politics, you cannot force Azimio to respond to every propaganda that these people are spreading. If they wake up and they decide that now Raila's age is going to be their propaganda, so be it. You see, those who want to, you can't. By the way, it's a dangerous place to be in politics. If all you do is sit down to respond to someone's propaganda, all you do is sit down to respond to someone's propaganda that they have come with. Is it a secret that Raila is at his 70s? It's not a secret. What is it that they are going to do in State House that demands that you have to be? The Constitution only provides for the lower age limit, doesn't provide for the upper age limit. That's the Constitution. And anybody wants to use any propaganda against you, they will use it. All right. So you can't sit waiting. The only thing that you need to do is push your agenda. Azimio has done that so far consistently in every meeting that they have gone to. They have talked about their agenda. They have talked about their 10-point agenda. You need to talk to people what you want to do for them. If you listen to Martha Karua and most of the Azimio guys, they give you the agendas. You can't sit and say we just want to keep looking at what propaganda is these guys are using so that we respond in the next thing. No, we need to tell the people what is it that they want, we want to do for them, and that is what is happening. So for that particular clip, those who are convinced that it didn't achieve whatever it was supposed to achieve, those are people who are buying the propaganda from. You're also even falling into that propaganda that it didn't achieve its intention. Did they even know its intention? They didn't know. It is simple. Keep these people busy. And I think that was good enough. They have even lost their script. They don't know what they are going to say in rallies. They go to a rally and they are busy, accusing the president. The president, number one, is not a candidate. The president is not a candidate in this. So you can hit him all you can. You can throw the darts all you can. While you are doing that, you have run away from your manifesto. What's their manifesto? Even you, Njiri, if I ask you, they launched a manifesto today. What are the key points of their manifesto that they have talked in Tarakaniti? What is it that they said in Tarakaniti about their manifesto? Give me at least 5 points that they said in Tarakaniti about their manifesto. And who said?
You know, Bonademba.
No, I just asked you a simple question. Who talked about the UDA manifesto in Tarakaniti, and what did they say about their manifesto?
You know, their policy is not about the manifesto. Their policy is about lies. So they have to keep on manufacturing lies.
No, that's what I tell you, that at what point they launched a manifesto. It was, I think, a day or two after launching, they went to Tarakaniti. What were they supposed to do in Tarakaniti? Sell their manifesto. Did they do it? They didn't. What did they do instead? Everybody who rose was attacking the president. On the clip, they had to defend the clip. Oh, your clip ambayo imeriliziwa. Oh, tulifanya tukafanya. So let's just allow whatever it is UDA. They are full of propaganda. That is what they are. Let them be kept busy. Let them respond to everything Uhuru says. Let them keep coming out with everything they want to come out with. That is who they are. But Azimio cannot reduce itself to responding to every propaganda that these guys come up with. That is not how you play politics. If you want to play, they say, if you get yourself down to roll with a pig, you will roll with the pig. The difference is that you both will be dirty. The pig will not mind, but you will mind because you are dirtier. So the thing is, Azimio should tell Kenyans, remain focused on the trajectory of the things that are beneficial to the Kenyans and what alternative government they are going to be doing. That is the process, and that should be the idea, not responding to propaganda. Temba acha leo ukisikia DP akisema about livestock Mandera. No, I mean, that was not even in their manifesto. Let me tell you something about their manifesto so that you appreciate that these people are even liars. Even they don't refer to their own manifesto. I found that interesting. Let me read it here for you so that you can appreciate that those people are, before I bring in Julia, there's something about their manifesto. Now, this Kenya Kwanza guys, or UDA, let me say UDA, they have been telling us here that Uhuru should not tell us about the issues of the war in Ukraine. They should not tell us about global this. They should tell us why Kenyan economy is not doing well. In their own manifesto, this is what they have written. In their own manifesto, they have gone to every rally and every place they have gone. They have said, they are telling us bei ya unga imepanda is not about Ukraine. Wanatuambia sijui nini is not about whatever global things. It is they should bring the cost of living down, because it's not a global thing. This is something about Kenya. Now, this is their manifesto, and this is what they have written. They have entitled it a perfect storm. Then this is what they are saying. We are presently confronted by 3 challenges that have converged into the perfect economic storm. The first is an external shock of rising inflation and interest rates, occasioned by COVID-19 related global supply chain bottlenecks, the economic stimulus spending in the major economies, and the Ukraine war. This is their manifesto. So at one time when they go to rallies, they're saying, Uhuru should not tell us anything about manifesto. They should not tell us about Ukraine war. They should not tell us about COVID billionaires. They used COVID to eat our billions. In their document, they are isolating those as the reasons as to why there's a challenge in Kenya. So what's their position? Now, they are going to use the same things to eat from us. Now, the shocks are responsible. Look, they are saying this. These shocks are responsible for a surge in prices as well as shortages of commodities, right? Including petroleum, edible oils, fertilizers, among others, all of which is feeding into a rise in the cost of living that Kenyans are experiencing. So what is their position? That is their manifesto. Their manifesto, they are saying they are acknowledging the effects of these shocks, the global shocks. But when they come to talk to us, they tell us, hakuna shida ya globe, hakuna shida ya Ukraine, this is a Kenyan problem. Confusion. They do not know what they're talking about. So that's what I'm saying. If you're dealing with people who keep changing their goalposts, it's so hard for you to keep responding to them. You do what you're supposed to do. Sell your agenda. That is what Azimio is going to do. I want to bring in, I think Adams came before Julia, and then we can bring in Julia. Adams.
Yeah, thank you so much, Themba. Okay, well, now, Themba, I've been listening to you. Before I say something, I just want to tell you something in terms of a question, and then maybe you think about it. Now, because KK or UDA are spreading and doing their propaganda to their level best, and you are telling us to just forget about them and let them do whatever they're good at, which is propaganda. You are saying that we let them be. Now, you know very well that politics is about perception. So if we just let them be and get away with that silly propaganda, don't you see it's going to do more harm than good? That's just right now. Okay. Now, today I just want to say about something about the Azimio Brigade. You know, those who are surrounding Raila Odinga and the staff those were his handlers. When they bring somebody to do a debate on the TV, sometimes I think Azimio need to look at people who can debate. I saw and watched today Mr. Oduro Ngwen debating David D. And Oduro Ngwen seemed to be so clueless. He had points, but he can't articulate anything. Somebody like Professor Dr. D need somebody who can handle him because you know what he's doing. The issue of Chebukati, we need to be realistic on this. Chebukati ought to have been removed from that docket of handling independent electoral and boundaries commission long time ago because he has a history of being compromised. Chebukati had already been compromised in the previous election, and a lot of things were said about him, and he defended himself. But all in all, he's a compromised man. But the problem is, you find that one function of the political divide will advocate for his removal, so that a new person can come in, and so that we can give a fresh air. We can breathe a sigh of relief in our electoral system. But the same people, the same politician will always block each and every attempt or avenue which the other part is trying to bring over to replace the guy. Even right now, I support whatever sentiment that Dr. Ekuru Aukot is saying. I support him. Chebukati is supposed to be out of that office and is not supposed to handle our election. Like I said before, I don't doubt Raila Odinga. When Raila Odinga starts questioning you insofar as electoral justice is concerned, he never misses it. He never misses it. He has his reasons. And those reasons are very, very valid. This guy may mess up election big time. The only jeopardy that we may be in is that we only have 3 weeks, or is it 4 weeks? Removing him and replacing him can be a tall order. But I think there's a way in which it can be done. There's a way in which it can be done. This guy is going to bungle our elections, and the country may be in chaos. The country may be, even tomorrow, if they start advocating for his removal, you will see all the guns blazing high from the Kenya Kwanza and UDA brigades will be supporting him to stay in office. They will not support his removal, So that is why a lot of things are not going to be right or may not be done right, because this guy is the chairman, is the one who sits at the helm of electoral process, and he calls the shots, Also, but the crazy part of it, I may support what the court did today by so ruling that let those people, those who are vying for the qualified people who are, if you meet the regulations of vying for presidency, you'll be led to run. But I'm just wondering how that booklet is going to look like. It's going to be a big, because those people are so many. There were 30-something or 40-something. Because maybe a few of them who don't have the bachelor's degree qualification, like the likes of Walter Mungare, may be dropped, but a huge chunk of them are going to vie. And it's going to be a long list and tiresome. But if that is what the law says, let's just follow the law and let them be. And I believe the judge who made that ruling did it for the public interest. And maybe they missed somewhere, they didn't check it well. So the judge looked at it holistically and made a ruling. So we will just obey what the court. We need to be a
a law-abiding society. We need to obey what the law says. And if that's what the law says, let them run. Let them just all go to the ballot run. But I also have a problem with people who come and say, that, like, for example, our sister Juliet, I watched her here in the show, the presidential candidate, Juliet. I know he has this, she's happy, because the court has played it for her, and now she's going to be on the ballot. That's fine. But, what people like Juliet are saying is that she says that she's an alternative voice. We are not just going to vote people. She says she's an alternative voice, so we need to remove the old or the traditional politicians out of the game and vote alternative people. I don't think elections are supposed to be about alternatives. What do you stand for? What do you stand for? How many people know you? Do Kenyans know what you stand for? What do you want to do for the country? What changes do you want to bring over? What have you done for the country? What are you planning to do to the people? That is what you have to bring here. Maybe you show us what you can do, and you demonstrate how it can be done, and mark you that if you can be a president today, she can even become a president this year and get another term. That will be an accumulation of 10 years. But she must know that on her 8th year, in her second term, if Juliet becomes the president, that is good. That's going to be 2030. And there is what we call Vision 2030. Vision 2030, among it, was supposed to be Kenya was being planned or prepared to be or to get industrialized. What is people like Juliet think about that? What do they think? What does she think about that? What programs is she having? It is not just about vote me. I am an alternative voice because I'm a lady. These men need to be out. We need to replace the people. Those people whom we want to replace stand for the good and betterment of this country. They've fought down the trenches for people like yourself to be where you are today. So just come slowly and tell us how you want this done. Otherwise, let me stop there for now. But Chebukati, Wafula Chebukati is going to mess up. September, Chebukati is going to mess us big time. I doubt this guy for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Makiadi. Adams. Ni vile nilikuwa nataka kuambia Makiadi aongee, ndio maana jina limekuja ya Makiadi. Okay, Makiadi tafadhali.
No, I just wanted you to tell me if you want me to play that video. Send me.
Yeah. Play that video. Play it right now so that at least we can comment on it. Usiingize watu wengine, wacha tumalize nao.
The courts, declaring one part of, IBC's, litany of things that they had actually asked for as unconstitutional. Prof, what do you think this tells us, and what is your crystal ball telling you?
I don't think it might mean much in practical terms, because usually when a court declares a provision of a law unconstitutional, it does not affect the validity of what has been done prior to that declaration of invalidity. So I think it would depend on it would be interesting to read the decision of the court and see whether the court actually says that the decision of the IBC stating that certain candidates can vie for the election and others cannot can be revisited. I doubt it will do that. Yeah, but what is most likely going to happen is that the decision will operate prospectively.
Moving forward.
Yes, which makes administrative sense. You can imagine
the chaos that
it might mean if we were to say, let us redo this process all over again.
Yeah.
So I don't think it might mean much
mostly it's an academic exercise mostly.
I agree with the premises of the decision, but I think you look forward.
Yeah. Dr. Curry, where do you sit on this?
I think I agree with Professor Migai.
I think essentially what the court has said is that the requirement which IEBC regulation had imposed on presidential candidates in relation to the 2,000 registered voters in 24 counties at a minimum supporting their presidential bid, and they're requiring that those 2,000 names needed to be evidenced or supported by
documents.
By an ID was unconstitutional. So IBC essentially had imposed a much higher, much more stringent, strenuous standard, if you like. And so what they've done today is to say that IBC probably went beyond what the Constitution required it to do. And so it has opened the door for other players, possibly, at least in relation to Ekuru, that was the big barrier. In relation to Wanjigi, I think there are a couple of other things, including academic qualification. In relation to, I think one other candidate, the musician.
Yes, Nyambani.
Not Nyambani, the musician. So in relation to Kigame, Ruben Kigame,
yes,
I think the issue also was whether he was able to meet the 2,000 voters in 24 counties, and so I think there's a possibility of a few more of them, crossing the Rubicon and becoming presidential candidates.
But so the logistical nightmare there is that IBC already had started printing the ballot papers yesterday, literally, because the candidate list was closed by last week. So that creates a constitutional problem because the election has to be held on the 9th, unless there is another way for us to push the election forward.
Which there isn't.
It's not really a constitutional nightmare. It just puts a lot more pressure on IEBC in terms of whether it will be able to meet those timelines. There might be cost implications because if, in fact, they had factored, that they would only be having these 4 candidates and then that number has increased, what does that do to their preparations, et cetera, et cetera. But overall, I think it's the kind of issues that IEBC should have anticipated.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Let's talk briefly about.
There you go. That's Professor Migai from the University of Nairobi. And the other one is the advisor to the Deputy President's office, executive office, that is legal. Now, I want to bring in Julia.
Asante Themba, Makiadi, Papa, Adams, Selina. Themba, I wonder why you were disturbing Makiadi's friend, Ali ago. And I was asking Makiadi to come into the studio too, because he wanted to be the running mate. At least amsaidie kuteta. Sijui kwa nini hakuwa anaingia kumsaidia kuteta. Now, looking at that, I thank you, Makiadi, for playing that clip. That was really confusing to me, but I think I'm getting some sense about this ruling. And my take is, I kind of think IBC can avoid this. If they were supposed to start printing ballot papers yesterday, then they can get away with it, and the ruling was today. So how do you stop? And then I think if I were IBC, I can behave like Uhuru and decide mutadu. And then I wait for the elections to come, and then we vote. And then when we are swearing in the president, you are still there fighting mara aukuekwa kwa ballot, aukuekwa. Well and good, let's go continue fighting as we already have a new government. So yeah, and we see how relevant that is gonna be. So I think I'll take that attitude, because this, unless someone is trying to delay the elections or even to postpone it. So I don't want to read mischief, but I always read mischief in most of the Kenyan judges. And I think after the elections, I'm going back home to read protests against our judges and ask Mother to have them all sacked and we have a new judiciary. And I think Adams will join me. Anybody else will join me. I'll give you my site. You sign up, because we don't need this kind of judiciary. So I hope IBC itakaa kichwa ngumu, and then say mtadu what. I know all the legal experts and students of law here will disagree with me. It's okay, I understand you. Now, I just want to talk about what I saw in Nyeri, and Makedi sent me something, Lingala. Makedi, do you know there's something like Lingala ya Yes? Do you know that song? Maybe one of these fine days you'll sing it. But I really enjoyed to see the energy Mother and Baba had. I was very pleased. I loved that. That was so beautiful. And the rally was so captivating. But above all, that tells me something. That is Nyeri, right inside where Gachagua claims to be his stronghold. Now, I know that the people who have been paying people to come for rallies mostly are from UDA. Now, I think most of those people came to that rally willingly because they wanted to listen to Baba and Mother. Now, this has never happened in Mount Kenya region. I mean, unlike this season that is happening. That gives us another picture. I've been saying here that I've been talking to people, and now I am learning something. I just contacted somebody I've not spoken to for, I think, for the last 2 years. And then he was telling me that in Kirinyaga County, they have formed WhatsApp groups. They are using that to mobilize people, to talk to people, to speak to people. Another one told me that they are going door to door. He actually told me, Julia, we are trying to chase this Udaku from this county. So there's a wave in Mount Kenya region. And I'm very pleased with the reception that Baba and Mother are getting. So my take is that I'm looking forward to see a flip. And again, I will still ask a question I asked the other day. You people, what do you think RUTO will do when he wakes up on 10th and finds that he even has less members of parliament in Mount Kenya region, and he finds that Baba beat him in Mount Kenya? What do you think he's gonna do? Of course, one thing I'm sure, RUTO is already aware he's gonna lose this election. He knows that, he can see it come. But I think one thing he's not gonna accept is losing in Mount Kenya region. I pray very hard to see that, and I hope it's gonna happen. About what I'm seeing here about KIUNJURI, I don't know why KIUNJURI is surprised with what is happening. I don't even know where he is. I think he's going to be insignificant after this election. Otherwise, Demba, I think today I don't have much to say because Makiadi has not played those clips that he likes to annoy us with. So I want to stop there.
Yes, Papa.
Yeah, Demba, there is something you talked about, the intended message of that clip, and I want to agree with you because there are so many things that are hidden in that UDA manifesto that people don't know. Because recently, I think I saw the deputy president talking about kuna mtu anataka kuwapatia sijui 6,000. But in that manifesto of the UDA, they also have cash transfers, and this is not something they are even selling because they are preoccupied by returning fire to the president. So they are not actually selling their manifesto at all. And it has now taken the DP himself. I think on 7th, I don't know whether today is 7th, he'll be on KTN taking questions on his manifesto because he realizes that he has been wasting a lot of time throwing jabs at Azimio. And the message of his manifesto is not spreading out there. So, and he's always a one-man show because if you look at it, where else do you hear about UDA? It's only him and him alone. You will not hear UDA in Mombasa, in Narok, in Western when he's not there. So this one-man show is going to overwhelm him. And then secondly, I also want to mention the role of the media. The media is really failing us because if you look at the headline news of a newspaper like Nation, I really feel like it is doing a lot of disservice to the Kenyans, because the role of the media should be to educate and not to mislead the public. For instance, when they decide to put two pictures of two individuals who are basically involved in IT, and now the message that is being spread out there by that headline is that this election is not about voting. It is about who will steal what. Because they try to sugarcoat it by saying that these are the people who will protect votes for the leading candidates. What is there to be protected? Because you can only receive what you get from the polling stations and do a tally. And that has no, the IT specialists have no role in that. That is an addition that even a standard 8 people can do. But by putting the pictures of those two people, Njoroge and Chirchir, on a headline, it sends a message that it is not about the people. It is about two people who are there to corrupt the system, because one of them has been mentioned having used Chebukati's password to access the IBC server in 2017. So the media here is also doing a lot of disservice to Kenyans, because some of the Kenyans that will when they read this kind of message, they are likely to give up and say, after all, why are we going to vote? Why should I go and stand for 2 hours to vote for my candidate? Yet I know there are two people who will decide this thing. So that for me, that the media there is doing a very bad job. And congratulations, Makiadi. Your presidential candidate was here, and I was about to text you, and then I just saw you appear. So that was very, very, you moved very fast. Thank you. Asante.
Okay, Makiadi, had you given your submission?
No, actually today my submission is a bit tattered. I want to play a clip here so that I talk about that clip. I mean, okay. It's very important.
Okay.
Keno Citizen TV.
The Ugandan judiciary has halted investigations into the academic qualifications of Nairobi Senator Johnson Sakaja. Team University, the institution at the center of Nairobi Senator Johnson Sakaja's degree saga, had moved to a Kampala court to stop investigations into the validity of Sakaja's degree, throwing a fresh twist into the drama. Sam Ogina now reports on this regional spat.
It is yet another reprieve for the Nairobi senator as his degree validity question took a regional twist. The Ugandan judiciary has stopped any investigations into the credibility of his degree certificate in a case filed by Team University. In a ruling to hand Sakaja a lifeline, a Kampala court issued a restraining order against Uganda's National Council for Higher Education from probing the validity of the degree certificate issued to the Nairobi senator. The case will be heard on the 14th of July. The university had filed 2 cases before the Kampala courts against Uganda's National Council for Higher Education. In the twin cases, Team University sought to bar the higher education body from carrying out investigations into the qualifications awarded to the Nairobi senator by the university, and secondly, an injunction to restrain inquiry into or interfering with the qualifications awarded to Johnson Sakaja. Interestingly, in Uganda, the Sakaja degree debacle is being probed by 2 institutions, the Inspectorate of Government and the National Council for Higher Education. On the 29th of June, the Higher Education Body was told to go slow on the investigations to allow the Ugandan IG to complete its probe before the next course of action. Sakaja, who is eyeing the Nairobi governor's seat on a UDA ticket, is battling allegations of degree forgery. The Commission for Higher Education in Kenya has subsequently petitioned the Electoral Commission IEBC, revoking his degree from Tim University, claiming by the time he obtained his degree, the institution was not offering the course externally. But the electoral agency rejected the Commission's position, indicating the only way to overturn his clearance is through setting aside the decision of the IEBC Dispute Resolution Tribunal through a court order. Sakaja will know his fate on Friday when the High Court in Kenya rules whether his name will be on the ballot or not. Samogina, Citizen TV, Nairobi.
Heads.
Yeah, I'm not in doubt that Sakaja has a degree because that is what he presented at the IEBC. But my question to you, fellow panelists, is who is this person who is making sure that Sakaja must appear on the ballot? Who is this person that is influencing, even to an extent whereby lawyers are being sent to Uganda so that they can go to the court and block the investigation bodies that are supposed to find out if the degree that Sakaja says or purports he holds is a valid degree? Why is it so important for Sakaja to be on the ballot paper come 8th of August? Why, if the IEBC has an opportunity to give a political party a chance to change a candidate because of all these eligibility issues, why can't UDA pick another candidate? Why is it that it is a must that Sakaja has to be on the ballot and nobody else but him? And they also go to Mombasa because it's the same thing with Sonko. Why is it that Sonko has to be on the ballot? Why can't even Wiper switch places and get somebody else? You know, they have Mbogo, who is, I think Mbogo, I don't know, somebody like that, who can also is qualified to run for that position. You know, it brings me back to what we were saying here. And this is the fear that I have. If these people are determined to make sure that Sakaja is on the ballot in Nairobi, and then we have the other crook in Mombasa, then I suspect these people are somebody's project. And my fear is, and I'm just doing this explicitly, because if the person that is pushing Sakaja to be on the ballot achieves his goal, and this guy gets elected, then I think Nairobi will be a gone case. That's it for me, Ndemba.
Let me say something.
Yes, Adam.
Yeah, so, Makedi, you are saying something which is very important. Number one, yes, I believe there is somebody who is pushing this agenda for these two gentlemen, both Sonko and Sakaja. Remember, Sonko was the Nairobi governor, fake. Sakaja was the Nairobi senator, fake. Now, they're just being recycled. Somebody's behind them. And let's not pretend. I think it is just RUTO. He has interest in Nairobi, but he's trying to get Nairobi through thick and thin. So that's what he's trying to do. Secondly, it's very simple. You can get a degree from anywhere. You don't have to go to school in Kenya. You can go, you get your degree in Tanzania. You can get your degree even in Somalia. You can just get a degree. There's no problem. No one stops you. If there's a university in Somalia, just get it there and come home. But if you get a degree in Uganda or Ethiopia, then they're trying to investigate legitimacy of that qualification, academic qualification that you have. Why do you run to court, Themba, to block it? That means there is a question. Is your paper? Why are you blocking the investigation? Why can't you be proud? Why can't you be proud that, hey, you know what? I went to school. This is what I got. Whether it's a first class, whether it's second up or lower, that is what you got. You understand? Julia is a teacher from wherever. I don't know which university she was in. She has that Bachelor of Education. Now, if somebody wants to know that Julia is really, really qualified, like now she went to school in Kenya, but she's a teacher in the US right now. If the government of the US wants to really know if she's qualified, from the institution that she went to. Why would Julia sweat so much and run to court and block them from investigating that degree qualification? Why? It means she's not confident. I mean, why are you not confident? Because there is a question mark somewhere that you don't want us to know. I believe that most likely the court, if our courts are straight, if whoever the judge who is handling that case on Friday, who is going to pass the judgment on Friday, if he's not being influenced by the outside forces, then he may just rule. I don't think the High Court in Uganda should interfere with the judicial system in Kenya. They can just go ahead and make appropriate judgment on Sakaja and let the matter rest. Politics will be there, but let it rest like that. Thank you.
Yes, Papa.
You know, from that clip of Makiadi, it tells me that in Kenya we are facing institutional failure, because right from the IBC, the police, and going to the courts, flip-flopping here and there. There is a lack of urgency in the judiciary to resolve matters. I don't see why a judge should not hear this matter of Sakaja in a record 3-4 hours conclusively. You can adjourn, allow the parties to file submissions within 3 hours. It has been done in other cases. So why this one? Now, when I'm talking about institutional failure, you can see from the police, we had this gentleman called Katitimas. That is a common criminal, because he was found in possession of government property, which he tried to alter, or the registration of a motor vehicle that belongs to the CDF, and he's still on the loose. He is going to be on the ballot. And the police up to today have not either arrested him, have not called him to record a statement. That is very telling. You know, it looks like this institutional failure is going to send the countries to the dog. Because take a scenario where, if I was the one, a common Kenyan who has taken a government vehicle, parked it in used it for my private gain, and then it is found in my premises or my accomplice's premises with different registration from what was given by the government, I would be in jail right now, and probably right now I would be waiting for sentencing. But we have a common criminal still on the loose. Then IBC will say that their hands are tied. The fellow probably has not been taken to court, so their hands are tied. Therefore, they cannot invoke the rules, the IBC electoral rules, code of conduct. But now, when you cross over to the judiciary, the same thing. There's a lot of lethargy. So there is Black. I'm not talking about state capture. This is not state capture. If it was state capture, it would not be. Katitimas would not even be there. It is about institutional failure. So don't try to echo the words of the DP, because you seem to have this liking for sloganeering of state capture and what have you. So Black, forget about that one. So Makiadi, your friend Sakaja seems to be having that godfather, and that godfather is the DP. There is nobody else who would go at such length. He knows that Nairobi controls half of the GDP of the country. And when you have Nairobi in your pocket, and we know his record is a past record in handling institutions. So he wants that cake, and that cake is his major prize. Because even if he's to lose the election, and he controls the capital city, he will be able to untwist the government of the day. So it just tells me that it is the DP, like Adam said. Thank you.
And on the same note, don't you think President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni has interest in our August polls? Because Museveni is controlling everything in Uganda. He's a one-man show in Uganda. So if whatever happened in Uganda, and Kaguta, Museveni, and RUTO, don't you think Museveni has got interest in our August polls?
Okay, I want to submit this while I, of course, respect what all of us are saying. Now, one, we need to appreciate that this is a political competition. That is number one. Sakaja is a UDA candidate. That is number two. Does RUTO has interest in Nairobi? Yes. And I mean, that's normal and that's okay. I mean, as a politician, you must have ambitions. And if a politician does not have ambitions, they have no business being in politics. Should we be fearful? No. I mean, Azimio and other competitors should also be strategizing on how they are going to compete. And it is not, in my view, I don't think it is a very sad situation that the deputy president is interested in the position. I mean, you're in politics to win. Azimio is in it to win too. Number two, Kenya is a sovereign state, and Uganda is a sovereign state. There's no way a judgment in Kenya with a judge is going to make their reference. They're not going to refer to a blocking that has been done in Uganda. Whatever is happening in Uganda is following Uganda laws. If it is within their right to get that injunction, that's okay. I mean, let's appreciate that. It is not a bad thing that their laws have been followed and an injunction has been followed. What was the prayer in the Uganda case? The Uganda case, the NC whatever was going to investigate Team University, because if you go back the cases, Team has been having issues in Uganda even before this case. So it was going to be investigated. They went to court, they asked for an injunction. That's okay, that's in order. That's Uganda laws that are operating. It doesn't matter who is it, who wants to do it. I mean, that's Uganda law. Kenya law, let's face it, we are in the Kenyan law. Kenyan law, Sakaja has his own rights, right? He went to the tribunal, IBC allowed it, and they said that, okay, fine. As per the time we are receiving this thing, this letter was not with us. They made a ruling. It has gone to court. Let us await. I mean, we don't need to, in my view, in matters of law, if you are too thinking of who is pushing this, then you are likely to be ophilizing every position. Why do we imagine that RUTO is such a big animal that he'll be able to do certain things? Azimio, on the other hand, are they aware of these things? They should be aware that it's a political competition. Someone will be interested in a position. Your competitor will be strategizing. If they win over you, they have won over you. All right. So I don't think we need to operate like if we are just looking at it as if it's a bad thing, other than it's a political competition. Is RUTO interested in power? Yes. That's why he's in politics. If you're a politician and you're not interested in power, then you have no business being in politics. Do something else. So is he interested in Nairobi politics? Yes, he's interested in Nairobi politics. Would he want to have one of his UDA members run Nairobi? Yes, just like Azimio wants to have its member run Nairobi. So in my view, I want to look at it in terms of Kenya is a sovereign state. Our courts operate according to the facts as per what has been brought before them. The factors that are going to be argued, the judge is going to make. The judge is not they say is blind to what is going on out there. It's good the media is reporting to us. They're in Uganda, they have done this, but they have their constitution, and let us allow them to. If they want to not to investigate Team, that's up to them. What is the case in the Kenyan court? What is the case saying? I mean, that in my view is the most objective way to look at it. Other sentiments around it and semantics around it, well, it's hypothetical. You know, we can hypothesize that there's someone who has pushed the strings the other side. We can hypothesize these things that, oh, Ruto is interested in that, but Ruto has a right to be interested in power, just like any other person approaching politics. I think personally, going by what you are seeing so far in previous elections, by this time we usually have seen so much violence. There's so much, you know, things that are election related. It's turning out to be one of the, in my view, one of the smoothest elections that I've seen in the times that I've voted, because Kenya Kwanza UDA seems to have run out of ideas, and Azimio on the other side seems to have seems to be winning the argument on facts. And if you look and do follow Kenya Kwanza and UDA, they have moved, they have run so long, so even when they go to a place, they don't know what next to say. It's so hard even for them to give their, like you're saying, someone is saying they're now going to the media to go and try and explaining, I don't know, whatever agenda they have. It's, in my view, it's becoming hard. And Bob has said, if Ruto is not anywhere, you can't even get to know what was happening in UDA in Mombasa, what was happening in UDA in Nyanza. This thing you're talking about, propaganda. It's not only Central Kenya where people are going to vote. People are going to vote the whole Kenya. We haven't seen how far they have gone to other places to convince them of the propaganda they're talking about. So for me, Adams, especially on a question about propaganda, if you are a politician and all you do is respond to propagandas, and you try every time, you're doing catch up. So when you stand up, and that is what they did today. I mean, they did this week, because that recording was not necessary, all right? But when it came out, what happened? They didn't have a plan. So the whole time, the whole of their campaign in Tharaka Nithi was based on responding to an audio recording. What was happening on the Azimio side in that time? They were busy highlighting their manifesto, which was the intention, no other intention, you know, because it's not up to Azimio. That is not our agenda. Whether it's going to slap, whether it's slapped the president or not, that's not our agenda. They were kept busy, and it happened. So my submission, while you know, I'm not so much of a pessimist, I'm so much of an optimist, not blind optimism. And I'm also aware that it's a political competition, and every competitor in the field has a right to compete, and has a right to strategize, has a right to get out there and push. Looking at your enemy as as your competitor, as they have these things that they are going to do, will most likely get you into. Joshua sends these men to go and check Canaan. They come back and they say they have seen giants. So there are those people who will go, and instead of focusing on how you can conquer that land, you are focusing on the giants. You will never get into that land if you keep looking at Ruto as is this guy who has this thing that you know, cannot be explained. And of course, it will come into that thing where you're saying that now we cannot. I mean, go back down, strategize, simple and clear, then move on. I want to allow Makede, and then we start taking our closing remarks.
Yeah, and then I don't know if I heard you correctly. Did you just say that Kenyans has its own courts, so we should not even dare bother what is happening in Uganda? Did I hear that statement correctly?
I didn't say that. You didn't hear me right. I said Kenya has its sovereign state, and the judge in the Kenyan court is going to respond to the facts and respond according to the factors that have been, facts that have been presented to him, right? But we can listen to what is going on in Uganda. The Ugandans can, you know, decide to give an injunction. In my view, by the way, that injunction that has been given not to investigate Team University, it's counterproductive to Sakaja's case, you see. because politically, that's what I can say. Politically, not legally, because it doesn't bind. It doesn't bind this side. It doesn't bind in Kenya. It's binding in Uganda, not binding in Kenya. Unless it's a matter before court. In Kenya, it is not a matter before court in terms of investigation of Team University. It's not a matter before the judge.
Okay, I just like the way you clarified that. Maybe I misunderstood you, but you should also understand that there's also an investigation process that is going on in Kenya. I think the DCI is investigating the Sakaja scandal. And for the process to be completed, or for them to make progress, they need that injunction in Uganda to be lifted. So by Sakaja or his lawyers going to Uganda to have the DCI or the education, whatever commission or something that is investigating to be blocked from doing that, they are actually blocking a process that is still active in Kenya. And I just want to mention that Kenya is not a country that lives in a vacuum. There are laws that we call international laws, and we are also subject to international laws. And that's why you see you can commit a crime in Kenya, a crime in the US, for example, and you run to hide yourself in Kenya. And a court in Massachusetts produces a warrant for your arrest. You will run to a court in Kenya to have them try to prevent your extradition, but you'll still be put on a plane and taken back to the US to be charged in a court of law. So you must understand that as much as we are a country, as much as we are a sovereign country, we are still subject to international law, and we have agreements with various countries where we can operate, in terms of trying to enforce the law, and we have cooperations also within our courts. Thank you.
I agree with you. We are subject to international laws, and of course other whatevers that we agree on. But there are also some laws. Some things that cannot be implemented. You remember there are places where presidents have been have moved to some places to hide, and even there was this guy of WikiLeaks. He went and hid a place where the country has no agreement to release him to the I think the Sweden or wherever. So some countries where their laws do not obligate them to do certain things. Now, as for what you're talking about in matters of investigation, you may have that, and how does it affect the case? If it's a matter of the court, it has first of all to be what is the argument that will be presented in the court. But it is not a matter in court. Right now, Team University investigation is not a matter in court, right? So the prayer is not about Team University. The prayer is about Sakaja degree certificate. It's not Team University, because Kenya does not have the responsibility to give a university any charter. So it is not investigating that. It's investigating Sakaja degree. That is the matter before the court. The order of injunction in Uganda is not to investigate Team University. That has nothing to do with the case that is before the court. That is what I was trying to say. But as for any other thing, of course, the other parts of the law will follow. And that's what is the matter before the court at that time. And we should not imagine that because it is that has happened, it will affect what is happening in Kenya. The question you want to ask, what is the matter before? What is the prayer that is being sought? If it is related, of course, that's a different thing. But in this case, Sakaja's degree and whether Team University is operating legally or not, that is not a matter before the court. I want us to take our closing remarks.
Just
whatever
1 minute.
Hold on.
1 minute.
Well done. Whatever else that you're going to say, you'll say as we close. Tafadhali. because we need to start taking to wind up. We appreciate all of us, those who have joined us in the comment section, and thank you for always staying on up to this time. I want to appreciate, because today it has been good, and appreciate the panelists, Bob, Papa, the watu wa kawaida, Julia, Makiadi, and Adams for staying on. And of course, kama kawaida, we say, come on and let's share. Let's talk, tubadilishane mawazo. We may not answer all the questions. We may not say it the way you want to hear it. We may not say what you know. And that's why we are different. So you can always come share with us. Let us hear. Let us go compare. Let us go research. Let us just keep interacting so that we can learn from each other. And of course, it is a discourse in progress. It is something that we keep learning. And of course, as you keep learning, as you keep talking, you keep listening, and you keep understanding things differently. And of course, that's a good thing that we do here. Mutembe TV is here to educate, entertain, and inform. So at least we have informed you today of the things that happened, and it is now 34 days to the election. You need to get yourself ready as IBC is sorting itself out, and as the competitors are also getting themselves ready as we wait for the rubber to hit the road. Now, I want to allow the panelists here on board to give us at least their closing remarks. In the meantime, kindly subscribe to Mutembe TV and share with your friends so that they can always be coming here every day for us to share and us to learn from each other. As I always say, I also want to share my channel. That is the channel my daughter and I. Thank you for those who have subscribed. We really appreciate. I mean, we can't take it for granted. Kindly go there, Themba and Lulu Show. Subscribe, show us some love. Show my daughter and I some love. And of course, keep listening, like, share, and comment. We really appreciate your feedback. Thank you so much. Now, I want to bring on Makiadi to give your closing remark. Give your comment, then Julia, then Papa, and then Adams.
Okay, thank you so much. I think I would want to say this with regards to the Sakaja issue. I just hope that because the IBC has screwed up, and I'm sorry to use that word, and also the CUE has screwed up, and I think that is why the CUE is even trying to justify why they revoked Sakaja's degree a second time. So they screwed up from the beginning. So I just hope this thing just comes to an end on Friday. Let them allow him to run for governor so that he can be defeated at the ballot and not go out there complaining. I think he has cost us a lot of drama. And for these governors that are still clinging on to the thread, hoping that they'll be on the ballot paper, let the IBC leave him, let him run. But the issue of Sonko is a bit different. I don't know what judgment they'll use in determining the Sonko issue, because also we know that there's a guy that was supposed to run for a Senate seat in Kiambu County on a UDA ticket. I think that guy was banned, and he has settled for his fate. The other thing I want to say is I was impressed with the campaign today in Nyeri, and like it looks like these people are listening to us, because Julia, when you ran away here, we actually do some training of Lingala, and now they have gone to Kinshasa to bring the Queen herself, and she was helping Baba comp the grounds and the mountain that people believed Baba will never climb. It was a good campaign, well strategized. I'm loving what I'm seeing. And that's a good strategy. While William Ruto is running around threatening how he will jail people and open quasi-judicial processes, I think we are doing a good job selling our manifesto. And so these guys seem confused at this moment. And I would also hope Uhuru Kenyatta will come out maybe sometime this weekend and throw a jab and then go back to where he normally sits, so that we have another week of bitter men running around the country trying to threaten how they will jail people when they get into power. So too much for that. I would also want to say, so far, I think the IEBC is what we have always claimed to be: a confused body, a body that does not know how to strategize. And I hope they don't screw this election. I hope they don't screw up this election like they did with the 2017, because you're looking at the cost, we are looking at the time, and we are also looking at stability. But if they do, wale walikuwa nashinda wakituimbia hapa Uhuru amalize aende, ataendelea kukalia hiyo kiti. Ule mwenye atataka kubust, vile Joho anasemanga atabust, na tutaendelea na maisha mpaka siku ile IBC ta get the process right. So let me just stop there. I hope Azimio supporters, you are going on with your strategies, talking to people, to talk to people, and also encouraging people to vote for Baba. Na wale ambao mmekata kauli kwamba mnapigia Baba kura, endeleeni kupiga nguo zenu pasi, suti zenu pasi. Na wakina Bob wenye hamjapima nguo, material itapanda bei. Hii vita ya Ukraine inaweza pandisha material bei, kwa hivyo pima yako mapema ikae tayari. Asante Ndemba.
Thank you Makiadi. Julia, karibu.
Asante Demba. Maneno ya Sakaja Makiadi, I think I agree with you. It doesn't matter whether he's allowed to vie or not. I think he should just be allowed to vie, and then he loses at the polls. What Adam said is true. I don't know why even Team University should go to block the investigations, because all of you who went to college here, if we go to the colleges, the records in your colleges, we can even find the time you paid your fee, when you did not pay, when you had a fee balance. We can find all those transactions. We can find even the hostels you slept in. I mean, those records, I think from the days I went to school, to college, I think schools had gone computerized, and I think that schools have good records. So I don't know where the complication here is. So Sakaja should just be allowed to vie. And then I think his case will go on with the DCI. I think that case has opened a can of worms. So even if he goes to the ballot, definitely he shall lose. And I think Azimio should spend all their efforts to make sure Igade wins. And I think DCI will deal with Sakaja, and you'll see that, man, some people will go to jail here for that kind of thing. Now, about the court ruling about the presidential aspirants, I hope IBC will behave what I'm saying. Just ignore them and print the ballots. Let the courts do what they want, or let them do their worst. After all, who is going to implement their instructions? So let's go to the ballot. Now, about the campaigns in Nyeri, I was also very pleased to see Baba and Mother. I was very pleased to see the reception. And I want to say this to all the Azimio supporters who are watching me. Mount Kenya people have formed groups, and they're going door to door. For example, the group we have here for Facing Mount Kenya, we are even meeting more frequently now during the week and strategizing. In fact, we have strategies that I don't want to announce here. Strategies. We now have found people who are going door to door in Mount Kenya region, and we are organizing that right from here. So you people, you have contacts of your friends, of your relatives. You are in those groups za matanga, hizo groups za clan. Like us, me, I have a group for clan. I have a group for cousins. Hizo groups zote mko nazo. All the messages we share here, share to them and confront them. Some of them will argue with you. You know, some of them will still argue with you. Don't go down. Convince them. They are changing, especially with the people from the mountain. And you see, some of us are opinion shapers. Wewe unafikiria mwalimu akikupigia simu Makiadi akwambie anachagua Baba, can you answer back the teacher? Huh? Can you have the guts and the audacity? If you call those villagers in Muranga and Nyandarua, they don't have the courage to argue with me. I mean, we are opinion shapers. They're like, oh, even Julia thinks that we should support Baba. I think she's right. I think she's right. Yeah? And then they'll join you. So now it's an onslaught we are making on UDA. In Kikuyu we say gutire kugoagoa, tutiragoagoa, yani atugoagoi, kugoagoa ni yani kurudi chini. Yani you put up, you unaweka gia ingine hapo, sijui kama ni gia 4 ama ni gia 5. Yeah, you know those manual vehicles that we used to have. Unaweka gia ingine hapo. That's what we are doing. So we are doing this onslaught on UDA, and we are not going back, because this is a win that has never happened before. We want to win beyond what happened in 2002. So I'm asking supporters of Azimio, please come out and vote, irrespective of what you think about IBC. We must win in such an overwhelming way, such that there will be no room even for rigging in that election. Others kama ujamua na kuomba. You are alone in UDA. Mr. Black, please tell your relatives, your friends who could be in UDA, please tell them to stop wasting their vote. Mr. Black, you will be wasting your vote. I don't want you to be stressed on 10th here when we'll be talking here with Makiadi and Demba and Bob Papa and Adams. I don't want you to go into a depression. Geoffrey Ruto, mimi staki ujinyonge na kuomba uvuke sakafu uje tupigie baba kura, kwa sababu Geoffrey pia wewe ni wetu. You are a Kenyan. You are not a loser like Udaku are. You are not a loser, Geoffrey, and the others. We are all winners in Azimio. Asante Demba.
Thank you so much, Julia. That's very passionate. I wish you tell Njiru. Njiru need to now stop coming here to discourage people. Oh, your propaganda inaendelea. Oh, sijui nini. Right now you need to focus on positivity. Enda waambie Njiru huko kwa hiyo nini.
Hiyo kitu ya Demba Njiru. If you watched, I watched Mutahi Ngunyi's commentators. You know those young people. You know they said something, and I didn't want to say it here. They said this. Ruto has the audacity to open his mouth to say he can slap the president. Let him try. The next day you'll be asking what happened to the deputy president of Kenya. Yani hiyo itakuwa hadithi, because of course all of you know what will happen. So there was, and then I saw an MP from Laikipia, he was asking Ruto the same, that you have the audacity to open your mouth and say you can slap the president of Kenya. Ebu jaribu tu siku moja. That is the next day the news will be what happened.
No, it's the governor. It's the governor.
Yes, he's the governor. He was saying, he was asking Ruto to try, just try a bit. And you people will be asking the next day, what happened to the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya? So this thing that Demba Jiro was saying, it didn't work. It worked. It's like Ruto scored his own goal. It worked so well. So tumeweka gia ingine Demba. Mount Kenya, tuko kwa gia ingine mbaya mbovu. You people, you'll be shocked. It will be a flip. Hata sio 40, 60. Itakuwa a flip. I promise you.
Welcome. So let's hear Papa.
Yeah, thank you, Vindemba. You actually preempted my submission, my final comments. Is that Njiru, I don't know why he woke up and came, or where he was. He came, popped in, gave us some propaganda and disappeared. One thing I always know and understand Baba when in politics. Baba has been called names worse than what Njiru is trying to tell us about age. And I will not be surprised if next week the likes of Moses Kuria, whom Demba does not take serious at all, gladly so. This gentleman comes up with every other hour, he has something to say about Tinga. In fact, if you want to know the character of this man, just go to his Facebook page. You can even mistake him to be a blogger, because every other hour he is posting something very negative about Raila. So, and he has a following, I think, of almost 700,000 or 1.2 million or something. So I think he is still in that era of thinking that he can influence public perception in Mount Kenya. And if the opinion polls are anything to go by, he would have influenced the people to his side. But he's doing, I think, less than 2% or 2%. So that is an irrelevant figure. So Njiru should stop spreading funny messages that we shall not even entertain, because right now we are looking for somebody who can do the job and do the job right, and that person is Baba. And his records and together with Mother speak for itself on matters corruption, matters development. So we need to tighten our belts. This is home stretch. We must make it happen. Let us not get entangled in sideshows, because we cannot afford to send this country to the dogs, because dogs can turn wolves and you'll be eaten seriously. Finally, living in Kenya is during the electioneering period is a very hard task, because every morning, every day, there's something that tends to spoil our mood. For instance, it is unfortunate. Like I said, I talked about the media and misinforming people and causing all manner of tension. This morning, the Nation headline news is that Wetangula is linked to the ballot paper printer. Now, you tend to ask yourself, why is it that it's only in Kenya that politicians are interested in who prints ballot papers? Do you have this thing in the West, you guys? You know, it is very annoying to wake up to. There are more important issues that can be communicated to the Kenyans than giving us such kind of information, because it only serves to create suspicion and losing institutions losing credibility. So the media still have a bone to pick with them, but all in all, we need to focus. Makiadi suit material haiwezi kuisha. Hata Mbilia Bel alipojiwa juzi na huyu mzee wetu wa blackest man in Africa, anasema yeye mambo ni kitenge, kwa hivyo mimi yangu ni kitenge, itakuwa ya blue because the country is going blue. Kwa hivyo tusiwe na wasiwasi, material imejaa kutoka Kongole kule Kongo. Kwa hivyo tuko imara, suti tutapima. Thank you very much.
Adams, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, just to reiterate, Mr. Makiadi, I know you mentioned something about, Mr. Themba did say something about the sovereignty of the country, and also then you came up and you threw the hot wire there about the international laws. But what I want to say is that, you know, in the science of politics, sovereignty is a political concept that refers to the dominant power or supreme authority. So in that I mean that our sovereignty as a country, Kenya is a sovereign state, our sovereignty supersedes any other law that may come from within or without. Our sovereignty stands taller than any other thing. That is why, under the asylum laws, somebody can be convicted in another country, or rather can be summoned in another country for having done, you can be prosecuted. Then you run away and seek an asylum in any other country which is sovereign, but you will get protection. They will not really deport you back to where you came from. But under that one depends. Under given circumstances, you may be deported back to go face the law, but they will have to look at the to look at it very well. But all in all, our sovereignty stands taller So it stands taller than any other law in Uganda or any other country. And the most supreme law that we have in the country is the Constitution. That's the most supreme. So that is where our sovereignty rests. Now, having said that, I think we are doing well, and all the games being played. I know you guys have decided and you've rested that let this Sakaja man be allowed to run and he be defeated at the ballot. But me, I reserve the opinion. I don't think he should be allowed to run. And I believe, I'm just trying to, what is the right word? I'm trying to just make, I feel that this guy will be blocked. The court may block him from running, after which he will still go and to a higher court. But it doesn't matter. I think he will be blocked, and surely he needs to be blocked. Even if he's not blocked, he will go to the ballot. He will be defeated, and he will be defeated resoundingly. And that is what we are waiting for. And like I check the comment section, somebody was saying there that he will be defeated and then he will face the law for forgery. I don't think they really need to wait for him to lose the ballot is when you go for the case of forgery. I think that should just continue right now, and I believe the guy is being investigated. I read a tweet by David Murathe. Murathe was saying that sometimes when Murathe speaks, sometimes he speaks the voice of these people, the mind of those who is who in the government. He said that the investigation about Sakaja is done. They're just waiting for Friday for it to be. But that is just a speculation. I don't know how true that is, but I'm just trying to report what Murathe said. Otherwise, I think we are doing well, and we need to mobilize, just like Julia said. We are opinion shapers. This TV here, we may be giving our opinions, but some of us, whatever opinion we write out there in the social media is being taken from other quarters or spheres very, very seriously. And you can even get inboxes telling you, why did you say this? Need to say this. So we influence, just like Julia said, in that WhatsApp group, in that whatever group, you can pass the message, and that message can reach masses overnight. By the time you wake up in the morning, the message has been spread. And you know what? When message comes out, the inventor of the message, where the message comes from, is very important. So tell a friend to tell a friend, and influence more, and make sure you go out there and they go out there and vote. Otherwise, much appreciation to Bilia Bell. I saw Bilia Bell in Nyeri, or was it Moran? And that was a good one. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to agree with Julia and Makiadi. Wacha Sakaja akwe kwa debe, ashindwe huko kwa debe. Akitupwa nje Adams, sidhani ata appeal, kwa sababu akienda kwa appeal, kitumbua kitaingia mchanga. Other people who are not friends of the court in the previous case can now apply to be friends of the court. And actually there now CUE can apply to be a person of interest in the case that will come in the appeal.
It's called amicus curiae.
Exactly, amicus curiae. So his prayer is that this case does not go beyond this part, because on the case that was before the court at this time, CUE had not been part of that case. But now if it goes to the next, if he appeals, now CUE will apply to be amicus curiae, to give its so if it happens on Friday that the court determines that he is not qualified, I doubt he will he will go and appeal the decision. I doubt, because if he appeals the decision, kitumbua kitakuwa kimeingia mchanga. So let's wait for Friday. Thank you so much, and of course we continue discussing. We hope all turns out well. and we have an election on 9. Get out there and vote. Get out there and talk to someone. Let someone tell someone else that, hey, this is the time and this is the time for change. And kama kawa tunafurahi sana, and we appreciate your engagement. Yes, kuna East African courts, there are several courts. There are the courts, they operate. You move from a lower court, you go to a higher court, to the next, so you can take your appeal to all those areas. And of course, I agree with you, those who are saying there's East African court. Yes, there is. And of course, there are cases that find themselves there as you keep on moving up. Thank you so much. Let's hear the constitution from Makiadi, and then
haya tutasoma constitution, lakini dakika moja unaulizwa na Black kwa nini umelenga IRS polls.
What is IRS? I mean, Black, what is IRS? In fact, now that you have said, let me talk about it. IRS should have given Ruto 70%. Why are you giving him 49%? That is too low for someone who has been campaigning for 8 years. Give him 60-70%. Why do you sit in a keyboard somewhere and decide to give Ruto 49% and Baba 42%? You guys are jokers. Give Ruto, if you sit in a computer to give Ruto, give him 60-70%, because he has used a lot of money in Central Kenya. He has built so many churches. He has given millions to those churches. He has attended kanisa huko. Hiyo IRS, you guys should go back for your money. Kama muliwalipa to make for you that kind of an opinion polling. I really wonder why they gave him 49%. Ati Ruto ako na 49%, and you have just sat in a computer somewhere. You guys, that's terrible. Black, please make it 60% by Friday, okay? So that Ruto is at 60%, and don't give Baba 42%. Give Baba 24%. Mbona mnapatia Baba nyingi hivyo bana? Why do you want to give Baba 42% and he has just campaigned for about a month? Make it 24. Actually 24. I think about Makiadi kama ngapi hivi?
No, ile kitu Black anataka kusikia ni useme hapa Baba is trailing William Ruto. Hiyo tu ndiye anataka kusikia. Hakuna story nyingine. Hata usimpatie numbers. Mwambie tu Black, tumeona ARS polls na tumeona Ruto anaongoza. Bas, kesi itakuwa imeisha na yeye.
Si hata tumemmalizia, tumemwambia ndio ameongoza na 49, lakini kwa nini walimpatia 49 wangempatia 70? Na mbona mlipatia Baba nyingi hivyo? Mnapatia Baba 42 kwa nini?
Geoffrey Ruto anasema why I've never seen them so upset like that. Geoffrey Ruto, tunajua mnaongoza kwa IRS polls. Tukutane kwa debe. Nyinyi ndio mnasemanga polls hazina maana.
Unajua mtu kufikiria kwamba Western Baba can be at par with him. I think huyo mtu anafaa angaliwe kule Mathare, kwa sababu Atioli amemwambia is trying to make sure that they do not cross even 20%. Sasa Black, sijui mtatoa wapi hii, mnapata hii 40%, sijui 45.
Ungempatia 60%. Mimi sijui kwa nini Black walimpatia 49. Mbona mnamrudisha chini sana bwana? Yaani Black amwezi kuhurumia huyu jamaa, amewapatia pesa, amejenga makanisa Central, ametembea huko kwote akiwapatia millions. Kwa nini? Amekuja amesaidia Uhuru kujenga nchi. Yeye ndiye aliweka Uhuru kwa kazi. Yeye ndiye alimlazimisha, kwa sababu Uhuru hakuwa anataka kuingia. Tafadhali jameni, hurumieni huyo jamaa, mpatieni hata.
I forgot to say that. Yeye ndiye aliweka Uhuru kwa kazi, sasa ajiweke.
Yes,
tell him to put himself in power, to make himself president. Geoffrey Ruto, tell your boss to make himself president.
Bwana, sasa kama aliweka Uhuru kwa kazi mara mbili, alitafuta, alikuwa anaamka saa 9, anaenda meeting 3, Uhuru bado amelala, alafu mnampatia 49% jameni. Baba yeye hata hajatembea hata mwezi mmoja, mnampatia 42%. So hii kazi yote Ruto amefanya, mnampatia 49%. Surely.
Actually, tell Geoffrey Ruto that Ruto said that he almost slapped Uhuru Kenyatta due to the same making him being a president. Now let him slap himself. Let him just now slap himself and become the president.
No, let him make himself president. Let him make himself president.
Okay, sawa
Sasa
sawa.
kama unaweza kumake someone else president, wewe shida iko wapi? Si ujiweke tu hapo, uamke tu kesho na uingie. Black, hiyo 49% ni kidogo sana. Next time mkikaa on Friday mkitoa another poll, you guys have to make sure jamaa mmemweka kwa 70-90 because you have to pay for that money. Hiyo pesa liwalipia nini? Makiadi.
Ile IRS sisi tunajua ni Internal Revenue Authority ya collect taxes. Hii ingine sijui.
Hata mimi nimeshangaa, nilikuwa nashangaa kwani hiyo IRS imeenda Kenya, imeendaje?
Na kuna mwingine anasema ati ile crowd iko huko Nyeri ni kwa sababu ya Mbilia Bell, the famous musician, ndiye imefanya watu wakuja kumuona. Anyway, wacha nisome katiba. Article 94 inasema namna hii, role of parliament. The legislative authority of the republic is derived from the people and at the national level is vested and exercised by parliament. Parliament manifests the diversity of the nation, represent the will of the people, and exercises their sovereignty. Parliament may consider and pass amendments to this constitution and alter county boundaries as provided for in this constitution. Parliament shall protect this constitution and promote the democratic governance of the republic. No person or body other than Parliament has the power to make provisions having the force of law in Kenya except under authority conferred by this constitution or by legislation. An act of Parliament or legislation of a county that confers on any state organ, state officer or person the authority to make provision having the force of law in Kenya as contemplated in clause 5 shall expressly specify the purpose and objective for which the authority is conferred, the limits of the authority, the nature and scope of the law that may be made, and the principles and standards applicable to the law made under the authority.
Thank you so much. And I want to read the parts of our manifesto now that these guys are not telling us anything. Black akikuja hapa semi anything about their manifesto. And we don't want to hear it because there's no manifesto. So wacha waendelee kupiga Uhuru makonde. And I agree with Makiadi. Uhuru anaamka tu hivi aseme kitu na keep busy. Uhuru amke tena Friday akienda mahali sijui ako wapi, akitoka IGAD, ako kwa meeting ya IGAD, akirudi hivi aseme kitu tena. Hiyo weekend yote washinde wakimwelezea vile walimweka kwa power. It's getting sweet. Uhuru ashajua hawa watu. Uhuru anajua vile Ruto ana operate, ni mtu wa hasira.
It's called poking the bear.
Exactly. Sasa Uhuru anakuja na poke the bear, anajua sasa kesho jamaa atakuwa anakuja na blazing. Si mimi ndo nilifanya hivi. Acha bwana. Sasa Uhuru anatufanyia campaign imepamba sana. We are happy. Unya hata asikuje kwa rally. Nya anakaa tu hivi anakuja anasema mtu ako hivi. Anapoke the bear hiyo wiki yote, hata tunaambiwa ule aliandika barua, ule alirarua, ule aliamuka, ule alipika chai, ule alienda akasukuma mkokoteni, ule alienda akawasha gari. Sasa tunataka kujua nani alikuwa anaenda anawasha gari, nani alikuwa anaosha gari, nani alichukua barua kararua, nani aliambia sijui nani. So uja akisema hivi hao wanatoa yote. Sasa sisi tunafurahi tu.
Unajua hiyo ya mtu alisema ati alirarua ile mkataba ile 2013.
Ni Professor Kidiki.
Jamii ya Waluya imekasirika ile mbaya sana. I met somebody from Navakolo yesterday. A doctor who had gone home for some small project. He's telling me, yani watu wanatuona sisi ni wajinga namna gani. They are mad. In fact, Uhuru should continue firing salvos.
Uhuru akifanya hivi tunajua siri. Tunajua pia nani alienda wapi, nani. Sasa tunataka Uhuru wachokoze tena ndio sasa watuambie nani alisema tupigwe na tear gas na live bullets. Tunataka tu yani zinakuja hivi akiongea tunaambiwa. We like it that way when you guys are rattle the snake, man. Now, commitment to the MSMEs. Did I read that? I think I read that. So, digital economy. Commitment to the digital economy. This is what Azimio hopes to do. Protecting IP is critical because it fosters innovation. We intend to streamline and improve the existing ecosystem that deals with IP and make sure that all IP is well protected. 2, reliable ICT infrastructure is a critical component to achieve an inclusive digital economy. To ensure all citizens are able to maximize the use of technology, we will continuously invest in sustainable and secure ICT infrastructure that is conducive to innovation. We intend to make access to the fiber optic cable available countrywide. Baba Connect. You remember them telling us that tuta connect kila mahali, kila boma na internet. They were just stealing Azimio manifesto. So Baba Connect is coming. Establish call centers, business process outsourcing zones, and information technology services, among others. Make ICT digitization, e-commerce, and digital payment systems central pillars for social and economic transformation. Expand programs that connect the youth to the digital economic global network for employment, ensuring gender, that is 6, equality within the ICT sector by raising awareness of the importance of female presence within the most technical areas of the digital economy by encouraging participation in STEM programs. 7, increasingly enhance the use of ICT in learning institutions by installing Wi-Fi in public schools and train both teachers and students. 8, enhance the laws and policies on cyber security and safety. And 9, expand the role of fiber optic cable around the country to facilitate connectivity, including offering digital learning in schools and across the country. That is digital commitment to the digital economy. Now, Themba vile unye anafanya si poa, anachokora kiasi alafu anamwacha akijieleza. Yeah, that's what we want. Unataka tu ashajua Ruto ni mtu ambaye ako very temperamental. First of all, he's very temperamental. Secondly, he's a narcissist. He believes that he's the one who has the correct answer, everything. So he's not a team player. And thirdly, he responds to everything. He will respond to anything. Hata Uhuru akikohoa kesho atarespond. Uhuru akifanya kitu tu hivi aseme kesho atarespond. Na akirespond hao wengine wote, they are clappers. They'll come and clap with him. So Uhuru should just be poking the bear na anarudi anaenda IGAD. Anaenda Ethiopia, anafanya kazi yake, anaenda wapi. Akirudi tena na poke the bear, anaenda. So for the next 4 or 5 weeks, that is what Uhuru should be doing. And Uhuru should just come and say one thing. Sasa huyu tulikuwa na yeye, nilimwambia nisaidia, hakunisaidia. Sasa akitoka tu hivi, jamaa script yake ya hiyo wiki imepotea. That is what we want. So let us sing our national anthem.
Then Bob has something to say to Black. Bob, what you want to say to Black?
Black is behaving like a jilted lover. Unajua Black inaonekana hakuna mtu anampenda kule nje. Akija hapa pia hakuna kitu ya maana anatupatia. Sasa he's looking for attention. No wonder GP na yeye ni similar. Rafiki ya Makiadi ndio anatuambianga Black ni mtu mzuri sana, lakini Black ni mdomo, ni mudaku. Yani unajua mambo ya masengenyano inakuanga
Bob papa. Unajua kama hatungekuwa na watu kama Black, hatungekuwa na pastors kwa hii dunia. So you must understand, we have pastors to save souls. He's just a person who has lost track. tutamrudisha.
Haya, acha tuseme we are not admitting people. Tafadhali, we are not admitting anybody, tunafunga show. So thank you so much wale ambao wanataka kuja. Tutaonana kesho ama next time. God bless you. Now Julia, tafadhali stanza ya kwanza, Bob Papa stanza ya pili na Adam stanza ya tatu.
Okay. Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na udugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Papa, you are muted.
Amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye sote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu. Nchi yetu ya Kenya tunaipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda.
Na tujenge taifa letu, ndiyo wajibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima, tuungane mikono pamoja kazini, kila siku tuwe na shukrani.
Amen and good night.
Sawa, tuonane kesho Julia. God bless you.
God bless you.
Enda ukalilia huko chini kwa sababu Papa alishaenda. Wewe sasa hata tutaka wako kwa hiyo. Wewe toka, enda Papa
alisha kulala. Julia haendi kulala hata.
Na nitaeka earpads ndio niwasikie.
But Julia, we've been advising you to learn some Lingalas. Unaona tumeileta mpaka Nyeri leo.
Oh yes. Sasa wewe unaimba hiyo song ya Nairobi, hiyo ya Alimba na ile Lingala ya yes, that's your assignment.
Hiyo sasa hiyo naweza kuambia kama if you promise us.
Wewe unajifunza tu zile za nini? Unajifunza tu zile za spiritual
Yes, the spiritual spending maneno. Maneno ya shetani.
Yesu wangu. Complicated.
Lingala ya yes.
No, unajua Julia, hakuna za shetani. Hizi wimbo zinatufunza kupendana
You see, either for God or for the
love, being lovely. Kupenda mtu ni upendo wa
Julia, unasema imekuwa muda sasa sija kuimbia Lingala mama.
That's one yeah.
Na majansi na marege.
Ama Julia unapenda zile za Ben Gidhai.
Haya sawa, wewe tutakusikia. Lakini Bob,
before you
uko chini. Bob alishaenda na
ngoja. Julia, before you go, we want to invite you to come and translate for us mwendo wa kwa Mariro. Mariro, hiyo ndio tunataka.
Hiyo ndio vitu Julia atakagi kusikia. Hiyo sasa ndio ukimwambia hivyo umemfukuza. Nakia number 1. Nimekuambia Bob. Unajua
Bob unasikia Julia anasema yeye anataka tu kusikia zile za nini hivyo na haya. Makiadi, wimbo ni upi?
Sasa leo watu wameniambia ni wachapie Mbilia Bell, lakini unfortunately tumesikiza Mbilia Bell sana, so nikaenda kuwatafutia substitution mwanadada ambaye anajulikana kama Shalamwana.
Yeah, Shalamwana.
Shalamwana, wimbo wake wa Kiswahili unajulikana kama Karibu Yangu.
Karibu yangu. Usinitese moyoni. Naomba usinitese.
Atakupatia mali mke ondoa ya lote. Mpenzi mimi na wewe. Ndoa ondoa ya lote. Karibu yangu. Usinitese moyoni. Yeah, ndemba wewe ndio unakamata hiyo key sasa.
Naomba usinitese. Unipeleke kwa mama. Atakupatia mali tunge ndoa. ndoa ya
ndoa ya
lote.
lote.
Karibu
Mpenzi, ukitoka kwa ndoa ya lote unaenda mpenzi,
mimi na wewe.
Ndoa ya lote. Karibu yangu. Namna hiyo na hiyo inaenda namna hiyo. Sasa hiyo ndio kora sasa, papa.
Anaitwa Shalamwana.
Anaitwa Shalamwana, wimbo wake
kama
ndio hiyo sasa. Alafu pale unasikia anasema balisema mingi 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 utakufa bure bule. Kwanza nasema balisema mingi balisema bule balisema mingi utakufa bule
bakongole
watoto bakongo leo bameshuka Nyeri.
Sasa unajua walikuja hapa akatuambia ati sisi hatuko serious. Baba mwenyewe amechukua bilia bell amemleta kwa nini?
my friend walileta problems, walileta bala, walishuka pale na kuleta bala.
By the way, that thing, how did it, was it planned was she part of the entourage ama they met there?
No, she was part of the entourage bana.
She was part of the entourage, man.
Anastahili kuperform carnival, lakini unajua sisi ni watu sharp. Ile kitu tunaambia baba inatoka hapa inaenda direct. Tuliambia baba jana kwa text message, enda na huyo mama.
Enda na huyo mama.
Wapelekee batoto bakongo.
Batoto bakongo banapenda nyimbo za Kongole.
Bataona rangi tu ya ngozi na bakuje kwa campaign.
Alafu makiadi wakifika coast ile watenda Mombasa, unajua nani atakuja?
Nani
huyo?
Kuna
mwimbaji anaitwa Harmonize na kuna mwingine anaitwa Mbosso. Watakuja kupiga show pale.
Hao ni wanabongo.
Wabongo pale bana. Unajua watu wa coast na kibongo hivi wanashare itikadi kidogo.
Lakini hapo baba na mama walicheza kama hao bwana. Walicheza kama walifanya ile kitu kule Nyeri.
Walifanya ile kitu kule Nyeri. Unajua baba hata hahitaji mingi sana. Baba hata akifika tu pale Nyeri atoke tu apige tu, walimvotia kitu 4,000. Akifikisha hiyo tu ifike hata 20,000. Baba yuko sawa.
Lakini tukiendelea kuwaletea mabinti kutoka Kinshasa,
Kongole,
naona tutaokota kura mingi kutoka kule.
Kura tutaokota mingi bana. Kura zitakuja kukuja. Saizi tunafagia.
Hao mabinti kutoka Kongo wakienda Kisumu ndio kutachacha.
Hakuna haja ya kwenda kupoteza masaa Kisumu. Wewe uliona mwenyewe last week. Hakuna kupoteza masaa. Kampeni ya Kisumu tumefungia hapo sasa.
Kampeni ya Kisumu bana kule ni hata RUTO ameshindwa kwenda huko. Naona Adams ulifanya kazi nzuri sana. Nimeona mpaka Yufin alikuwa amebadilisha jina. Uliona hiyo makiadi mpaka jina ilikuwa ishabadilishwa kabisa. Sijui mbona imerudi tena.
Hiyo tu ilikuwa tu kumuonyesha rafiki yangu Bob Papa kwamba nguvu zangu ni mingi baba.
Unajua jana Adams, mimi nilifikiria unaenda kuona fataki ikipigwa huko nje, kumbe ulikuwa na maneno mengine.
Nilikuja nikapata jina imebadilishwa bwana Yufin karibu inaitwa Yufin OA Adams.
Amekamata majina yote ya Adams akajiwekea sasa. Mimi nilifikiria nilifikiria umeenda kuona fireworks jana bana, kumbe wewe ulikuwa na maneno mengine.
Hiyo sasa ndio inaitwa state capture. Hii ndio state capture real.
Umecapture kabisa hiyo state bana.
Akana ile ingine.
Adams umekubaliana ya kwamba ulikuwa captured?
Nilikuwa captured.
unaweza kuwa unachoma, pengine akisikia ulikuwa
wewe Juliet, unataka nini hapa? Wewe ni presidential candidate, enda fanya kazi. Sisi hapa sasa hizi tumeacha mambo ya siasa, tuko story.
Nani huyo?
Huyo ni Juliet presidential candidate Makapila.
Unajua lazima kitu lazima niseme.
Papa ulipeleka wapi?
Unajua wakati nilimwambia asiwe kila saa anatokea kwa public. Lazima akae mahali pake. You need to answer this. You need to answer this. Haiwezi kuwa presidential candidate anakuja kwa studio na anatuambia ya kwamba thanks Makiadi, I love listening to your voice. Makiadi. Unajua those statements are very heavy.
Ukianza propaganda unakatwa. Ndemba umewekea Bob Papa sensa
Wewe Papa, wacha propaganda. Hakuna kitu kibaya presidential candidate kupenda sauti ya Makiadi. I mean, sauti ni kitu mtu yeyote banaweza kupenda tu sauti yako. Haimaanishi kitu yoyote. Batoto ba watu wakipenda sauti yako kwani kuna shida gani?
Bob Papa
huyu presidential candidate amekuja hapa hivi akaondoka, anaitwa Juliet, si ndio? If you ask somebody like me what I see in her, I see she know how to do good makeup. That's it.
Sasa wewe bana, wewe ni leadership quality.
Adams bana, haikuangi hivyo.
You know, I haven't seen anything more than that.
Sasa wewe unajua wacha kuchoma bwana. Unajua wakati ngoja
amechoma
kabisa.
Wakati tulikuwa tunaangalia kina Milio Manga huko wakisimamishwa na Faruk Kibet kufanya ile nyingine, wewe huku complain.
Unajua there is a hidden law.
Adams anajaribu
Mr. Bob, there is
bonga points kwa you feel.
Ngoja, there is unwritten law of appreciation. So you just appreciate and go your way. Nothing else. No string to touch.
Mbona unajitetea?
Acha kujitetea bwana. Acha kuchoma. Wewe wacha presidential candidate apige siasa, ako na leadership politics, ako sawa. Bob, usiwe na wasiwasi kama amependa sauti ya Makiadi, hiyo ni kawaida. I mean that is
unajua Bob acha kuongea, acha tuachie hapo. Utajiingiza kwa shida kwa sababu nasikia ulisema request yako iliwekwa mapema sana. Inasemekana Ndemba kuchapia kibao inaitwa Stuck on You. Iko mtu alisema mapema saa 12 uchapie kibao.
Alisema andika alikutumia akasema Stuck on You.
Feeling down deep in my soul. Get
on my way.
Usijali, hiyo safi kabisa.
Nitakuimbia kesho kama Christine yuko hapa. Wacha nione kama nitaweza kuimbia Euphin hii, kwa sababu hii naona inafaa sana kama dedication ya anaitwa nani, ya Adams kwa Euphin. Huu ni wimbo ambao umeimbwa na jamaa mwanamuziki mmoja ambaye amebobea, anaitwa Ed Sheeran. Ameimba wimbo unaitwa Perfect. So wimbo wenyewe unaenda hivi, na Euphin usikize. Hii ni kutoka kwa jamaa mmoja anaitwa Adams. I hope I will get it. Okay. Acha nipate the tone, kwa sababu hii wimbo inakuwa ina message. wimbo na message.
Bonge la ujumbe.
Niko na bonge la message.
Itaweza kufikia mimi kabla hujaanza kesho, mimi na reserve moja ya Freddie Jackson. Let's get it on. Hiyo ndio safi kabisa, hiyo sasa, hiyo dedication.
Haya, you feel uko unasikiza? Haya, inaenda hivi. I found a love for me. Darling, just dive right in and follow my lead. Well, I found a girl, beautiful and sweet. Oh, I never knew you were the someone waiting for me. 'Cause we were just kids when we fell in love, not knowing what it was. I will not give you up this time. Darling, just kiss me slow. Your heart is all I own, and in your eyes you're holding mine. Baby, I'm dancing in the dark with you between my arms, barefoot on the grass, listening to our favorite song. When you said you looked a mess, I whispered underneath my breath, you heard it, darling, you look perfect tonight.
Hiyo inaitwa sadakta kabisa.
Adam, yani unachapiwa ngoma ingine hatari sana ndugu yangu.
Hiyo ni you feel kutoka kwa Adams.
Hiyo no, that is from Adams to you feel.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, from Adams to you feel.
Unaona Black hapo. Hebu angalia Black hapo, ile mtu anadediketia pia.
That is the song is for. Hiyo wimbo ni ya Adams to you feel. Straight up.
I realized that Mr. Black is good in keyboarding than verbal. That guy, the guy writes very fast than he speaks.
Adam, you need to go to the second stanza. Well, I found a woman stronger than anyone I know. She shares my dreams. I hope that someday I'll share her home. I found a love to carry more than just my secrets, to carry love, to carry children of our own. Wacha nisiendelee. Sasa nyinyi muende mmalize hiyo ingine.
Achia hapo.
Lakini Adam umefanya kazi nzuri. Nimependa Bolingo na Ngai, hiyo mapenzi yenu ni mzuri. Inabadilisha jina na siku moja, ni mzuri, unafanya kazi mzuri.
Kwanza jina imebadilishwa kabisa. Yaani sasa najua hata ile jina ya kwanza itabadilishwa.
There's no turning back.
Adam zinaleta mapenzi.
Makiadi unaitishwa dezo. Che, unapenda vitu vya che.
Unapenda dezo.
Bob, leo Christine ameenda wapi?
Nimekwambia bana, tulia bana. Lazima si ati kila siku tu na tembeza. Wewe Yuvini uko wapi? Mwambie kuja hapa kwa studio. Mbona kupeleka kwa nyumba mapema alafu nakuja kuanya hapa?
Yuko.
Unampeleka kwa nyumba mapema alafu unakuja kuanya.
Makiadi DL alienda wapi?
Hata sijui Yuvini atutafutie DA.
Ndiye alisikia Juliet anakuja leo akahepa akasema
you fin tutafutie DA mahali yuko. Mwambie tumemkosa sana hapa.
Alisikia Juliet anakuja leo akasema hapa acha nipotee kwanza. Nisione Makiadi akianza kuambua sauti inapendwa.
Nyenye mnaleta mchezo na the potential CNC eh? Mnaleta mchezo ndani. Nyinyi ndio kama Ruto mnasema mnaweza piga president.
Huyo presidente wako ndio huyo hapo sasa.
President hapa iko analeta mchezo ndani ya kasi.
President huyo amekuja anataka kuongea na Makiadi ambaye atakuwa anashika kiputa cha pesa. Yule ambaye atakuwa ni finance minister.
Your Excellency, do you need some songs to be sung to you?
Mi kwanza nimefurahi sana tu kuona vile muko, sijui niseme, I'm happy to just observe your kind of show. Na tena nataka niseme have a beautiful morning. Na nimeamka tena nilikuwa nimewatumia gunia hati pale. Kwa hivyo nimependa wimbo Pemba. Unaona hiyo wimbo umeimba saa hii? Na kutumia hapa kwa chat box that song. I really like it. So you started a beautiful morning for me. Nimekuchezea mziki huo. So sasa hata nirudishe that song to you. So Adam naye kwanza nimwambie, amesema mimi napaka makeup. Actually sina makeup leo. Na hivyo ndio mimi huamka nikaamka asubuhi. So angalia, umesema nimekusikia. Mimi leo nimevaa tu lipstick iko hapa. Kwa hivyo mimi sijapaka makeup saa hii. Kwa hivyo mimi nimebarikiwa kwa mrembo na nashukuru Mungu. Na pia mimi kama ujui mimi ni model. I've won a lot of awards. Kwa hivyo muongeze hiyo katika your whatever you want to say. So mimi nataka ni brand Kenya. Kwa hivyo kama hamjui style zote za Kenya, hata nikibomoa nywele na kasmati na represent Magical Kenya. Nataka kumshukuru Bobu tena kwa sababu
subiri kidogo Juliet ngoja, tumeacha sisi mara nyingi tukishamaliza stories za siasa tunaingia sasa hii tunapiga gumzo. Huyu jamaa running mate wako huyu Makiadi hapa amesema ulimtupa ukachukua mwingine. Sasa tafadhali mpe kazi nyingine kwa kampeni yako.
Alijizungumza wakati nilikuja kwenye program na mimi niko na hii flash memory na ndio nilikumbuka jina lake kwa sababu alisema kama sina running mate anataka kuja na nikamwelcome nikamwambia njoo saidia kijana Mathayo. Kwa hivyo hata sasa nitasema Richi Makiadi na kushukuru kwa sababu ulizungumza mafikira yako na pia Lamgeki. Kwa hivyo Adam amesema mimi nimevaa makeup, kweli sina makeup leo. Kwa hivyo nitakutongoa leo nikwambie penda wanawake wewe, waambie wanawake ni smart, alafu utaweza kupata wanawake smart. Naye papa Bobu, nataka kumshukuru papa Bobu. Nimwambie vipi?
Madam President, ngoja kidogo Adams. Kuna jamaa anaitwa Black huko, Madam President. Kuna jamaa anaitwa Black huko. Black amesema amekutazama kuanzia mchana na amependezwa sana na smile yako, lakini amepotelea huko kwa comment section, hangeweza kuingia. Una nini la kumwambia?
Mimi kwanza napenda watu wote reach out kwa sababu napenda kusikia mafikira yao, na mimi nataka ni break ile cycle ya ati president is not reachable, na nataka kumwanzia hata niseme namshukuru President Uhuru alijaribu, lakini akakuta kwa sababu ya siasa zake za historia hangeweza ku reach to people. Nataka niwaletee mazuri kutoka UK kwa sababu in UK ukitaka kuona prime minister unaona prime minister.
Juliet bana mzungumzia Black bana, Black pale
Juliet zungumzia, wachana na mambo ya uhuru. Hiyo tulifunga hiyo zamani sasa.
Tulifunga hiyo story sisi.
Mnataka nizungumzie Black?
Haya, mwambie Black jambo nzuri bana.
Sasa sijamuona hapa, yuko wapi hapa?
Yuko hapo chini anakuona, mwambie.
Yupo Ugiriamani kule, ni Mgiriama huyu jamaa.
Yuko Giriama.
Yuko hapo kwenye comment section, mwambie jambo, anasema yupenda tabasamu lako.
Sikusikia anapenda nini?
Anapenda smile yako.
Tabasamu lako.
Nataka let's smile to the world. Namsalamia let's smile to the world. Alafu aingie katika spirit ile naita Ubuntu, we connect together. So namshukuru sana Black na spread the message of love.
Juliet, I want you to forgive Adams. Unajua Adams hajazoea ile inaitwa rangi ya tao. Unajua amezoea.
Mwambie mimi sina makeup leo, lakini siku zingine nataka nivae makeup on Wednesday. On tarehe 7 nitajaribu niweze kuvaa makeup, basi utaniona nikivaa makeup. Nitakutumia picha hapo uniona nikavaa makeup, utajua vile nafanana.
Mpe Makiadi kazi nyingine, manake uko na running mate tayari. Makiadi atafanya kazi gani?
Running mate nishampatia kijana Matayo na nitampatia nambari yake. Niliwapatia nambari yangu. Nataka to break his cycle that our leaders cannot be reached.
Wachana na cycle zako bana. Wewe mwambie Makiadi unampa kazi gani bana?
Sasa kwanza ni kuelected, kwa sababu nisipokuwa elected basi hata kazi haipo. Kwa hivyo mnataka nyote, Bobu kuna kazi yako pale, Pemba kuna kazi yako, Richard kuna kazi yako. Mnataka watu ambao wako na imani, watu ambao wanaleta heshima katika siasa za Kenya.
Juliet, mimi kazi yangu hii hapa tu, mimi stoki hapa kwenye Mtembei TV. Mimi kazi yangu hii hapa, utakuja unipate hapa. Lakini
kwanza Mtembei TV yako na kazi. Si unajua Mtembei TV, kwanza hata Mtembei TV founder wa Mtembei TV mwenyewe nataka kwanza nimshukuru because ali reach out a few weeks back. Akanaambia Juliet, thank you for running and thank you for helping to transform the ideologies of Kenyans. Nataka niwashukuru Mtembei TV na wengineo inaoro na kila mtu.
Mimi
Ndemba ameenda nje tena.
Haya sasa.
Ndemba unatoroka tena.
Let Makiadi be the chief of protocol.
No, mimi nitajiombea kazi. Sijui kama una mtu ambaye anaitwa mtu ambaye anabeba pesa za campaign. Sijui kama ushapata mtu ambaye anakubebea pesa za campaign. Mimi naweza kukamatia hizo pesa. Wakati watu wanatuma kwa hiyo namba yangu, ndio tunaendeleza kazi mzuri. Sijui kama una mtu wa kukuhandolia pesa ya campaign.
Nataka majibu.
Ni sawa na ngoja.
Hayo tutajibu tena siku nyingine, wakati tena Temba ataniuliza tena.
Mimi nitakuuliza maswali tu kawaida, lakini asante. Wewe ni president mzuri sana. Unaamka saa 9 unakuja hapa kwenye gumzo. Unajua hapa sisi ni gumzo. Tume mambo ya siasa tulikuwa tunafunga. Tukishafunga mambo ya siasa sasa ni muziki kidogo. Tunasema maisha si siasa peke yake. Kuna mambo mengine tunafunga nao. Ndio unaona kidogo tunapiga nyimbo kidogo, alafu kisha tunafunga show. Alafu sasa kina Black pale au tayari unaona tayari wanasema wampenda tabasamu. Huyo Black mchunge sana, ni wale mafisi.
Ndemba umeona swali ambalo Black ametupa saa hii la mwisho.
Anasema umeolewa lakini
huwa sijibu maswali kama hayo. Maswali yangu najibu tunasema
hivi kuolewa ni private
sijibu hayo sasa hapa. Mimi nasema tu sijibu kama mwanamke, siulizi mwanamume kama ameolewa hajaoa. Na pili, hiyo ni feminism, na mimi ni mtu ambaye nasema maswali mengine kama uko candidate hayaulizwi kwa sababu sio maswali ya maana.
Subiri, hakuulizi kama candidate kwa sasa. Hakuulizi kama candidate kwa sasa. Tunakwambia mambo ya siasa tulishafunga. Sasa hapa nakuuliza, yeye mwenyewe pale anasema huyo Juliet kaolewa, manake huenda kidogo amependezwa na si vibaya. Wanasema kwamba huwezi ukazuia ndege kuruka juu ya mti, unaweza ukaizuia tu kutua kwenye mti. Sasa yeye ni ndege tu, yuaruka kule juu.
Nashukuru na wawacha mkiwaza. Mzidi kuwaza.
Amesema
anaongea. Put it this way, nina kingi na namuitanga namuita kingi. Kwa hivyo put it that way. So nataka kusema
Black hauna bahati, Black hauna bahati, Black hauna bahati sasa.
Ndemba nina swali lingine kabla Madam President atuache. Juzi tulisikia Wajakoya alitoa manifesto yake na msemo wake ni kutingiza miti. Sijui yako ni gani? Sijui kama umesikia hiyo ya Jakoya.
Alisema nini tena?
Kwa manifesto yake alisema msemo wake wa kisiasa ni kutingiza miti. Sijui yako ni gani?
Msemo wetu wa kisiasa niliwaambia ni liberty powers of the people, na pia niliongeza nikasema alternative vote. Kwa hivyo alternative vote mimi ndio nimeitisha kutoka mwanzoni, kwa sababu tukikosa kutoa recycled politicians, we will not transform our country. And unless
Juliet bana, wewe acha bana, mimi nampigia baba kura. Wewe wacha story mingi. Hakuna
mimi. By the way, wacheni niwaambie kitu kimoja.
Subiri Juliet, mambo ya siasa tushafunga. Sisi tushaamua, mimi nishaamua nampigia baba kura.
Swali akaniuliza swali, what is my take?
Kusema recycle gani? Mbona ampiga nini wangu bana? Recycle kitu gani?
Amesema tuna recycle. Kuna ku
recycle. Recycle nani bana? Baba
vote, alternative vote.
No, baba
is me. Hata kama ni siku moja imebaki, nataka the whole of Kenya to know that.
Baba ashawahi kuwa president wewe?
By the way, kama mnajua baba Raila, hata baba Raila ananijua Juliet Bakapila, na mimi ndio nilikuwa mtu wa kwanza.
Recycle ni hivi, sikiza, recycle ni hivi, mtu ambaye ashakuwa president tusimrudishe tena. Uhuru hagombani tena, baba hajawahi kuwa president, wapi recycle?
Recycled politicians, yeyote ambaye amekuwa politician na ametuwestia 59 years, mimi nimechoka. But hiyo ni umesema leo siasa imeisha. Hiyo nitaelezea tena wakati mwingine.
Wataenda kutuibia, hatutaki. Tunataka wale ambao washaiba ya kutosha wasituibie zaidi. Wewe utaenda kwanza kununua gari, utaenda kwanza kufurahia ofisi, utaenda wewe kwanza, wewe utatusumbua.
Madam President,
utaenda honeymoon na king wako.
Adam anasema nini?
Madam President, what is your net worth?
What is my
net worth?
I'm blessed. Put it that way.
Asante.
I'm very blessed. And I thank God.
Tumetosheka wewe ukiingia kwa tunajua
Madam President, lazima net worth yako, kwa sababu we need to audit you, tukupatie kura, alafu ukifika pale unakuwa kama
my net worth is I'm blessed. Na nimwambia my network ni kumjenga kila Mkenya. Na I can assure you that if I'm elected, I don't want more than 5 years. I don't need it. I'm telling you now, Papa, and mark my word for that, Bob. You will ask me that question in 5 years.
Juliet.
So, Papa, nimekupatia hiyo swali. I've given you jukumu. After 5 years, Bob, nimesema mbele yenu na Richi Makiadi. After 5 years, I don't want. Mina nataka tubadilishe Kenya. Transformation, wear your hat.
Madam President.
Unavaa kofia yako na muniletee iko wapi kofia yangu hapa? Acheni nionyeshe kofia yangu. Hata mtafanya naamke.
Ngoja Adams, wacha Madam
Anaamka.
President akulete kofi yake.
Acha naamke.
Na
Let
iko
me.
mkia pia inakuanga hapo ya farasi.
Nimeamka.
Black anaipenda sana.
Nimeamka. Kofia yangu iko wapi?
Iko mkia ingine ya farasi ulikuwa nao kwa studio wakati mwingine. Black anaipenda, sijui kama uko nayo karibu. Muonyeshe.
Ati niko na nini?
Kuna mkia mwingine ulikuja nao wa farasi hapa, unakumbuka?
Hiyo ni African Wonder Woman, yuko hapo.
Hebu muonyeshe Black. Hiyo Black anapenda sana. Black, angalia ndio hiyo. Alafu kuna kofia pia.
Na kofia. Na mimi nasema wear your hat. HAT. HAT inamaanisha nini?
Hat.
Hope, action, transformation. Wear your hat. Kila Mkenya avae kofia lake.
Madam President. Ngoja Adams. Wewe Juliet bwana, umetuharibia kufunga show. Huwa tunafunga tufungi na mambo ya siasa. Sasa wewe unaturudisha kwa mambo ya siasa.
Kufunga na siasa. Si mnataka kunijua kidogo. Mmeniambia mnataka kunijua. Kwanza wewe Temba umeimba wimbo, nataka nikuimbie the same song. Haya, ngoja nikuimbie wimbo huo.
Muimbie. Imba.
Wacha nimuimbie.
Imba.
Wacha nimuimbie. Namtumia pale. Angalia pale, alafu uoneshe wengine. Nipe dakika moja, narudi hapa. The same song umeimba, kwa sababu mimi nimeimba hiyo wimbo. Nataka unione nikiimba hiyo song. Kwa hivyo umemfurahisha roho. Put it that way. So hiyo wimbo, kwa sababu mmeanza na huo wimbo, na mimi ama poetician. Watu ambao hawajui mimi nasema poems. Next time nikifungua nitawapatia poem yangu ambayo niliandikia Kenya nzima. Nataka msikilize pia pale. But sio leo. Lakini mlikuwa mnataka tu kunijua kidogo, kwa wale ambao wanasema hawajanisikia, lakini mimi ni mtu popular. For those who want to know about me, mimi ni popular. Mimi sitafuti popularity. Mimi natafuta kuongoza nchi yetu ya Kenya. Nimeshinda as a model. I have seen it. I love it. And I can say to you, nataka Kenya ijengwe.
Hivi basi siwimbe, tutaka kwenda.
Thank you. Haya, sasa nakutumia. Nataka tutaimba pamoja, lakini nataka nikutumie kwanza ukiona wimbo huo. So nipe tu dakika moja nitafutie wimbo huo. Tafadhali. Wewe kwanza nataka wimbo ukiangalia wimbo huo, alafu nitasikiliza kama una hit the notes, Alafu mimi pia ni jaji. Haya, ngoja kidogo tu pale. Nipatie tu dakika moja. Wote. Haya. Ngoja nitafute wimbo huo, umeimba hiyo wimbo kwa sababu lileta watu juu. Haya, ndio nimekutumia pale.
Ni wewe waimba, si mimi.
Nitaimba. Nataka nisikie. Ngoja kidogo nikutafutie. Uliimba one of my beautiful song. Kwa hivyo umeanza siku yangu vizuri sana. So nilikusikiliza ndio sikutoka, kwa sababu nitaka kusikia kama una hit the note.
Ni kuimba ama ni kucheza wimbo, kwa sababu kuna usiucheze wimbo kwa sababu ya copyrights, lakini kuimba tunakubali.
Nataka tu. Napenda nyimbo nyingi.
Usiucheze lakini.
Yaani tunasema usiucheze kwa studio kwa sababu ya copyrights, lakini kuimba kwa sauti yako inakubalika.
Umeelewa?
Okay.
Okay, sawa.
Hivi ilikuwa yakaa muda hivyo.
Haya. Ameniambia nisicheze. Basi.
Usicheze wewe imba. Usicheze.
Sasa amesema nisicheze.
Usicheze, wewe imba.
Haya, lakini mnaweza kuangalia basi.
Imba nimekusikia.
Makiadi. Umekosa kazi?
Kwa nini?
Tutakupatia kazi kama mimi nakuambia kazi kama msemaji wa serikali.
Mkoaje tena?
Ninaona Madam President amelogin na devices mingi sana, so nilikuwa natoa hizi zingine.
Sasa
Madam President anakonga.
Haya, imba basi, tunakusikia.
Communication nyingi.
Sasa kama sina hiyo ni background
hivi ulikuwa unataka kucheza, unajua ulikuwa unataka kucheza wimbo wewe.
Nilitaka kuchezea sasa, kama mngeweza kucheza sasa, nilitaka kucheza wimbo huo, lakini nimetuma hapo something, sijui Richi kama inaoneshana ama haioneshana.
Oh, nimeona. Okay, sawa, tutasikiza hii link. Then
Okay,
naona ni kama utapatia Madam President wakati mwingine basi. Leo hakuwa amejipanga.
Hapo Adamu, unaona hapo? Hiyo picha nimekutumia pale. Hapo nimevaa ka makeup kadogo, lakini mimi si mtu ambaye anavaa makeup. Lakini hiyo nimetuma hapo. Nimevaa makeup, nimepaka my cheekbones just like that. Nimeweka ndio my cheekbones ikae. Mnaona cheekbones zangu. Kwa hivyo mimi si kuanza kupaka makeup nikiwa mchanga. Mimi naambia watoto waweze kungoja wanakuwa adults ndio wanavaa makeup ili wakifika our ages wanakaa smart. So I promote beauty pia. Na pale Miss England nimefika na nataka our talents wanaweza kusaidika, lakini kuna wimbo natafutia Themba. Sijamaliza na wimbo wako kwa sababu nataka uone wimbo wako. Huo wimbo nimeuimba, kwa hivyo nataka unione pale. So nakutafutia hii wimbo inanisumbua sasa. Nakutafutia wimbo. So ukienda kwenye YouTube langu pale Juliet Makapila utaona. Pengine ukitafuta hiyo wimbo utaiona.
Haya, nitautafuta wimbo. Alafu
asante, nimekupoteza sauti.
Connection yako ina shida.
Sikusikii, sauti nimepoteza.
Unasikia Juliet?
Haya, basi wacha ni log out tena.
Unasikia?
Nimepoteza sauti.
Sawa. We, wacheni tufunge manake Madam President lazima aende aka campaign bana. Unajua
I think she can be a good tourism.
Tosha. Wacha bana.
Zima TV Themba. Mimi naona tutamaliza.
We, Wairini, asanteni sana kwa dedication ya Adams kwa Yufin. Tafadhali nenda furahi, hiyo ilikuwa dedication ya kwako kutoka kwa mzee Adams mwenyewe.
Na Yufin anitafutie dia. Yufin anitafutie dia, amepotea sana.
Haya basi, tuonaneni kesho majali.
Msemaji wa serikali Makiadi